other thing that's very alarming is that I need that money. I need that money.
Real talk.
That was my depression. Pulling me out my depression. That was my depression. My depression.
Most hated man. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, and I have to play games for a living. And I have to play games for a living. They're trying to claim I'm a pedophile now. Blame me for fame. Blame me for fame. I'm no longer playing any kind of computer game. I shake the earth when I move. I shake the earth when I move. I don't want to improve. I don't want to improve my stream. I shake the earth when I move. I shake the earth when I move. I don't want to improve. I don't want to improve. That was my depression. Pulling me out my depression. That was my depression. My depression. I'm a big dude. I don't know if I'm quite good enough. If I'm quite good enough. When you're 450 pounds, you have trouble wiping your ass, man. 500-pound man that has nothing to live for. I've been sent 4 hookers. 4 hookers. Everybody sucks Jordan dick. I don't want my ass licked. I really want more hookers. I shake the earth when I move. I shake the earth when I move. I don't want to improve. I don't want to improve my stream. I shake the earth when I move. I shake the earth when I move. I don't want to improve. I don't want to improve. That was my depression. Pulling me out my depression. That was my depression. My depression. Liquid Richard albums that come out just recently, they take lyrics or words that I've said throughout a stream and they edit them together to make a whole complete new sentence. That's how he makes his fucking albums. He steals a beat, puts them together into an ensemble. He just steals content, makes money off of it. That's how he makes his fucking albums. He steals a beat, puts them together into an ensemble. Fuck that nigga.
Yikes. And I am controlling all of you. And what I do, I wiggle like this. And what happens is your wallet opens up and all of your money flies out of your wallet through the sky. And then once a day I open my window with a big bag, a big sack like Santa's loot sack, and it just fills with money just flying in there. Yikes. Money kinesis. I have money kinesis.
He got that.
Money kinesis.
He got that.
Hypnosis.
He got that.
Money kinesis. Controlling all of you. Money kinesis.
He got that big gnosis. You know, through the big roaches. Notorious PEG. He got them bills lined up every single week. You know, all these Hogans ain't for free. So swing by and hypnosis. Please drop a tip if you like the post nasal drip. If you drop a like, I'ma snort right in the mic. 14 years for these Hogans. 14 years so I can be broke boy Joe Rogan.
Hypnosis. Money kinesis. I have money kinesis.
He got that.
Money kinesis.
He got that.
Hypnosis.
He got that.
Money kinesis. Controlling all of you. Money kinesis.
He got that pig gnosis. You know who the pig roach is. Notorious PEG. He got them bills lined up every single week. You know all these Hogans ain't for free. So swing by and tip me.
Money kinesis. I have money kinesis.
He got that.
Money kinesis.
He got that.
Hypnosis.
He got that.
Money kinesis.
He got that.
Controlling all of you. Money kinesis.
He got that.
Hypnosis. You guys like pizza? I know I do. I love pizza. I'm Italian. I'm disappointed that since I moved out here to the West Coast, there is not really authentic East Coast Italian style pizza out here. Would you like to have a pizza party with me? Mamma mia! Make it a pizza pie! Pizza pie! Felipe! Pizza pie! Turn on the ovens! Mozzarella! And delicious! Take it McDonald's and roll it out the toss in the air! Pizza pie! Make it a pizza pie! Pizza pie! Felipe! Pizza pie! Pizza pie! Delicious! Pizza pie! Pizza pie! Pizza pie! Turn on the ovens! Salvagno cheese, Salvagno greasy shit, crazy meat, weird sauce. The sauce has these big chunks of tomato that are very well seasoned, that are really good. Turn on the ovens and burn all the pizzas. Mamma mia! Make it a pizza pie! Pizza pie! Felipe! Pizza pie! Turn on the ovens. Mozzarella! And delicious! Take it McDonald's and roll it out the toss in the air. Pizza pie! Make it a pizza pie! Greasy shit. Pizza pie! Felipe! Pizza pie! Weird sauce. Pizza pie! Delicious! Pizza pie! Pizza pie! Pizza pie! Mamma mia! Make it a pizza pie! Pizza pie! Felipe! Pizza pie! Turn on the ovens. Mozzarella! And delicious! Take it McDonald's and roll it out the toss in the air. Pizza pie! Make it a pizza.
You don't want Mark Month. Your points were giving willingly. We were there for cupcakes. Obey or be timed.
Turn on the ovens indeed. What was he doing?
Whatever he was doing, he sure was doing it.
And he hit that bit. Turn on the ovens. Yeah, DSP Day. It's sort of impromptu. Because even though it's scheduled, this isn't the day we do it. This isn't the week we do it.
One day we're gonna have a sequence of months where we do it correctly.
But this ain't one of them. Yeah, so I don't even really know what we're doing. I pulled up a clip of DSP talking about LTG from the recent one because we were streaming when that was going on and we couldn't watch it. So I got a memeology 16 minutes for that.
So,
but beyond that, I don't know.
Since we last streamed, the three most significant things other than that happening was him admitting the bank links, or him refuting the bank links, him admitting the WWE championing, and the Craig thing.
Yep. Oh, the Craig thing. Oh.
So
the champions thing isn't really much of anything because it's just him admitting that yes, they called me DSP, he was that person down from the rafters, but he sold the account. There's not really much we're going to be able to land ourselves to and commentate on in terms of that one. What was the other one?
Bank links.
Bank leaks might be worthwhile because it's clear he's on bullshit. It's clear he's lying. And the Craig one, we definitely got to hit at least some of that today.
It's money. It's especially when he starts, once that flip of just like, oh no, I'm not getting what I want.
So I think we should do this. I think we should do the Craig thing and then depending on how we're feeling, do the bank links.
Okay.
So I need to raise money in order to save my ass from these state taxes out of nowhere that came up out of nowhere. So people come out, we're supportive of Phil, let's cheer, let's help, let's tip. They do it, great. Now I'll get past the state taxes, but now federal tax. Oh, now you owe more because you made more money.
Like, you notice today I'm a different color background. So if you were to watch this reaction, you say, okay, so the green was the old one, the blue is the recent one.
Pause.
You can't.
He's framing this like the reason that I've changed background colors is so that you can day by day go, oh, blue was Thursday and red was Wednesday.
Who could possibly know when he did these colors? Because I, as a daily viewer of DSP content, could not tell you the day he did this.
And also, he's wearing a different shirt. That should be your thing that you go, oh, this indicates it's a different day.
He literally has the same shot, the same webcam, the same spot. You can't tell anything.
But he's just doing any little thing just to needle, just to be like, I'm better than you.
Okay, let's say your colors don't change, Phil, or let's say you have a mode where it's a rotation of colors. You would just be doing the same shot, the same thing. You're changing your color, and you're changing the pixel art that changes in that slideshow.
And also keep in mind that the lights were a recent addition.
Yeah, within the past year.
So before then, was it a problem?
Not everybody wants to have this type of multi-lighted. It's Thursday, so that means green.
It's so annoying because this is so nothing.
And he knows he's got nothing.
So it's just whatever little thing he can get.
The most confusing, stupid thing ever, right? So let's see if we can even make heads or tails of what the fuck's going on in this clip. All right.
I get 5,000 today. What do I do with it?
Improve your backdrop. For God's sakes, do something with it, man.
What do I need with the 5K?
Pause. The Blanca pop figure. I believe that was a gift. Even if it wasn't, that's $30. The crown sub $20. The Sonic was definitely a gift. That Mega Man thing has been around for years. He got that early. The game over sub $20. That dumb little in pixel thing. $100 something, but it doesn't look good. And the Tesla thing.
Oh no, I looked it up. I think it was $70.
The Tesla thing was a gift. It wasn't a gift. It was a special edition. So, and the Philomania, a headband, sub $20. Where you can't. All it says is a man. What are you doing? Oh, and he's got the soundproofing, which does his audio sound significantly different to warrant that?
I would submit no. On top of that, LTG has already said he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to have a bunch of DBZ posters in the background and stuff. Why are you deriding a guy that does not want to do the thing you feel he should be doing?
Just to get any kind of gotcha on him.
And who is he talking to? Like, no one's responding. Like, you would think, oh,
Phil, you are not a person that should be talking about anybody's stream chat, especially when I saw a clip either today or yesterday that started out, why is everyone so quiet? You can't be doing this.
His backgrounds are color-coded now, a thing he just admitted. Even, dude, it's whatever he can. It's like, oh, I'm better than you because I can flip a switch.
he's talking to people in his chat. No one's saying anything, right? You make like $250K a year. Someone believes that. Yes, someone who makes $250K a year sits in a crowded ass fucking like apartment bedroom that looks like it's like 20 square feet with a felt back.
You can't see anything, Phil. Yeah. You see what the camera sees.
On top of that, what happens if he does make $250K and he minimalizes his stream setup and stuff so he can save his money, so he can improve his daily life? Who knows how anybody spends their money? Who knows? Just because you don't see it on stream doesn't mean that's a thing. Oh my God.
Background that you can buy at fucking Joann Fabrics and a cat treat. That's the $250K way. He totally wouldn't have like a better setup, right?
Phil, you were making 6 figures with a white background.
What are you talking? You had a PlayStation box and an Xbox box. It was just like, this is my background.
You were making doctor money, $250K. You were sitting on your couch with the Mario and a Punch Out behind you.
Couldn't it also just be said that the focus of the stream is me? I got the cat thing here.
The nonsense behind
The
me.
cat thing here is for my cat. The thing behind me is purely utilitarian, but you're here to see me. What does that crown in the background do for you, Phil? It's nothing. He doesn't want it, so you can't.
It's gonna be the saddest day in the world when this king nonsense ends and we just start a stream with no crown in the background. And we're gonna know what happened.
Anytime that I like lend myself to something, everybody else benefits and I don't.
So we got to the root of it. We literally just got to the root of it. He thinks that if he does content with me, all right?
Phil, this is what you've said for years. You can't. Oh, dude, what is he about to say?
That he's not going to benefit from it. Therefore, he's asking for money up front because he needs the money.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
No, he wants it. There's a difference.
Electric bill.
The I need the money stuff is so annoying because that's his sticking point. This is the second or third time that he's done a response to LTG, and that's his constant sticking point. You need the money. That's why you're asking for it. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask for it. So I guess in athletes, when they're doing an appearance, then they don't need it, but
that's the fee.
It's the fee. You are using your time. Like you said, this is my character, and if I'm going to use my character, I'm going to get paid for this. It's just that simple. And he's just like, no, you're a broke boy. That's why you want money. Yeah, Taylor Swift, free concert tickets. No, it is a service that I'm providing to you, and therefore, give me money for that. Don't just hope that my fans will give me money. Because what if that doesn't happen? And then you just like, okay, where's the benefit for me now?
The same thing happened with Marlon Wayans recently, where somebody asked him to make an appearance on a podcast, and he said, my fee is like, let's just say $30,000. And the person was like, nobody's going to pay you for that. And then he just appeared on the podcast the next day. Like, and that's what it is. Do you think Marlon Wayans needs $30,000 from, let's just say, the No Jumper podcast, Adam 22? No!
The internet bill and the incredible amount of new games.
You understand? That's why. Because if he didn't need the money, he's like, fuck it. Let's break the internet. Let's do the content.
Let's break the internet.
You swear that if this happens, y'all are going to get 7-figure views, millions of views, 100,000.
You have no way to factor that in at all. There's no indication that would happen. Do your fans care about LTG as you're just constantly slamming them? I don't see why they would. His fans clearly don't care. So in what way did just two lol cows fighting? And you already said, I'm gonna destroy him in Street Fighter 6. So what's the point of that? Because that's what Adam said. You just beat me and then we just laugh and talk about it. But you were like, nobody cares. So you beat him, who cares? You said that he's gonna beat you in earlier Street Fighters, so who cares? So it's not a back and forth match. It's just two people who have never had an interaction with each other, who are kind of in the same sphere, interacting with each other. You don't know what he likes. You don't know what he dislikes. You have no reason to want to interact with him other than it is just more numbers for me. And I'm so sick of that.
But he wants the money. He doesn't think he's going to make any money on it. He outright just said, I made 100 candies on videos that made 1 million views. Yeah, well, that's your fault. Where is your fan base then? If you claim...
Okay, so you want him to appear on your show with the hopes that he gets 5,000 from his audience, because you said that that's going to be a guarantee for the hopes of that. He said, this has happened before and I didn't get that. And you go, where's your audience at? Well, that's your audience's issue. So now he has a proven track record of no benefits. And what can you offer him when he's gone on bigger podcasts and got nothing?
Okay, but you just said, Phil, it probably wasn't in this one, it was in an earlier one, that his fans would be giving him the money. He would make that 5K from his fans, from the people that want to see this thing. But he just said, hey, I've gotten 1 million views off of my appearance and I've got like $100. And you're like, well, where's your fans? So that disproves what you said, that his fans would show out because he makes this appearance. So give me my money
up front
and we can talk.
That's where the benefit is up front. Not I hope this happens, because every stream that you do, I hope people give me money.
I hope we hit the king streak. This is what they mean by the phrase living rent free in your head. LTG don't care about
He doesn't care. He's made it known that he doesn't care. And Phil's just like, why don't you care?
Phil's audience doesn't care and he's not listening to them. They've been telling him to let the LTG thing go.
But this is a matter of pride at this point.
Yeah, it's what Phil wants. And if Phil wants it, that means everyone must want it. It's just the vocal minority that doesn't want it. Of course the internet would break. We would beat Evo if we played a match together on stream.
What?
The reason why I hate DSP is because of his attitude towards those who donate to charity.
Yeah, that's a big thing of just like, it should be
Dude,
secret.
that Craig thing was crazy.
And he keeps, I hate everything that he said about it afterwards, because he just keeps reframing it as, in a 2-minute span, he said that he wanted to donate to me. He said that he wanted to donate to charity, and then he told me to go for myself. It's like, there's no context about any of those things. In context, it makes perfect sense. But laid out like that, it's just like, oh, this dude is insane, and he never gives the context because he doesn't want to give the context, because that makes him look so much worse.
3,800 paid subscribers on Twitch, right? If this is legit, where are they when you're doing these special events to support you? Wouldn't they say, hey, we really want to support LTG, so let's come out in force and let's watch the stream version of what he's doing?
That's not a question that LTG can answer.
No.
That's not a question. You play a game and just go, this is a new game. Where the money at?
Where's the people?
You don't understand what brings people to give you money. So how can you be like, well, why? Where's your obvious intuition? Because he said very recently that he does not feel comfortable doing the, guys, let's hit this right now, let's go. He's like, I'm not that type of guy. That's the Kino Casino guy stuff. But he's like, I'm just like, but nobody wants to hear me go, oh, please give me money. Nobody wants to hear that, so I'm just hyping this up. He's already said that he's not comfortable doing that. He sees this as a way to get money, but there was a couple days ago where he was just going, guys, what's going on? Let's hit this, hit this over and over and over and over again.
Let's do super chats. Let's do fucking bits.
No, see, that's the thing. If LTG isn't the type of person that walks up and goes, where's my super chats? Where's my bits? Where's my tips? Then the people aren't going to be like, all right, let me throw him $500. Phil, you are a beggar. That's why you get those things. That's why you see that quote unquote support, because you're constantly begging and reminding your audience. It's no different than a person cutting in their content in a 15-minute video 3 times, 4 times, 5 times to say like and subscribe, like and subscribe, like and subscribe. Eventually someone's going to like and subscribe. That's what it is. So if you're going, hey, yeah, there's like 700 people, where are the tips? People are going to go, oh, maybe I should just tip right now. These call to actions you do.
Yeah.
Toss it his way. Let's support him or build him up. Why wouldn't they do that?
Phil! What happened after side scrollers? Did they build you up? What happened after any appearance you've made? Was it built up? What happened after the June the King documentary? Were you built up? That's almost 1 million views right now. What happened after you played a game? Your review of Homefront 2. Million views. Where were all your supporters going, yo, let's throw Phil money because of blah, blah, blah?
It is not just an event happened, so he now gets money.
Because if that's the case, Phil, why aren't you doing a bunch of appearances? Why aren't you going on these big shows like Law Call Live and going, all right, I went on Law Call Live, where's my money?
The Keem interview ended at, I think he had like 2,000 views at that point. And he, at the end of the podcast, after he ended up counting his money, it was less than $300. So
he made 190 last night playing like Astrobot. You got $100 more for 2,000 people on your stream?
It's not a 1-to-1.
Don't you think that my fan base would? Of course
The
they
June video was very, very good. It was all stuff that I already knew about, except for one thing that I never heard about, and that was the quilts.
Yeah.
I had never heard about that. Even with all this film stuff that we are intricately aware of, I was just like, did he do that? That's crazy.
support
But
him.
yes, it was very good.
I thought Phil's channel was about gaming. It seems like he's complaining. He's dipped his toe really into the drama stuff because he's already admitted recently that his drama views go way, way, way up.
That's where the money is right now. That's where the Kino people want that. So in order to keep those people around, he has to at least just go every now and again, hey, here's some drama, stick around.
Build them up. Why wouldn't they do that? Don't you think that my fan base would? Of course they would. If this was DSP versus LTG, my side would be well supported. People would be positive and happy to see it happen. They'd be ecstatic. They'd be so hyped.
But Phil, you're not looking at it in the opposite way of you went on side scrollers and your audience was not that way. And that's a bigger platform than you versus LTG.
Stream, right now the stream has 500 so viewers. This stream would have 1,500, 2,000 viewers.
That's what happened with Keem.
Mm-hmm. And what did you get?
If I was playing against you in Street Fighter, if I had you on the show, the stream would be blown up. So why doesn't that happen on your end, Mr. Sparrow, Mr. Tweety Bird? Why doesn't that happen on...
This guy is so lame.
He's the lamest dude. He is a lame dad without a kid. Cause a 4-year-old hearing their dad say that would cringe and laugh.
Okay, what is the... Because I'm not an LTG guy. What is the Sparrow thing?
That's his last name.
Okay. So, all he did was just went, another bird, a small bird, Tweety Bird, Mr. Sparrow, Mr. Tweety Bird. And you know that was prepared.
Oh, for sure. He couldn't even go with like Jack Sparrow of, you were the worst streamer I've ever heard of, but at least I've heard of you.
Oh, got him. Dude, what does he think that is? LTG does not care about you. What do you think he's gonna be? Tweety Bird, how dare you? Of course I'm gonna come on your stream now. And after all this time, if he does come on your stream, it's not gonna be
Hello,
simple.
sir.
Hello, sir. Hey, how you doing, DSP? What you want to talk about? It's not gonna be that. It's gonna be like, you muffin slimy biscuit. What did you call me? You broke boy. Fix your hairline.
I like how you changed your wardrobe because of me.
Your whole life, your mindset. What I would do if I was LTG was just cordial, civil for like 5 minutes, get him into a false sense of security, and then after 5 minutes, just start yelling slurs. Just to see him scramble to try to get him. You would fire off at least 15 of them before you figured out how to disconnect.
He would be going crazy.
Just fire them off.
On your end, I want you to think about that. I wonder why people don't support me positively when I do content. Maybe if you can figure out the answer, maybe you could improve yourself.
Okay,
right?
so you don't have the answer. You're smugly going. You need to just go. Why did this happen? You figure it out. What's the answer, Phil? You don't watch his content. You don't know who this dude is. You don't know what kind of audience he's cultivated. So why don't they give him money? You don't know why your audience don't give you money. So you can't put that on another creator. This dude is so crazy with this. What does he want for this? What is the end goal? All he wants is another, I'm building bridges. It is a notch on his belt. That's what the Medicare thing is. This dude made fun of me and now we're cool. That's what the Keemstar is. That's what everybody is. Because all the people that he's invited on has slighted him in some way other than June, which he can get another boost from.
Hello, Mr. Modale Lonsparrow. Can you play games with me for free?
For free! Potentially! But he just go, LTG has beef with everybody except me because I'm a good guy. It's all just a notch on his belt. It's not, He's not interviewing Brian or Jake James Lugo or somebody that he has a passing interest in. No, it's all people that you can just go, DSP, you have done this to me, DSP, and now I want to get my gotcha on you. Keem, do you remember when you said that? What happened to all that energy when he was right in front of you? You went, oh, you want to come on my podcast? Give me $50,000 or you can come on for free. But he was just like, Keem, do you remember when this happened? You remember, don't you? Ruffles paper. You remember this? Where was all that energy when you were calling that man sir? That's all you want. You want a big man on your time in your yard, but then when somebody steps in front of your house, it's howdy neighbor. Nah, you can't do that.
On top of that, he wants to put pressure on other people that, hey, I've made amends with this person, this person, this person.
Yes.
So if you're not willing to make amends with me, it's clearly you being the problem, not me.
That's exactly what the Keem thing is. Because Craig was just like, you have issues with Keem, and he didn't tell you go yourself. He goes, no, Keem was very cordial. Like, well, he should have. So it's just like, oh, you seen it here? You got, so that's your barometer is Keemstar. He was cordial, but Craig isn't. Figure that out. Keem is a known drama, man. Craig isn't. Oh, man, Craig is the issue.
But that's something you have to figure out, right? But we can talk about all kinds of shit. Don't you think that people would like support that guy and give him some income?
Give me income. God.
That's all he can do is laugh.
Oh, man.
Why is it funny? It doesn't even make sense. He laughs because he has no answer. He laughs like it's a joke when he has absolutely no valid response to what I'm saying. But
No.
I say, wouldn't
It's
He
completely
finds it funny.
It's ridiculous for you to just baselessly claim that if this happens, you will get $5,000.
Yeah, it'd be like if I told you, Phil, go to this place, go to the Burger King you went to, and you'll get $5,000 if you get there by 3 p.m. on a Tuesday.
No matter what happens, if somebody said DSP go on Lol Cow Live and people will give you $5,000, you think he would go?
Oh,
no,
absolutely
he would not
not.
go. But it works for some reason for LTG.
you make income if we did it? And then he can't respond because either his response is no, I wouldn't because my supporters actually don't support me. I didn't make big money on my previous collab.
If he's got that many subs on Twitch, I would assume his supporters are supporting him.
Right? Or the fact that he got exposed that he needs the money bad and that's why he's demanding it up front. Like he has no answer, so he laughs. He's trying to think so hard and he said, like, how do I come back to that and not look like a complete idiot?
This dude's lucky I'm not a standard black.
Phil, he said he would beat the shit out of you. He would destroy you either verbally or physically.
I don't even want to know what that means. I really
Alfonso Rodriguez says, isn't LTG 200K in debt?
Oh, for sure. But Phil was like 500K in debt.
On here just...
why did you do that? Yo, it's Mac. Sean McAllister, yo. The token black is here.
Why did we need that, yo?
You know why? Standard black.
all types of paper trails, receipts. And just...
For what? Who's asking for paper trails and receipts? What is he talking about? When did I say open your bank account? What are you doing right now? You're on stream, supposedly making content for your audience. You're staring down at your phone or something. Dude, this is boring as fuck.
Because he doesn't care about you,
Phil,
or whatever you saying.
You've done that so many times. You've literally left your stream going while you go check on your delivery or something.
People want to hear you watch and respond, not fucking sit there looking at something else. What are you doing? Right? He probably is checking.
Phil, we've seen you look at stream chat while you're watching and responding to a thing.
You have no idea about his the depths that his react stuff goes.
Of course
so
I don't.
he is sitting there watching things.
Okay then.
Checking his income. How much you want to bet? He's like, oh shit, I wonder how much money I actually have because, you know, I'm actually probably broke. I need to see if I'm...
He's thinking all this stuff instead of just going
tale coming from
whatever this crunchy and biscuit is saying. It don't matter to me. I don't care. He might have a text. He might just be looking at you. It don't matter what he's doing. But this ain't it. You aren't doing anything by going, yeah, he's checking his income because he's broke.
Shit, I wonder how much money I actually have because, you know, I'm actually probably broke. I need to see if I'm in the red today. Let me check my bank account while this is playing.
Why are you smiling about this?
Especially when he's talked about him waking up to overdraft fees. Especially when the bankruptcy shows multiple overdraft fees. Because he's on top right now, he can laugh at the broke boys when this was him not 2 months ago.
Guys, please support.
It's crazy that he thinks he's doing something by this and he's laughing like he's saying something.
Because would he be acting like this if he was still making $40 a stream?
He wouldn't even be interacting with LTG, but he's on the up and up and he can benefit by interacting with LTG. So he has to. Now, if he looks weak, now the Kino guys might think he looks weak, so that's less King stuff that he can do. It's always projection.
Like, nobody could ever come in here and calculate anything about me. Nobody knows me personally.
No one cares, but no one wants to. You're the one who's making financial demands.
You can't! Because you literally said to June that, you know, all that money they calculated, they don't really know. They don't know about the fees behind the scenes. The
piece of piece calculates the fees.
The chargebacks and all.
He accounts for that as well.
No!
and he said, because he did a reaction to the end of that whole end stream that Phil did. He goes, yeah, I calculated for this. I calculated for chargeback. I calculated for this. This is low balling, and even if it wasn't low balling, what the chargebacks is minus $1,000 or $2. You're still talking about like $4,000 or $5,000 a month.
No one wants to care about how much money you make, but when you say, pay me this up front, pay me this up front, pay me this up front, it insinuates you need the money.
You did that with Keem.
$50,000 up front.
Or you could come on for free. You demanded money from Keem. Were you just razzing him? You absolute... Oh!
Would Phil go on LTG stream?
Would he? Why does it have to be on his stream?
If LTG if LTG went, Phil, you can come on my stream, you are not allowed to restream it.
He would say no. Because he does this is a power play.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what he wants. He wants you to not humble yourself, but go against what you said because I'm such a good guy.
He wants people to lower themselves to his level.
You're desperate for the money or you wouldn't ask for it up front. It's your fault that people are saying this shit now.
Nobody's had a conversation.
Who are these people? You're saying this. I'm not walking around like, dang, LTG broke because he asked for that $5,000 up front. If anything, I'll say he's broke because of those leaks.
Conversation about me.
No one's pocket watching. I don't care how much money you make, but stop.
You talk just not on this stream about how many subs he has. Last stream, you talked about he has almost 4,000 subs, so that means that he's making blah, blah, blah a month. Mm-hmm. You said this. You calculated how much he's making.
Asking for money up front to do something then, and be a man about it. Stop lying to everybody.
And this be a man stuff.
That is so you were not a man for 11 years with that WWE Champions thing?
That is one way to absolutely look at it because he was factually lying.
So what were you in those 11 years, Phil, of lying?
But this just be a man stuff. It's just childhood, kindergarten stuff of, no, I am a man. I am going to come on your... Yeah. What? That's the only thing that he wants out of this.
He wants to question... He questioned, like, everybody's masculinity. He wants to act like he's this big masculine dude. If you don't demand something, be a man. Let's have a man-to-man conversation.
All it is, it's lying and coping and excuses.
You coping. Use the coper.
Even Alexa started talking. Alexa, stop.
Oh, even Alexa was pocket watching. Alexa was trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking
Don't
about.
use pocket watch
She's in the
you
next
don't know
room.
what it means.
Mr. Sparrow, you're full of bullshit, Mr. Sparrow. Why are you fucking lying again, Mr. Sparrow? She's like, oh.
What did he lie about? What was he lying about, Phil?
He explained the reason why he doesn't want to go on your show. He does not see the benefit in it, and all you can offer is a fictitious potential benefit.
As opposed to the hard benefit of, yes, I will pay you.
Alexa, stop that.
Dude, he's him using coping and all these other things that he's just constantly just saying. It's just young people speak that he's just peppering in, and it makes him look so.
He's gonna start working in something like Cap, and it's gonna be a wrap. Oh, does she have Riz?
LTG is capping on this.
Why don't you go look at the skibbity toilet, huh? Phil, no.
Even this AI in his house is against him.
Other than that, stop talking to me about money and all this revenue and all that type of shit.
No one is. You
are. In the same stream, in the same section of this podcast.
You would make money instead of the guarantee you PayPal him 5K. It's like, well, you would make money based upon nothing. Oh yeah,
No.
5 bands.
Notera says,
I don't know what the
dude didn't even know what a band meant. One time someone donated to ask him to throw it back and he had no idea.
Because he is slowly understand. Cope is an easy thing to understand.
Yeah.
But something like that is too beyond his pay grade, so he just leans in. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the 5 bands thing was really oof.
No one is. You are. You're the one asking for money, which means you need it. No one.
You just said how many subs he had.
Yes.
To start this.
Asks for something and demands something they don't
all the
need.
time Phil does that.
Like, how do you not? Again, does common sense not jive with this guy's brain? You've created the dialogue, not me. I don't care how much you make. I'm sorry, I don't believe you.
I don't care how much you make. You're broke. That's why you're asking for this.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I totally don't believe you.
I mean, I did that just out of love for Destiny. That's why I did the little collab with him. I just like.
Did you hear what he just said? He did the collab with Destiny out of love for him. That's probably the worst thing you could have said. Is he not
No, he
aware?
respects him.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to see if he thinks that he loves him or something.
That's probably the worst.
Yeah, it was so moist.
Collab with Destiny out of love for him. That's probably the worst thing you could have said. Is he not aware that in the last year, Destiny has been like fucking embarrassed and felted left and right? I guess he didn't pay any attention to that, right?
Does it matter? It don't matter. The Kino guys came up to you when you've been embarrassed and felt it for 15 years. It don't matter. And what was he embarrassed about, Phil?
How did he get felted?
Or do you just have a general negative knowledge about Destiny and you have no specific things to point to?
You're acting like he said I did that Dr. Disrespect thing out of love.
You didn't miss much, Hope.
Right? He's trying to get to intellectual discussions with people. People are wiping the floor with him. He's got a whole...
When? In what way was he wiped the floor? In what way, Phil?
Which debate? What are you talking about, Phil?
What did he say that was stupid? How did the other person felt him?
Hey, he lost some debates. Wow!
Oh my goodness! When you do that so much, it's bound to happen.
Drama arc going on with his relationship. He's got all this fucking stuff going on. He thinks, oh, I love Destiny. I got to collab with that guy.
I respect this person,
yeah.
So I'm gonna give him my time. I do not respect you, so come out the pockets.
It's not hard. It's the literal easy.
Oh no! Didn't Phil make fun of him for laughing as a response, and now Phil is laughing as a response? That was old Phil. He's changed now.
Yeah, no. You can't expect Phil to remember things minute by minute.
Dude, what on earth are you talking about? Sure. You totally didn't do it because you thought it was going to give you a boost. You did it because you love Destiny.
Out of love, respect. He
Yes.
doesn't understand lingo.
No,
Because he doesn't leave his house. He doesn't interact with actual humans.
And that's what June said when that absolutely pathetic interview that they did where he just goes, Phil, you would benefit for talking to more people.
Yes.
And he goes, yeah, I have been talking to people. Craig is like, no. People who don't know you as DarksydePhil.
Yep.
He had nothing.
Really, really embarrassing thing to say. And I understand that. If you've done a bunch of collabs and none of them panned out, and you really, I mean, because what it is you can tell as he talks, there's this persona and this bullshit he protrudes forward.
That's you.
He does not understand the mirror he's looking into.
You don't believe in the king stuff. You simply don't. You said this. All that is a persona because these people like it and they will give you money when you go the king taxes and then you do the dumb coin thing.
Why is our thing still doing that?
Is it still super bright?
Yeah, I guess so. That's so weird.
I'm rich. I make all these bands, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden the truth comes through. Man, I did all these
download the Craig stuff now. Because we can't be doing that.
Collabs in the past and I got nothing out of it. Right? That's the truth. That's all he has to say. Literally all he has to say is, listen, DSP.
Firefox?
Firefox did that thing where it would crash sometimes.
Yes.
I don't want to do a collab with you because I've done collabs in the past. They don't work out. I never get anything out of it, whether it's money, whether it's popularity, a boost. I never get anything out of it whatsoever. And because of that, I'm afraid of doing another one because it looks like it never works out. So it's like, I kind of understand. So what he's saying?
No, he respected the people that asked him to come on, so he did. But Phil, you are a piece of garbage that has talked a lot of about him. So now you gotta pay for my time.
Just fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. This would be what, his 4th, 5th collab that he doesn't think he's going to get anything out of it. So, all right, so here's the question.
And you have nothing to offer him. And you have no reason, there's nothing saying that would happen.
Guy any money. He doesn't deserve it, all right? But how do we guarantee this man that he gets something out of it, right? How? How do we do that? Right? That's the question.
Just go.
Everyone wants to see me either play him in
It's an hour. I'm trying to get.
No, we can skip through it.
Okay.
Fighter or interview him or whatever. So how do you do that, right? That's what we got to really figure out. And I think that's the discussion we should begin. Like, how do we get this guy some kind of a guaranteed benefit? So if he actually does it, he'll get something out of it. That I can, you know what? I can completely and utterly 100% understand that. That I don't think I have an issue with whatsoever. But I just wish that this guy tell the truth.
You lied for 10 years.
Like, it's so ridiculous that now all of a sudden Phil needs to be, hey, can you just tell the truth?
Like, that's what's important is the truth.
Because he doesn't. That's the problem. If he would just say what it is that the problem is, then I think people would understand. But he's like,
okay, let's say he says, Phil, give me $5K to appear on your because I need the money. Would you give him $5K?
No, he would not.
He would just use it as
But what does that do? He goes, okay, you do need the money. Either you shut up about it and just go, I feel bad for this dude, or do you make fun of him because he needs the money? But either way, he's not appearing, and we're just back to here where he just doesn't appear.
He so mixes it with so much bullshit, you can't even get to the point. Like, look,
he doesn't. He said that I don't see a benefit in interacting with you. I also don't like you enough to do it for free. That's all it is. So make it worth my while by giving me my money. Don't promise me that money may come in the future.
It took so long to get to this part to actually figure out what he was saying. And now we kind of get it, right? The problem is there's another 11 minutes. Do you really think I'm going to listen to another 11 minutes of this?
I need, you know what? Instead of 5, now I need 25,000.
Oh my goodness.
That is the fakest laugh I have ever heard from Phil.
Oh my
God. The price just went up.
Dude, stop. This is so bad.
This is so fake. Yo.
And also laughing because you don't have a response.
The price just went up. It's not my passion.
Stop.
Simple. So give me
Is he still? Did you rewind or is he still going?
Henry Bailey says, that is fake as hell.
It's crazy.
He thinks he's worth $25,000.
Anybody is worth anything that somebody's worth willing to pay. There was a time where 2 Chainz was it was something like $100,000 for a feature from him. I don't personally believe 2 Chainz is worth $100,000 for a verse and a hook, but people paid that fee because they believed he was.
You need that like that. No, if that's an alarm, that'll get you right up. But what do you think that LTG is worth based upon your 0 interactions with him, Phil?
0.
You have no information about this guy other than he lost to that dude, Visan. That's all that you have. So what is he worth? Phil, what are you worth?
This guy actually thinks he's worth $25,000.
This guy's telling me, of all people, how content creation works on the internet.
Yeah, obviously I have to. I mean, you tried it your way and you got banned from every single platform. You hide your content after you make it. I'm pretty sure I know how to make content better than you. You know, I've been around 16 years. I'm not going anywhere. And you're hiding in a little corner of the internet because you're not welcome anywhere. I'm pretty sure I know how to make content better than you, Mr. Sparrow.
Keemstar offered me an undisclosed amount that was way more than $50K to do XYZ. I'm gonna just leave it at that, though. Nobody offers me anything. I'm just a bum, guys.
Look at him. He's so
You heard what he just said.
He's disgusting. I hate this dude so much.
You heard exactly what he just said, right? You just heard that. That was out of his mouth. I didn't create that clip. He made that clip.
And this dude, and he has such a fascination nowadays with people owning and felting themselves. It's just, you did it to yourself. You did it to yourself. You said it. You sent this. You whatever. You did this to yourself. And he has such that fascination. He said it. I didn't do it. Oh, you were looking up what to do?
Yeah. It looks like HDR is what does it.
Was HDR? Why was HDR? What is HDR?
HDR is a thing that gives you really like bright, it makes the brights brighter and the darks darker. It's mostly used for video games and stuff like that.
Oh, yep, that was it.
Yep.
Crazy. Why'd you turn it on?
Because I was playing a video game with HDR on.
Playing a video game.
Oh my
God.
God.
The state of you.
No way.
Ruining our stream.
There's no way you're cooking me for playing a video game.
That's right.
What a rube. What a fucking rube.
There's no way he just said the word rube unironically.
That's another one.
Doesn't know that I talked to Keemstar. He thinks, like I can't verify anything. He's a rube. Now, I'm not
he doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about, even if it was a lie. What if you, okay, yeah, he lied. Okay, that's one lie against your 10 years of lying.
Show you a Keemstar DM, but I'm going to read it word for word. You ready?
What is functionally the difference there? I'm going to read it word for word versus showing it.
I said last night to Keemstar, did you know LTG is saying you offered him undisclosed amounts and apparently he refused you? I find it very hard to believe considering you're public with your projects and that's pretty dishonest. Not that I'm trying to stir up drama or anything, laughing out loud. And I showed him the clip.
Disgusting.
There's no way he said laughing out loud. And that means you've seen this clip already.
Just about to say. So that means that the laugh was double, triple fake.
Oh yeah, because he's already seen this clip. He already knows what's coming up. He's already refuted everything in his head because he's already seen the clip to write everything down. This guy sucks.
That's so lame. And you going behind the scenes and just go, hey, Keem, is this true? Now, what if Keem said that was true? Now what?
And Keem responded. And here's what Keem says. I was trying to set up LTG with a boxing match. Okay, so it must have been that.
It must have been that happy punch thing. Phil said in his reply, in his post to Keem, I know how public you are with this. That's why I think he's lying. But there was no public information about this boxing. So you are wrong in your assertion that LTG was offered nothing because you have based upon your information of Keem puts this out on in the public, therefore he wasn't offered anything because we would have known about it.
Happy Punch. So basically, after Boogie and Wings,
It seems like he was offered something.
Yeah.
boxed, he wanted to have LTG box someone at Happy Punch. I don't remember what the offer was, but I don't think that's what he's saying here. So what Keem is saying is there's no way that's what he offered him.
That's not what Holy crap!
I don't remember the offer.
But I don't think that's what it is. And that's what Keem is saying. I'm going to rephrase my previous sentence of what Keem meant to say was, that's a full-faced lie, and LTG is a coon. That's what that's what Keem said, not me. Go back. Go back to this blatant reframing.
He wanted to have LTG box someone at Happy Punch. I don't remember what the offer was, but I don't think that's what he's saying here. So what Keem is saying is there's no way that's what he offered him.
And also,
that's crazy rephrase. Dude, he literally read those words, absorbed the information, and went, oh no, he's lying. I don't remember the offer.
Dude. And Keem said, I don't think that's what he's talking about here. So there might have been something else. What a bad, he looks so potato-headed.
All right. And I responded, I guarantee you it is. He's grossly over-exaggerating as he always does. So the truth of the matter is, no,
Phil, what is he exaggerated about?
How does he have skinny arms, but still like that fat there in the crease of the elbow?
PG, you weren't offered way more than 50K.
You don't have that information. You have Keem going, I don't recollect what the money was.
And I don't recollect what the project was for.
He didn't say that, nah, I wouldn't have offered him that much. It was way less. He didn't say anything like that. He was like, I don't even remember. That is not
so he's lying. I don't remember the amount. Oh, so he's lying. Okay, cool.
He
thanks.
read these words. It was just like, I have to reframe this that LTG is lying. You see, Keem said this thing that Keem didn't say.
I can't believe this dude.
To go on Happy Punch because Boogie and Wings went on Happy Punch, and how much did they make? Anyone know how much money they made? It wasn't 50K, I can tell you that.
No, because they were fat guys doing fat guy. It was a mud wrestling match. It was a clown show. It lasted all of 5 minutes when no dude's pants fell down, and that was it. This dude is physically fit. He can go a couple rounds. Presumably, he's a bigger name than Boogie and Wings.
He may have main evented. They were a heavy undercard.
This could be a physical fight as opposed to two fat guys just hitting each other slightly.
People, I think, was it 10K? People are saying it was 10K. He offers 10K for boxing.
No, you can't assume that he offers 10K for every single boxer out there.
Exactly.
That's crazy. That's like saying, hey, the UFC paid this undercard dude 500K, so that's what all UFC people make in their fights. That's not the case.
Boogie and Wings are happy to get that. They move on. LTG might have negotiated for more.
Right? He outright is telling me right in this DM, no, that's not what this is. Like,
he didn't outright tell you that at all.
You supplanted that he meant Happy Punch when Keem said, I don't think that's what he's talking about. So you don't know the project. Nope. You don't know the amount. Keem doesn't know the project. Keem doesn't know the amount. But now he's lying because it was about Happy Punch, and Happy Punch people get paid 10K.
LTG was lying, though. That is the end results.
There's no way he offered him that. If it was, he doesn't remember specifically what he offered him, but that can't be what he's referencing. Well, then what is he referencing? Because it doesn't exist.
It could have been a podcast. It could have been him out on the streets. It could have been him going to an FGC event for an exhibition. It could have been 1,000 things.
It could have been anything.
Keem doesn't just do boxing. He could have set up a bunch of it could have been some reality show. It could have been some Mr. Beast type thing. Tug collar.
only association Keem ever had with LTG was offering him a happy punch boxing match. And that's
Keem say
that is not
that?
what Keem said. This dude, the ability to warp reality is just to get an own on somebody.
10K. So you're caught, dude. Red-handed. You're an idiot. The moment that you open your mouth about dumb shit like this, you're fucked. You should have just kept your mouth shut instead of, this is his web of lies. All he had to do was say, I want a way to benefit from the collab. That's all he had to say.
That's basically what he said.
Yes, give me money and I'll do it.
That's the benefit to me.
Not everybody does an hour pre-stream on every question. Superbly long-winded, as June said.
What a
Buried in these 3 DMs for my one question of, Ayo, you said it was this amount, and this guy said this amount. Buried through all of this was 2 simple words. I misspoke, and that's the answer. Not everybody gives a pre-stream. You want me to do this? Give me $5,000. What Phil wanted was give me $5,000 because other things where I've been on other people's shows have not benefited me. No, simply give me $5,000 because I want $5,000 for my appearance because you're going to benefit and I'm not going to benefit. That should just tell you everything that you want. So Phil, you either go, I am not willing to pay you that, good day, sir, firm handshakes, or
all around.
Or you pay him that, or secret third option, you just try to question his manhood until he comes on your show and does what? He's not gonna be cordial if he comes on the show.
All right, so this Mayo Sapien was talking to me.
And that was your fault for doing in 15 hours on that video, Leo.
Yeah, y'all went crazy last night. Holy.
A way to benefit from the collab, and then we can work on that and figure it out. Instead, you make up all these bullshit excuses. I was offered $50K to be a part of a podcast. You were likely offered $10K.
You said I never got that offer.
Oh, what happened to that?
You said I never heard anything about $50K.
But now he uses that just like Keem offered me $50K, but you said that it wasn't real. You said that he didn't offer you that. You're either lying then or you're lying now. Either way, you are lying and you're a provable, factual liar.
Did you have?
And he's going, Keem offered you probably $10K for the Happy Punch thing. So he's basing that on previous amounts of money, basing that on the boxing match thing, which Keem was just like, I don't think this is what he's talking about. You're just extrapolating all this stuff to be like, based upon this and this is that circumstantial evidence that he's talking about.
Always.
That he always talks about. Based upon Keem doing boxing stuff and him mentioning the boxing stuff, and people getting 10K, it must mean that you were also offered 10K for the boxing thing, when that could or could not be the truth, when Keem said, I don't think that's what this was.
9 hours is crazy. As people that have done 12 hours.
Punch, and you turned it down, but now you lie about it a year later like no one's gonna know. Everyone fucking knows everything.
Everybody knows everything, which is why you had to DM Keemstar to ask him that.
Everybody knows everything. That's why you lied for 10 years about champions.
And are currently lying about champions. The fact that this crunchy biscuit wants $1,000 to rip a pre-ripped green shirt that he wrote down Philomania on. The fact that he wants $1,000 for that, I will never get over that.
He's just a piece of garbage.
It's nuts.
Everyone knows. All right, let me do something here. Let's zoom in. Let's enhance. Take a look at his setup. I'm gonna say this again. Those felt squares that are behind him, you can buy those in a pack of 12 to 20 for about $25.
And they work for him.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
More money does not equal more quality, Phil. You can buy an $80 microphone that's as good as a $150 microphone. Headphones? Do you think Beats earbuds are worth $170 and something last gen Samsung Pro Evo whatever aren't comparable quality for like $60?
And also in this muff's room, he's got donated TV, donated game consoles, donated computer,
donated in artwork, donated figures,
donated headphones that his fat wife ain't gonna use.
You can buy them everywhere. They're very common on the internet. All right, you just use two-sided tape to hang them. There's no kind of rack. Or
What's
whatever.
the problem, Phil? Are you saying that they don't work? Are you saying that there's a lot of background noise? What are you saying? What's just the problem with that? If it works, what's the problem?
Yeah.
But he
If
just has
you can buy a $8 pack of organic garlic powder, or you can go to Walmart and get a pack for $1. It's still gonna make my burger taste good.
Yep, and that's all I care about. If it makes my burger taste 0.5% better, is that worth the extra $8 I paid for it? Absolutely not. Money for Project 7 scam.
willy-nilly on his wall there. So that entire backdrop there is probably $60 maybe. I mean, we're pushing it.
I thought you weren't pocket
I was
watching.
just about to say this. Muff, set up watching.
It's so annoying when he does stuff like, what does he think he's doing there? Because you talk about all detractors when you clip this, make sure to clip this number that I got $150. You're showing 3,800 subs. And you're saying he doesn't have money? He doesn't have money that he's willing to spend because this works.
That's what, $7,000 a month after the fees are taken out and such? That's a good amount of money monthly, Phil, every month.
This is purely just with the subs.
Yeah,
no
we're not
bits,
talking about
no
bits,
direct donations.
tips, nothing. Just, hey, you are subscribing to me, 3,700 people.
And if that's a monthly goal, the month ain't even over yet.
Yeah, we're halfway through the month.
Because I've actually seen websites, you can believe it, there's websites that give that out for free. Like they'll do a free trial to the website and they'll just send you a pack of like 40 of those for free.
Cool.
So
if it works, that's great. I got a free soundproofing that is 10% worse than the $300 ones that's behind you. Great. Cool.
If even that, because we don't know. Because your setup doesn't sound much different than those phone boys you had that were like $30.
Maybe he got it free. You don't even know, right? But I'm just saying, like, this backdrop is cheap. You know what this backdrop is? This is the Elgato foam backdrop.
Name brand. Numbers. I paid this much for it, so it must be quality.
Hey, some of my favorite shirts, I bought in a pack of 10 for $40. I don't care.
It doesn't matter.
I got a bunch of Adidas recently because they were 90% off. I don't like it.
Phil, your setup is worse. You have to twist your head manually to update the tip's goal. He made a mistake earlier, I think it was yesterday or the day before, because he has 2 mouses, he has 2 keyboards, and he was pressing the wrong stuff.
Oh yeah, he does that constantly. I keep pressing the wrong keyboard.
6 of these panels is between $50 to $80. Okay? My whole wall is covered in them. It looks good. It pops on camera, right? His light.
How does it pop on camera, Phil? It's a white background with some blue above it.
You would not know that it was there if you didn't know that it was there.
I would think you had like a flag above your head or something. It pops on. This is trying to pour shame? Absolutely, that's what he's doing.
For some reason,
You are a poor piece of garbage with $30 setups.
and he could not say this before the Kino stuff. It would just be his old stuff that he's had since he moved there.
Lighting is like a dorm room lamp. You see that? He doesn't have a ring light. He doesn't have
that light that we talked about when he did the room tour. That's the light that he was using before the ring light. He was using that for almost 6-7 years.
Yep.
He's just talking to himself from a year ago, but he's better now.
It took him 16 years to get better, but he's better now.
And now he can look down on you and spit on you.
Studio lighting. He's got like a dorm room lamp in there, and you can't see anything, right? I have good lighting in the front, and
Donate it.
a lighting system behind me that's moving,
Donate it.
that changes colors. You could tell what day. If you had bands, if you had money, you would spend it on your setup.
Man, LTG has fitting frames.
Day. If you had bands, if you had money, you would spend it on your setup.
No, you wouldn't, because it could be going to bills, Phil, because that's what it was for you for 13 years.
You couldn't
14
upgrade
years.
anything because it was going elsewhere.
Half of you is donated. Because you go, man, I sure these headphones hurt my ears. I sure would like some neck foam. Oh, man, the new computer. This computer is dying. I guess I need it. Oh, man, Stop saying bands, Phil.
And people would be able to see everything there. It would look good.
He really got that life-changing gawk. And if it stops, he's going to be right back to...
The day that he has to sadly erase the king part of the king's tips is going to be one of my favorite days. Because it's just going to be days and days of not hitting it. He's just going to be like, this is over. And then we're going to come back.
Says,
Crown is
King
going.
Of hand-me-downs.
King of hand-me-down. King of begging.
Somebody was just like, yeah, I bought an Xbox Series S and I just wasn't using
Series
it.
X.
I wasn't using it, so I'm just going to send it to you. What's your address? And he just got it. Somebody was just like, yeah, I just sent you a computer. And he's shaming other people when he does not know their financial situation.
No.
And again, all of this is for the purpose of getting LTG on your stream. You're calling him a broke boy. You calling him all sorts of basically calling him a monkey.
Yeah, in so many words.
You're doing all this stuff. You're going, you don't care about your streams. You've been kicked off of all this. You're doing all this stuff. And now come onto my stream so that we can talk about what exactly? So that we can play fighting games? For what purpose exactly?
Good. Your setup looks awful. It's legit bad. Like legit really fucking bad. You need a better webcam, you need better lighting, you need
Your
backdrop.
webcam was donated.
Your lighting was donated, Phil. You can't be doing this, buddy.
Lighting, you need a good fucking soundproofing system that looks good on your wall. You need to put effort in. Right? Then people wouldn't say this guy's broke. Because when you see
who's saying he's broke, you are when you're basing this off of nothing other than the circumstantial evidence of he's asking me for money, therefore he must need the money. That's all this is. You don't know his audience. You don't know who's calling him a broke boy.
Phil, if Jeff Keighley was like, I will go on any podcast for $5,000, would you go, Jeff Keighley clearly needs the money? Any celebrity, any big celebrity, and Drake, if Drake went, I go on podcast for $5,000, would you go, well, Drake must be broke?
Phil ended the stream, his pre-stream with $12 in tips.
Big ups! And guess what? I tuned in to his the very end of his stream last night, right when he was closing out. Now guys, tomorrow I hope we get some money on that pre-stream because I don't make a lot of money once we start the react content. That streak is ending.
Can you go to Evil AJ's Twitter real quick? Yep. Because he showed off. Phil has sample merch of his new shirts.
No, he's doing merch.
Yes,
no,
he's doing shirts and stuff.
Oh no!
And he has samples. Not that. That's one. That's the other.
Okay, so
we're putting it on stream. Hold your comment.
I just wanted to know where it was exactly.
Oh, you should have gone to a new tab.
Oh, did I not? That's my mistake.
So,
oh, it's way down there.
Shouldn't be.
Why is it showing?
What is going on?
Oh, it must be because of me not being signed in. Yo, YouTube's, Twitter sucks. Yeah, this is goofy. It's all out of whack.
What is going on?
Oh, this. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to do it. The post itself.
So that's a logo that he already has slapped onto a shirt. Excellent. Big ups. Buy this. All it says is your name, nothing else.
It's not even a good logo.
This is a shockingly yellow shirt.
Unknown Gaming XL says, Phil LTG, you a broke boy.
Boy, he needs to bring out the Colonel Sanders and hit him with that boy. But this is a picture that he's already had that somebody, the logo was given to him. He did not pay the artist.
Yeah.
This given to him, did not pay the artist. Also has that DSP Gaming again. Did not pay the artist.
Big ups.
This tells me nothing. I would not buy that shirt. I would not buy a yellow shirt with a pink person with a pink gi. Those colors are clashing like it ain't nobody's business. This is a very bad shirt. I would not purchase this. This dude is gonna make 3 sales.
Yeah.
So I spent it on the setup. Did I not? Is that the first thing I did? You got to need better webcam, you need better lighting, you need backdrop lighting,
because they
you
believe
need a good
themselves to
fucking
be his literal
Can't
friends.
see anything,
Yeah, that's
right. I have
that June interview
just colors,
was very telling.
Setup, and people would be able to see everything there. It would look good. Your setup looks awful. It's legit bad, like legit really fucking bad. You need a better webcam, you need better lighting, you need backdrop lighting, you need a good fucking soundproofing system that looks good on your wall. You need to put effort in, right? Then people wouldn't say this guy's broke. Because when you see shit like that, you think you're broke. Isn't it not true that as soon as I started making money this year, I spent it on the setup? Did I not? Is that the first thing I did?
What did you spend it on? You spent it on that dumb projector thing, which is sub $200. You know, whatever, blah blah blah. You spent it on the soundproofing, which you didn't need. Yours was working fine, but you wanted to copy PPP and Andy. You got a $10-15 crown that you said did not fit your head, so you threw it away. You got a Philomania bandana, which is so large. It's a tablecloth, so you just threw it on there. That's sub $200. You spend less than $300.
Started improving my setup. So if you're making all this money, why the fuck don't you make a good setup so you look professional?
He doesn't want to look professional. What if he doesn't want to look professional?
Or he thinks that he already looks professional.
Or he thinks this is as good as he needs to be.
Or he just doesn't care because your focus shouldn't be on my background. It should be on me. Phil, when was the last time that you played a Mega Man game? Why do you have a Mega Man thing behind you? Sonic? Same thing with Sonic. It's just a mismatch of things in the background.
It's visual noise in the background.
It's not like a bunch of figures. You go, okay, that's a bunch of figures. They have a bunch of figures laid out behind them. No, it's a big painting. It's a bunch of scrolling pictures. It's a man, because that's all it says. A Tesla, game over.
A Blanca figure.
A crown and Sonic.
They're looking like a bum in your Covenant shirt, your own shirt.
Phil, you've worn your shirts on stream.
He's literally drunk out of the mugs that has come from him.
But the reason he doesn't anymore is because of the dude that you're shitting on. He mifed you so bad you don't wear your own shirts anymore. Look at this. You're wearing that Salvation Army Goodwill. And not banging on them or when you shop on them. Absolutely, don't matter. But you can't talk about him like that.
You can't be Big Balls Ballin' Burnell with a shirt that you spent $13 on
and a bunch of donated stuff. And I don't know if this was purposeful that he picked this quick memeology, but that's his shirt that he's wearing.
It's this simple. It's DSP's how
and
to fix
what
your
did he
image.
think? What did he think he was accomplishing by pointing out that LTG is wearing his own shirt? If we had merch, I would wear that.
Absolutely. Anytime you saw me on stream, I'd wear that shit.
Because if I'm gonna put it on a shirt, it's gonna be something that I would think is of good quality.
Cameron
So
Bailey
of course
says,
I would wear it.
This motherfucker is the definition
Oh,
of hypocritical.
absolutely.
There's no other. There's nothing else.
I've
It's so clear.
I have an idea for pause for a while where the U is like broken up with the pause symbol on both sides. I've thought about that for a while. I would absolutely wear that shirt.
It's this simple. It's DSP's How to Fix Your Image seminar. All right. If you don't want
Phil,
So lame.
you are an ugly man in a terrible shirt with a bunch of donated crap behind you and a misshapen beard.
LTG told you how to fix your image, and you did. Keem told you how to fix your image, and you did.
want people to think you're broke, don't present yourself as broke to the public. Get rid of your Dollar General felt background. Put your fucking LED strips up where people can see them. Buy a light. Buy a backdrop light. All the things that everyone else does.
Do
everything else everyone else
He was ragging on, I don't want to have a green screen because everybody has a green screen. Now it's do everything that everybody else is doing. Conform.
Conform when I think it's something that's beneficial to me that I'm already setting up.
That make your setup look good.
He's
fucking
also balding, yes.
Do something to present yourself well to the internet, and no one will keep saying you're broke. All right, it's all you got to do.
Even if you look rich, if moms go, oh, he's 300K in debt, I'm still gonna be like, all right, he broke.
But instead, you sit there coping and say, well, I don't have to prove nothing. Then don't prove it, but at least show effort, and then maybe people will be like, all right, maybe he's not full of shit, right?
Who is saying that?
Phil is the type of person that sees somebody wear a bunch of designer stuff and think they have money. Even if they're catching the bus while doing it, he thinks they got money.
Also, you know, YouTubers wear their own clothing and even products so that they can sell them. Yeah, it's advertising.
What's up, David? Tell that to Moist Critical.
Car you drive or whatever, you know, it's your fucking public persona that people have issue with. Not what you're doing in your private life.
Who are the people that have
Who are these people? Peter, if you don't get out of here.
Look at how you present. You're like a bum. A broke bum. That's what you look like right now, man. I can't believe that's your backdrop. I really can't believe this guy is saying he makes what he makes, and he has literally the fucking dollar store background that everyone has. Like, everyone has that fucking...
But you just said buy the other stuff everyone else has.
Not 2 minutes ago he said that.
How about you buy the stuff that everybody else has instead of having the thing that everyone else has?
The everything that you have that everybody has, that's the wrong thing that everybody has. You need the other thing that everybody else has.
If everybody else has it, I would assume it's a good product, and that's why he's got it.
Again, what is his definition of broke? How is that broke? You don't need to spend your money on your stream.
You can if you want.
Yes, but it's not an indication of money or not.
background because it's cheap. That just kills me. The guy who's bragging about how much money he makes has the cheapest fucking background possible. And he's complaining. I mean, I seriously search for it right now. You know what? Fuck this. I'll find it. Hold on. I know you guys think I'm fucking around
gonna
here.
do this?
I'm really not kidding. Hold on a
Look
second.
at him zooming out.
Soundproofing hexagons. Here we go. Look at this. 12 pieces for $14.
That's Temu, Phil. You can get 8 pairs of shoes for $6 on Temu. Look at the hexagon to the right where it's $300. Maybe he bought that one. Maybe, Phil. You're ignoring the things that don't prove your point to be like, this dude paid $14 when there's 2 over. There's one that's pretty expensive that he could have bought.
Yeah, the Sector Lava, the Sector Blues.
Dude, this is going actively against your point because you're going, he bought the cheap stuff when you don't know what he bought or he didn't buy because there's expensive versions of the
it's
hexagons.
Okay that Dale looks quote unquote broke. He's spending all his bands on his daughter that he is raising. Snort.
Oh, I would love for him to start going in on that. Just to hear what LTG would say. Just to hear LTG go in on his wife. If Phil wants to do this, they can do this.
12 pieces for $14, dude. Right there, it's the first thing that pops up.
It's not the first thing! It's the third thing! We don't believe your lying eyes! It's the first thing that shows up! Are you kidding me? This man is showing us that he's lying! That's not how numerical sequential values work, Phil! You can't go to the third thing and say it's the first! Hell no!
There's no way he just
There's
said
no
that.
way just so he can try to felt this man
It's the
is
first
lying!
thing that pops up.
It's going that LTG is so lazy he went to the $14 Temu thing. The first thing that he saw. There's no way.
Dude. Right there, it's the first thing that pops up.
Well,
Here it is. That looks exactly like it. Here's different
doesn't.
colors you could get. Now this one, it looks like it's a nice set. This is more expensive. But look at
What's
how
the
cheap that
difference,
shit is.
Phil? What's the
Here's
difference?
a 12-pack, $25, a little bit more expensive, right?
He has black, white, and gray. All you're showing is a black one. That one on the left is black, white, and blue. Substitute the blue for gray. He spent $300. Now what?
That one on the right, the sector lava, is black, gray, white, or black, gray, and orange.
Legitimately ignoring the 304 and 38.
I'm not making it up. And by the way, I'm almost positive if you click on this, you
No,
get
don't
them
go
for
to Temu.
free. Look, $200 bundle, right? $200 bundle.
Phil, this is Temu.
This has nothing to do
This
with
has
the
nothing to
company.
do with that. This is a dumb scam site. That $200 exclusive bonus is gonna be a bunch of knickknacks and junk that they threw in a box and just went, yeah, this Hankomania, that's worth $30, so you get that. Look up YouTubers unboxing Wish and Temu stuff. It's junk.
It's Phil.
And they can just say, hey, this belt is worth $40 because there are $40 belts of the kind. So they give you a belt, they give you a pair of socks, they give you some shoes. It's in $30 that they're spending, and they say it's worth $200.
Oh, Phil, that's typically $50. It's 58% off, and it's not even the $14 it said before.
Oh,
Phil.
whoops.
What's going on, buddy?
Now there's a million pop-ups, only 9 left. So you get it for free. You get, if you do shit, you get like this introductory offer for fucking free. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's
Yeah,
the cheap.
Phil, prove that he bought that one because that's all black and he has other colors. You have no evidence for this. You're going, he went to this dumb scam Temu site because of course he did, because he's a broke boy, because it's the first thing that comes up. It wasn't, he isn't, but I'm just going to make these assumptions based off of circumstantial evidence, of course. Man's
one.
never been on Temu for some reason. He's all kinds of stuff.
He literally just searched soundproofing. He clicked on the $14 one and he got it.
Yo, that's crazy! You know what he did? Yep.
How do you know somebody didn't donate that stuff to him, Phil? Legitimately, how do you know? How do you know which one he bought? There's like 50 of them. What's the difference between them, Phil? What's the difference between the new honeycomb and this one except the colors? But that one's more expensive over there. Well, the 6-pack RGB. Who knows if he turns off his lights, they light up. What happens if that happens, Phil? And he's got like 4 packs of them. Phil.
What is he looking up? What are those tabs?
Fucking background. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and
you can't make this up. I wish
You are making it up, Phil. You came up with this narrative on your own. This does not exist. You are literally making it up.
This does not exist.
It was a joke. I wish, but I'm not. All right, I'm done. I mean, this took too long. That's what I mean. 20-minute clip.
He stinks.
Oh man, yeah, that's crazy. And he thinks that he's just constantly doing something with this. All right, going over to the side scrollers, to the Craig thing.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
snort, snort, snort.
Code, you drip.
Snort, snort.
I got the drip. Go.
Good.
Right.
Cool. All right. So I think we're good. We're full screen.
Just like it feels like yesterday, Phil.
Which yesterday?
Phil is holding on to these interactions for dear life. Craig is like, I don't remember
And
none
I
of
love Craig for just going, did we have a interaction?
All right, you said if we did, we did.
Whatever basic human interactions that anybody has with Phil, he's gonna remember it.
If they're big people.
And also, this is just buttering him up. Hey, we're cool. We go way back.
Sir.
Apologize.
You know, we were hanging out like 15, 16 years ago at MagFest, or yesterday when I was on your podcast. I mean, we actually have a history that a lot of people
Go
don't
back.
know.
Go back. Go back. Look
Yesterday
at Craig
when I was
when
on
he
your
goes.
podcast, I mean, we actually have a history that a lot of people don't know the whole history. You know what I mean?
So, I mean, I guess, but at the same, like, I got to be honest, 15, 16 years, I don't remember.
He
I know.
was just like, I don't know what this dude is talking about.
That, right? So if you say we were hanging out, then we hung out. So I mean, we probably played a few games together, I would imagine, over the years. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And you know, I actually, if you remember, I was a guest at Screw Attack Gaming Convention in 2012, 2013. I was actually a featured guest, and I even was one of the finalists at the Iron Man of Gaming competition you had.
The Iron Man of Gaming, yes. That was so far ahead of its time, while also still being 20 years too late.
A little bit.
Yeah. I wanted to hear him say, why do you think I'm irrelevant now?
Oh, that was after the suck.
Okay.
So we can just 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
People are
yeah.
saying your volume's still a little low.
Let me kind of go into my
Same, I think.
Okay, let me. There's an upgrade. Listen, I'll tell you what. What an upgrade.
Oh, you go back.
In your background. Okay. Well, I think this is what's gonna have to do right here.
All
Hey,
right.
look at, there's a picture of me in your background. Look at that.
Of course. I've
Wow.
upgraded, sir. Look at my setup now.
Listen, I'll tell you what. What an upgrade.
Looks right into the camera. Look at that! What an upgrade! And Phil just goes right over his head. What an upgrade.
Smile.
This is not a sincere person. And Phil just like, yes, it is.
Thank you
Look
very
at him.
much, Craig.
Look at him doing the Trump arms out hamburger pose. We're just like, observe. This is. Look at how much I've changed.
It couldn't be any better than this.
I sure have, buddy.
Listen, I'll tell you what. What an upgrade. Great job. Awesome.
Great job! Oh my good. And that, I think right then I was just like, oh, are we in there?
Craig is not here to have fun with Phil.
Because you obviously you have to dip your toes in it. You don't want to go full in nuts out just like you. So it's always with the Noel thing, with the Keem thing, with all these people. I'm just like, these beginning interactions, how are they feeling about this? And that told me, especially considering Craig knew that he had a bomb in his pocket. All Phil could say is just apologize for the after thing. Craig is completely justified in doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And Craig is just like, okay, so you lied to us. And I find it very odd because if you go back to the beginning of the Keem thing, he just goes, Keem, I fucked up. I shot the first shot at you, and then you just retaliated. So I want to apologize for that. I find it very odd that Phil didn't come out just nuts on the table and just go, I lied to you with the WWE Champions thing. I did it for good reasons.
I wanted it to be a tell-all. People can always go back to Definitive Phil interview, and I was lying through my teeth during that
I
time.
should not have done that. I thought that I did it for legitimate reasons, but I sincerely apologize for it.
Now here's my grievances with you.
And I find it very odd that he did not do that here when he did do it for Keem. Because the Keem thing, all it was just like, here's your perspective, here's my perspective. Phil is angling for an apology here.
Yeah, from the jump.
So he cannot.
Because he feels like side scrollers really hurt him.
Yes.
That he gave them a chance, and they just screwed him and screwed him and screwed him and screwed him. Keem is who Keem is. He expects it of Keem. He thought better of Craig.
Thank you. All right, so
thank you.
What an upgrade! Great job.
Thank you. All right, so let's get started because I want to respect your time, everyone, and just to thank you for your time, Craig. Last year, what happened with events lead? There's been a lot of stuff said.
Oh, I don't need the lead up to how he got the interview. That stuff. That's what
you can still just
this of how this whole thing came about. Why I would even want to be on your not top, but I was bringing in 10 million views a month on my DSP gaming channel, surviving as a guest. And let me tell you, Craig, you were the most gracious dude. Like, I knew that you didn't really remember me from MagFest at the time. You were like the most nice guy to me. You were there, and we had a table, a vendor booth, and there was a little misunderstanding. So cool. And so from my history in the gamer space, making this content, we hung out at MagFest. You were so personable. Is that you're just a really solid dude, right?
So what changed? What changed, Phil? When did I become so irrelevant?
Oh, irrelevant. Not irrelevant. That's not absolutely.
Phil, you literally said
yes.
He's irrelevant. You said side scrollers is irrelevant.
Craig, you are someone who
Absolutely not. But basically,
this interview was better than I hoped it would be. I'm glad Craig didn't just. And Craig is 2 for 2. That's the crazy part. I thought Side Scroller's interview was going to be trash. It was one of the greatest. I thought this was going to be trash, especially after that Keem thing. And it was the greatest.
You always hope for good and just expect bad. But this was everything that I wanted.
I want to preface this of how this whole thing came about, why I would even late 2022 or early 2023. I heard through the grapevine, hey, Phil, did you hear that Side Scrollers is coming back? And I saw no show or anything that revives me. Right? Like, Butter and Craig contacted me. I don't know if that happened. And then lo and behold, what happened?
All same time. So that was great. Showing that I'm okay. What? Okay. So the idea of bringing it back would be like there needs to be showing you
keep going.
As a voice,
the
interviews that I used to be.
Gonna do
South. And so naturally,
Isaiah, we talked about this. Thank you for the super chat.
You know this about Phil.
No, and it put on notice
that there was a lot of lore and a lot of questions about that people didn't were assuming half the whole game again. Okay, cool.
Okay, hold on, because people are making some very positive suggestions. They're saying if there's anything in your, as soon as you look personable, it makes them look good, and then they get to kind of talk about their brand or whatever they're working on.
Okay, yeah, go back. This is the reason.
I want to hear your perspective, and I want to give my perspective, because let's be honest, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. That's what happens in all these situations. Okay.
No, you were a liar, Phil.
Yes. You lied to us when you said that you were going to be factual and truthful. So now that you've lied to us here, everything that you said is called into question. You didn't prove anything. So now it's just anything that you said, it can just be false.
So from my perspective, you contact me out of the blue and you say, I want you to be a guest on the show. And I'm thinking in my head, I've been watching the show and the show has been pretty entertaining. These guests get to kind of showcase their expertise from where they come from. They talk about the topics you're talking about. So it makes them look personable. It makes them look good. And then they get to kind of talk about their brand or whatever they're working on. And for me, I actually was just launching a new channel called DSP React. And the idea was that I was going to try to use this appearance as a way to kind of launch this channel. I had all these ideas for things.
Keep that in mind. He was going to use this appearance to launch DSP Reacts. That was one of the purposes for coming onto this show. Keep that in your mind.
For the channel and everything, and this is a way to get it out to a new audience. Maybe you're not interested in seeing me play games, but maybe you want to see some kind of React style content, right? So originally I was just supposed to be the guest, and then you said, well, there's an elephant in the room. All these people want me to interview you. And I was like, well, I knew this was coming because you might not realize this, but the year before, a lot of other prominent YouTubers have been talking about me in a very negative light. Okay, one of them was actually Moist Critical.
Big man talking about me. You may not realize this, but I got some my name in people's mouths. I'm not bragging or nothing. I'm just saying.
But why were they talking about
Why were they talking about you?
Oh, because you were Omega begging?
Giga big.
Called me out for my grifting, that I was e-begging too much, and how could I do this to my viewers and stuff like that. And when he had done that, I was like, you know, I agree with him, because now when I look back at my...
But then people have been saying that about you for years. Your quote-unquote detractors have been saying that for years. But now big man say it, and now, oh, I guess I agree.
I was talking on a particular stream, like, I agree with this guy. Like, I'm being a miserable wretch. I'm being an ungrateful jerk. I said, but the thing is, if that's the case, right, why don't you ever interview me? Like, if everyone has a problem...
I've never understood his mindset of, I'm begging, people are making fun of me, interview me to figure out why.
To learn the real me or whatever.
That mindset of this, how does he get from point A to point C? Where is the connection there? I don't understand. You're making fun of me. Well, why don't you interview me?
Why don't
about
you have
what?
A real conversation about me.
About what? I see what I need to see. You're going, I stay later and you guys aren't reciprocating. What's going on? What more do I need? I don't need to hear about Street Fighter. I'm seeing you going, your audience, or you aren't paying me.
They're lazy for not tuning in to watch you.
Why should I interview you, Phil? Oh, to figure out why I'm doing that. Because you's a broke boy.
Me and the way I conduct myself or whatever, I would just like to be interviewed and treated like a person rather than yelled at across the internet from their people's high perches. It's kind of like punching down, right?
But Phil, that's what you're trying to do with a bunch of these people. You feel like you're on a high perch. You're trying to yell down to LTG. You're trying to yell down to Craig.
A little rinky-dink guy, and I got these giant YouTubers talking about me in a negative way. And I had announced the year before I want to do an interview. Well, of course, who contacts me? Who wants to do an interview? All my detractors, all these assholes. And I'm like, you know what? After
who are these a-holes? It was people like Mudahar. Yep. I mixed Mudahar and Medicare for a second. But it was him. It was a bunch of people. You had options. You said that you had options. You said that you were in talks with one or two of those people. And you said no. And what's the harm of doing things on detractor stuff?
Yeah, what's the harm of going on That Being Said and having them talk to you?
What's the harm? That even shows that I am willing to talk to whoever so long to get my story out. If you sit here and just call me a pig roach, that shows what kind of person you are, because I've come on your platform. I've come to talk to you humbly and specifically. I didn't say nothing. You asked me a question and then started yelling pig roach. Okay, peace out.
Hey.
And then all that shows, you see, that's why I don't, with detractors, you saw what they did.
Phil says that him and LTG would break the internet because a lot of people want to see it. A lot of people want to see Phil go on things like That Being Said.
Yes.
That would break the internet. Would you, DSP, go on That Being Said if they said, we will give you half of the super chats and tips we get for that day?
He wouldn't.
Absolutely not.
I don't want to do an interview because they're just going to waste my time. It's just going to be really unfair treatment. So then when you reached out to me and now all of a sudden you're saying, oh, this is going to be an interview, I'm thinking, dude, I know Craig.
We try.
Craig is a straight guy, you know? He's a straight shooter.
He's a straight guy. He's not a homosexual.
He's going to hit me with hard questions, and I want him to hit me with hard questions.
But detractors will hit you with hard questions. You don't know. Did you look into the detractors to be like, they wouldn't ask me the hard questions? One of the people that wanted to interview you was Medicare. How would he not ask you those straight questions?
I told you that previously when we were talking. I said, you can ask me whatever the heck you want. You might not like the answers.
You said you wanted it to be the definitive DSP interview, right? And just to be clear, did I do anything during that interview that was dishonorable, or did I hit you at anything that because like I said, you finished that interview and you thought it was very fair. So
yeah. I would say there were a few times that things were suspect, but at the same time, it was never outright like, oh, disrespectful gotcha moment or something like that. The one thing everyone's going to say is when
he always, it's always this gotcha journalism in his mind. I'm trying to get you, you're trying to get me. Hey, why is everybody trying to get got?
But this is very smart of Craig to just establish that in the interview, there was nothing wrong. So that's taken completely off the table. So now anything that he has a problem with is not an interview because he said there's no problem with the interview. part 2 of what the issue is. This is another one of those weasel things like he did with it was either June or Keemstar, where everybody is asking this. Everybody says that the Keemstar part was a little intrusive.
Yeah.
No, you said that,
Yeah.
but you're too big of a worm piece to just say that.
And that being said that earlier today when they were talking to June, hey June, you picked up on whenever Phil says something that he believes, he'll frame it as everybody else is saying
Just to get it off of him. Just to, because
he doesn't want that pushback. He can't. Oh, Phil, you believe that? Why do you believe
the
that?
follow up would be, why do you believe that? He has to just hands up. I didn't say that. What are you missing? An hour in the future? We'll listen an hour in the future, and you will see what you're missing.
When Keemstar showed up, right? Now I don't know how that came about. You know what? Let's clear the air about that right now.
Sure.
How on earth did Keemstar end up in my interview? Because obviously that was a shock. And if you remember how it happened, it was really questionable circumstances. Someone DDoS'd me off the internet.
He has no proof.
So I couldn't even
the
continue the
Comcast
interview.
person even said that wasn't me.
And as I got DDoS attacked, Keemstar showed up on the show, and
It
everyone's
can't
like,
simply be a blip in the internet. It has to be even the most basic things of my internet was f***ed up. It has to be somehow the trolls did it.
what the heck is this? Like, I'm
They
sure
did
this
it
is
here, and then they did it for that one specific day some months later.
a
Okay,
coincidence,
Phil.
right? So what actually happened?
Yeah, well, and once again, it's been 18 months, so I'm actually going to go through and I'm going to look through my DMs right now to make sure I'm saying this correctly. But from what I recall, he had, like most people at the time, had reached out via DM.
That's a shot.
Yes, it is. It is absolutely a shot.
Like most people.
He's just putting that out there. Phil does not recognize it.
And let me see. Actually,
Because Phil is on a track.
Yes,
And that
100%
the
on
track
the
cannot be deviated.
No, he's getting up to the point of you are to apologize because I need to establish how you did me wrong. And now once we've established that, now you can apologize.
Y'all think when he burns his hand on the stove, he blames Troll? I believe he, in some level, will. If I wasn't so stressed out, I would have been paying attention.
Either that or the manufacturer of this stove gets too hot too fast, and that's why I burned my hand.
It's not gonna be him.
I don't like to divulge.
No, yes, they did ask if it was okay. They asked if it was okay for Keem to be there before Keem got there, and multiple times while he was there. At
And you
any
know what
point in
Phil
time,
said?
Phil could have said, "Nah, get him out of here. I don't want to talk to this
because he
crunchy
would have
biscuit."
looked like a big.
We can
puss.
get to that.
Private conversation.
Yes, and he also has to be the victim in any situation. There's so many things going on with this dude at every given point.
Let me go back as best I possibly can to see. Let's see, we did that on what?
FYI, because I don't know if you know this, Craig. I had Keem on the show last week, and we hashed everything out. We're good.
Cool.
I don't care.
What does it matter? What does that?
I'm
What
just reading the
information
DM.
does that do?
All right,
It's-
thanks for that info.
Yes, it's not like, oh man, now I can finally read what Keem said. No, that information does nothing, but it is just another notch in his belt of I've squashed it with him, and now we're gonna squash it here once you apologize to me sincerely.
Excellent.
So, there's no issue. There's no bad blood between me and him. So it's not like, oh, you're going to divulge something that, he's going to be pissed about. Nah, we even talked about the appearance and everything, why he was on the show. So it's all good. I want to hear from your perspective how it came about.
Why does he want to hear it from Craig's perspective if he's already talked to Keem about it?
So I think somebody had mentioned the idea of having him on, and I was like, well, if you're watching, then DM me. So he DM'd me, and the idea was like, look, you said beforehand you didn't want to talk with him, right? And I was like, fine, that's fine. Now, you said your internet went out, right? So that was like, okay, well, let's take this opportunity to, we got Phil here. Let's take this opportunity to bring Keem in, right? Because he had DM'd me, and he was like, let's talk. And if you recall, during the
and the reason why. There's multiple reasons. Number one, Phil said something about Keem, so now Keem gets to say whatever he needs to say.
Yep.
Number
in
two,
the same platform.
Number two, it's just dead air while they're trying to figure out what Phil is doing. So you got to fill it with something. It's completely understandable why they would have.
Because
Keem
would
on.
Phil been okay if they started reading super chats from detractors at that time?
What wouldn't have been? Do you have to just sit there and just silently just nod at the camera, I guess.
Interview, like I was attempting to honor your word there. You said you didn't want to talk to Keem. So I went out of my way to be like, listen, we'll only have Keem on if you're okay with it. And the intention
and again, this is Craig setting his logic up of I honored what you said.
Yep.
He was not on when you were on until you were cool with it. This whatever grievance you had is not because of me, because we got him off and he was only on because you said yes. That is a very smart thing that he did there. I am not the bad guy with anything that happened with Keem. You said it was okay, and I honored our agreement.
And I think I've said this at the time, was to build a bridge, right? Was to build, and to think about this, you probably wouldn't have had Keem on last week had we not done that on Side Strollers, had it not opened up the communication between the two, right?
I disagree. I would have had Keem on regardless. I don't think that him being on the interview had anything to do with him being on this show last week.
That's fair.
I don't think so either. But you see that Phil is trying to take away that this was thanks to you thing. And just keep that in your mind as we go on further in this thing.
And let's look at it like this. He talked to Noel, but he didn't talk to Noel on his stream because he didn't know what type of person that he was. He had to have the Kino's backing. Yep. But because of the side scrollers, he knew what type of person Keem was. He saw that he can be civil. He wasn't just chimping out. Yeah. So he's just like, I can allow him on my stream now. Because everything else is just him on Twitter just going, you on level 1. Look at my mansion.
Totally fair. But like I said, I'm just going off assumptions. I don't know.
That's fine. I want to hear your perspective. So this is good. This is good.
So the idea was to build a bridge, right? And whether it worked or not, that's fine. So we had you on, and when your internet came back, it was like, okay, I believe, and like I said, been 18 months. I believe we pulled Keem back, brought you back on, and said, hey, we have Keem here. Are you okay with
that?
This?
Was later
before Keem came back on, right? And the way I like to think of it is probably like. It's halftime of a basketball game, right? So you go down to the sideline reporter to talk to the coach, right? Or something along those lines. And you get there, and like Keem being the color commentator at the time to provide, hey, how do you think this is going type of thing, if that's the best analogy that I can give, like off the cuff. But yeah, it wasn't meant to be malicious by any means. And nothing that we've ever done has meant to be malicious towards you. And I've stated that continuously in my communication with you. It's never been meant to be to tear you down or make
Phil's on his track. He's
money
not paying attention to
and
words.
And it's always like this. Craig says quite a lot, but there's a lot of things that Phil can address. So let's hear how he addresses what Craig says. Does he just go back on his track, or does he just go, Craig, you said this?
So yeah.
Okay. So I understand what you're saying. I get it. But you have to understand that from an outsider's perspective.
Who's the outsiders? Didn't address what he said at all.
Because
I understand what you just said, but let me put my grievances on the table once again.
I understand what you said, but I disagree with it for thus reasons.
Okay, even what you just said. A lot
okay, cool. Moving. Yes, he did that with June because he's completely inept. To the point where June was just on that being said, June was just like, yeah, it wasn't the interview with him wasn't the best. He needs to work on a couple of things. June is a very nice guy.
Yeah.
He sugarcoats a lot of things, but in the interview we were just like, Phil, you just said a whole lot. what was the question?
No. A lot of people didn't know that I had told you beforehand that I didn't want to talk to Keem on this interview.
Irrelevant. The audience is not clued in on whether Keem gets on or not. It is up to you specifically. Mm-hmm. They didn't put out an audience poll that was just like, do you guys want Phil on the? No, it was just, Phil, do you want this? Because you are talking about him, he's talking about you. You guys are talking past each other. Let's get past this. This is about airing everything out. Let's do that. Do you want it? Yes? No?
So you've been told ahead of time, I don't want an interaction with this man. Literally one of my trolls who works at Comcast DDoS's me.
No evidence.
This is proven it happened. There's actually evidence now.
Nope, he did it at a certain time, but you have no evidence that he did it at this time.
The troll who works at my ISP DDoS's me to kick me off my own interview.
No proof of that.
And you bring specifically the guy I told you I don't want any involvement in this interview onto the interview stream. So I think you can understand how that looks, right?
So while you're gone, I'm actually looking at our DMs with him right now. He said, let me pop on so when he comes back, he can respond, right? Because I believe, and once again, 18 months. I believe we were talking about Keemstar beforehand, right? So he was broached, the conversation about him was brought up, right? So
the exact sequence was they were talking about Keem. Craig was like, do you want Keem on? Phil was like, no. He was like, okay, I'm gonna erase the DM that I was gonna send him. Ha ha ha. I didn't really send him a DM, but they asked before. You said no. You went away. Keem came on. You came back. Keem bounced. Later they went, Keem wants on. You said yes.
Of the mindset that if you're, I would rather talk with somebody than about somebody, right? And I've said that many, many times on our show, and I say that right now, which is why, once again, I'd much rather talk with you than about you. So I think that was the situation. He said, let me pop in so when he comes back, he can respond, right? And the idea that you said something about Keem then responded, you come back and you can then respond to what Keem said while still keeping you separate, right? But the opportunity was there. It was like, hey, well, look, once again, Keem, you can talk about DSP. DSP, you can talk about Keem. Why don't you just talk to each other right now and hash all this shit out? And everyone's perfect sense. Right? So, you know, if you saw it as like I said, my goal ultimately wasn't to, you know, create any distrust or anything. It was more meant to be a positive experience, and hopefully it was.
Okay, so from my perspective, all right,
did not listen to what he said. Is not engaging on what he said.
It's my turn
now
to talk.
It is my turn to talk. That's all that happened there.
You're absolutely right. So I'm getting DDoS attacked. I come back.
No. He has to be the victim. Yeah, exactly. You were talking about Keem, so say it to his face.
Ask me, hey, Keem's on the show already. Is it okay? Can we have him on? You absolutely did that. I can confirm 100%.
No. What?
I mean, it's already recorded, but yes, you did that. And that's very respectful of you that you did that. And I said yes.
Later on, yeah.
In my mind, I'm already desperately trying to get back on the show because if it looks like I cut out of the show, everyone on the internet is going to say I'm a coward. I ran from the tough questions. So I'm doing.
No, you look like that anyway because it was almost directly right after the champions thing that you cut out. It looks really sus.
Everything I can to get back as soon as I can.
What are you doing? Everything that you can. What are you doing to come back?
Unplugging your router and then plugging it back in.
Are you studying to be an electrician? What are you talking about? All that you can do is wait.
The moment I get back, he's there, and it's like I've already been grilled, and this is probably, you know, a very stressful thing going on. I'm sure you could figure out for me. And then to now be presented with the man who I told you specifically I didn't want to talk to on the show. Yeah, it smacked me in the face. And then on top...
No. You didn't want to talk to him. Okay, we have him here while you're not here.
And then once they came back, it was just like, hey, Keem, Phil is back. He said he didn't want to talk to you. We'll talk afterwards.
On top of that, you say, well, is it okay? Now, what if I say no? Again, now that makes me look bad. I look like I'm the guy who doesn't want to play ball.
Yes.
Who cares, Phil? If you don't want, you've already made it known you do not want to talk to Keemstar.
Yep.
And he's here now. Hey, I've already said I do not want to talk to that man. I feel like he's a bad person, even if he's a great content creator, even if he understands the game. I don't enjoy him. I don't like him as a person from what I've learned. I've got nothing to say to him. I've got nothing to hear him say about me. No, thank you. But no, God, they're gonna say I'm a coward. They say worse about you every day.
They were calling you a liar throughout the whole thing because you were lying.
But oh no, he's scared of Keem. I think the real issue is it shows how Phil wasn't in control like he thought.
Yeah. Because now he already has somebody that's factually against him, somebody who's neutral, and now it's going to be two people who are against him.
Isn't willing to talk, who's just an obstinate jerk who just wants to, you know, have it his way. So of course I'm going to say yes.
No. You had whatever option you wanted.
Yep. You said no.
There are so many options. No, I don't want to do it. Yeah, I'll do it. Nah, not right now. Maybe the next time.
Yeah. I just want this to be about me. Once we do a part 2, I'd be happy to talk to Keem.
Come on my stream.
I'm decompressing after this. Keem, you can come over there.
This is 2 topics past the Keem stuff, so we're already done with that. Anything you could have said, it doesn't matter. If you want to say no, but that's the thing. He wants to cultivate their audience. So if he goes no, you look like a coward, and people go, I'm not gonna with this coward. But they've already shown you as a racist, a doxer, all this stuff. I don't think the doxing thing is there yet. But all this other stuff, and you've lying, and they're just going, Phil, all this stuff, all these bank statements that are around your area for things that you have bought, they're not yours. No, they are not. Okay.
I guess they're not yours.
Hey, show me your account. Well, I gotta think about how feasible that is.
And then even after the fact, he's like, I'm 50-50 on it. So don't act like, I'm about to send it right now. Are you reading?
Now, in reality, did anything come out of that conversation with Keem?
And on top of that, he talks about, hey, I was going to send you this information, but I got to make sure you're reading it and deleting it so it doesn't get to the detractor. No, I understand it's coming later, but this is pissing me off now. He says this, but if he would have sent it after the fact, nobody would have known.
Mm-hmm. He thinks for some reason they're just like, they're actively trying to hack Craig's account. So the less time that is going to be in his email, the less chance that he has to dox himself.
No. What happened was we went back and forth for like 5 minutes. Nothing came of it. And
it was not 5 minutes. It was like 45 minutes.
This is also how you guys know that we do not watch these things beforehand, because we've watched this beforehand, and we both, and I've multiple times just been like, you mother, and he's been like, we'll get to it. Because when we can't control ourselves, it's gonna be no.
And then he plugged his Happy Punch boxing.
Who cares?
Which is really the reason why he was on the show.
You were gonna that's why I said put it in the back of your head. Phil said one of the reasons why I was there was for DSP React to get some eyes on it. Now Keem, who is friendly with, keep in mind, he is friendly with this guy. He's self-pronounced. He's friendly with this dude, but he was only there to plug his. That's why I said keep that in mind. That's what Phil is. I want to benefit from you, but when somebody else is trying to benefit from you,
me,
no, they can't do that. He's doing Keem is doing literally the exact same thing that Phil is doing, trying to garner goodwill for this thing. Keem is in the wrong, Phil is in the right. He's such slime. I hate that.
All right, that's why he wanted to be on your show, to plug his upcoming content. All right.
And again, Phil never thinks about the fact that they were streaming to some 25K
I was
people.
just about to say that.
His Twitter gets infinitely more than that. You're going to reach a couple of people that aren't really knowledgeable about that, but it's not really worth it to. It's not I'm going to go on this small podcast to get maybe 5 more eyes on it. No, he mentioned the boxing thing like 3 times, but it was mostly about, I called you at the right time. You were sitting there begging and you couldn't come to me with respect.
He didn't want to talk to me, for sure. That's true. But he definitely was on the show to plug his content.
Just like him, you wanted to talk to them for sure, but you also literally admitted that you were there for your content. It's such worms. You are in the wrong for the thing that I am actively doing.
He stinks, y'all.
He's crazy.
That's literally what you allowed him to do, is do an advertisement. Okay.
So,
but Phil, they were gonna allow you to do an advertisement, and there would have been no issue.
0.
okay, real quick, and once again, it's been 18 months. It's been a year and a half. Maybe my things are a little fuzzy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking through my email, and I actually don't see any reference.
Chris the Chilled says, unrelated note, JJK newest chapter is a bunch of if you did this then this never had happened. That's 99% of the chapter. Gurgur really do suck. I think I treated Horikoshi too harshly.
Burger, robot lady, how did you do that?
That does not sound good. I'm gonna have to pick Eric's ear about that one. Oh no.
It's to the finish line, so he's yada yada.
Right? Mm-hmm. I'm looking through my email, and I actually don't see any reference to Keemstar at all.
And again, very smart of him to just go, there is no record of you saying this. So I have no presumption of what that was.
Maybe it was somewhere else that we talked,
but there's no way for you to prove that. There's no way for me to prove that. So what we do have is nothing.
It was mentioned beforehand. I don't know. Maybe I knew there was some sort of beef between you guys or something.
Yeah, we did. We had beef on the internet, and I believe
you didn't hear what he said.
He did not. All he heard was beef.
Yeah. I don't see any reference in my emails to Keemstar, Phil.
Maybe you guys had some sort of beef.
Yeah, we had beef.
Okay, yeah, I know you guys had beef, but that's not what I'm saying.
At one point, I don't know if specifically it was like Keemstar. But I know you had said, is there anyone? I said, I just want it to be us, right? I don't want to have guests.
Phil here.
That's not you said that.
Phil here said, I told you I didn't want Keem here.
The one person I told you that I did this.
Guests coming on and stuff. I want it to be our conversation, right? That's what it was supposed to be. So, having this guy is shocking that he's in there. Why is he on this?
Okay, but what if it was like Moist Critical? Somebody you don't have a problem with and you wanted to talk to, would you have had a problem with Moist Critical being on? Even though it's a person that isn't just us.
Interview, right?
Okay. I get it, right? I get it. So, but with that said, we did finish up and you were totally pleased with things, regardless of if Keem appeared or not. You were pleased as punch, said you want to do a second time. I said I'd like to do a second time. And to be clear, everything was great. Until the next day. Right?
That's right. Now, to preface this, we had actually, in our discussions about this interview, the discussion was we were going to do this giant, hard-hitting, harsh interview. And then once we got through it, I can't remember the exact wording you used, but basically it was kind of like, let's get through the tough thing, and then let's do the fun thing, right? First, let's do the interview, then let's have you on as the guest as you were intended to be originally, right? That was the whole intention of this thing. So you're absolutely right.
That's Phil trying to set the stage of this is what y'all said.
And this is what it should have been.
And what happened, this didn't happen. So that lowered that you are less trustful because you promised me something and you did not deliver. That's what he is doing here.
After the interview, I jumped on my own personal stream and I expressed to my audience, listen, I knew it was going to be a rough interview. I knew he was going to ask questions. That I wasn't going to be able to provide evidence of my side of it or whatever. And that's fine. I just wanted to have a place where people can see all of my answers. So they'll stop bugging me on my streams about.
Phil, why would they stop bugging you if you're not going to evidence the things you said? It's just a place where you get your rocks off and just go,
here's my answer. No. That's all you said. So there's the answer over there. In this 4-hour interview, find my answer.
And once you find the answer is going to be no. And that's it.
And you haven't proved it. Hey, Phil, this thing, I found something that contradicts something that you said in Side Scroll. It's in the Side Scrollers.
This stuff, because it really had nothing to do with my content. You're talking about mobile games and expenses and shit. It has nothing to do with
expenses do have something to do with your content because you said you spent $5,000 on your content per month.
And it's crazy. It's embarrassing how upset he gets when it's not about him. Yeah, he's big baby mode about that. And that was one of the big problems that he said afterwards in his decompression, where he was talking about, Keem was just there to steal my limelight. That was my interview. It was just like, focus is not on me.
Yep. Let me paraphrase on something that maybe you said to me.
Maybe.
It's great.
Broadcasting, I'm doing every day of gameplay and stuff like that. I just wanted it to be somewhere else. So I actually was happy that we had covered all of that, all right? So by the end of that day, 100%, I was okay with how everything had gone down. Even the shocking surprise guest and all that, whatever. So now, I would like to hear your methodology about what happened the next day on your stream, because what you had publicly said, you could correct me if I'm wrong.
Corey, why of all times would you come on a DSP stream to get cheered up? That stinks. Such that happened to you though, buddy.
This is a bad day because Eric fucked up his knee.
Did he? Oh, Frisbee?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how bad?
It was really bad.
Oh, no! Like, I gotta go to the hospital bad or just like a real tweak?
It was he's done for the day. It was.
Oh, no!
If you see the pictures, it is swollen, and he thinks it might be torn, but he doesn't know. But it's not good.
What a day!
Yeah, it's rough.
You had publicly said on Friday, the day after, you were going to do a decompression day where you guys were just going to sit around playing Mario Kart, shooting the shit, and having a
GamerF5
fun
says,
day.
did you see what triggered Senpei posted on his community tab? Spoiler, it's about One Piece again, a series that he care about, remember?
Ain't no, dude. He needs to just stop talking about One Piece.
Yeah, or just put out the video.
Or just put out
and
the
have
video.
all of his answers over there,
Yeah.
so you guys can stop talking about it. Very, very odd that you spell Corey's name right.
Day. That was the original intention after this crazy interview, but that is definitely not what happened.
Yeah, that was the original intention, but plans changed because how many times has the original intention been whatever on your schedule and then plans change? And then you do something that's not on your schedule. You do a Q&A session or something. You play a game you weren't meant to play. You don't play a game that was on the schedule. Things happen all the time, Phil.
Dirt, hour to hour, we might have talked about Phil more at this point. Because the interview was about comparable to the Demon Slayer video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've talked about Phil more at this point, including things after streams.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure Phil is on top.
Yeah, so you're right. I said we're going to do a decompression stream, and the intention was, and remember, once again, we're a month into the show, and at the time, we actually did test out like Friday gameplay streams, right? We were trying to test those things out. Now, some more context for you. The last time the audience saw Adam is the last time I saw Adam. So Adam left, he went to go have some dinner. So the first time that people saw Adam the next day was when I saw Adam the next day, right? Maybe 60 seconds before that we started the show.
Let's clarify. Adam is one of your co-hosts, so people might not know. He's one of your co-hosts.
I hate this. Because why would you be watching two people hash things out and you have to be spoon-fed the timeline? It's just his explanation fetish. Why would you not know who Adam is? And you think that it's just, I need to explain this to the Kino people who are totally watching me hash out something with somebody they don't know? That makes no sense.
The side scroll.
Yeah, he was. He's doing his own thing now, which is great. And he just had a kid, and like I'm super stoked for him. And he's
no congratulations.
Yeah.
No, I'm happy for him. Nothing. It is just the lame thumbs up that he gives when somebody donates $5. It means nothing to him.
Yep.
Now that could be in two parts. Part one, basic human interactions. He does not have it because he's some alien hybrid that's been come down to study us. That's part one. Number two, he hates that muff so bad
that's the one I was
that he
going to.
can't even be like congratulations and fake it.
Him to come on the show anytime, which by the way, I do think that you and Adam should hash it out as well, right? Okay, so with that said,
look at that.
Yeah,
look
that
at
face
him.
was like, that's not happening. That's exactly why I think it's the second one.
Pure content.
Yeah.
No nodding. Turns away. Scorn.
As well, right? Okay, so with that said, so the next day,
look at that. He hates that mother
on the day of my wife's wedding.
We come in and we do
No
a
Terra
decompression.
says, congratulations on the human named Adam Spawn.
Congratulations on impregnating your wife's eggs and it gestating for 9 months or so and then coming out of your wife.
Coming to term.
Congratulations on that.
I assume it's healthy gender.
Really just for the first time have an opportunity to talk about what's happened. Usually this would happen like you did. You left and you went on and did your own decompression stream.
Completely logical.
Yep.
And all Phil ever has to say is, I was not there to defend myself. That's all it ever is.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was our first opportunity to do our decompression stream. Now, Adam thought you were full of shit, right? Mm-hmm. And he said so in so many words.
Now not.
Right? And when, I think that's the thing about the interview, which was really unique, was, you know, I had done a lot of research on you, and everything leading up to, based off of, you know, what right or not, what people were saying about you and questions about you.
Congrats
That's a
on
good-
birthing
this is a
your
good
seat.
Point to break off before we get to your Friday stream. So what exact research did you do? Like, who did you
Pause.
talk?
Why would you do this? But you know why? Because he has a track.
Yeah.
Because he said himself, and that I hate this point, because he said constantly,
Well, you sure do hate a lot of things.
they only talk to detractors. They only talk to detractors. And now he's just like, what was your methodology for coming up with these questions and stuff? When all these, for 18 months, you were just like, this is what happened. Now you want the answers? Or do you want the answers that you already know what the answers are? When they aren't the answers, and then you just entail between the legs and move on.
That's a good question. Why don't we have a bum sticker?
I
in
don't
Discord?
know. I can make one, and I will make one. I need to figure out.
What you want to do with it.
Hobo is obviously the answer, but
Yeah.
we'll figure it out.
Talk to? What information were you gathering upon when you went into this interview? Because I think people want to hear your perspective of what your notions were me going into this thing.
People want to hear your perspective.
you wanna
This
hear
is
it.
that constant people. Did you check your stream chat, Phil? Where are you getting this people want to know stuff? The people chat, I want to know where Craig got all this information. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's cooked.
It's bad.
Turned out.
Well, I mean, I did talk to pretty much anybody and everybody that I could talk to about you. I mean, I can let me see if I can find my Google Docs about it, and I can tell you exactly what my research
Yeah, that knee
was.
is bad.
But yeah, I went.
We'll
went
see
in
when
and made
swelling
that,
goes
but I
down,
do want
though.
to finish my point here. And
Okay,
that
go ahead. Yep.
the idea that I had a somewhat of a background. I'd done a couple weeks of research on it, like way more research than you possibly should do for an interview, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my thought was, and I said this before, and I'll say this again, I wanted to treat you with respect. I wanted to treat me with respect, and I wanted to treat the audience with respect.
And
right?
it's very smart to do that, because you don't want to sit there and let this man lie to you. Even though the bank league stuff, you have to go. Why do people want these questions asked? Why are so many people coming to me with all of this information about this dude?
And the same kind of information over and over again.
What is it about this dude that is making it? What did he do? What did he say? And then you just go, bam, this is bad. Bam, this is bad. And all of this stuff, and you just go, okay, this is not a good guy. But let's hear what he has to say about this, because all this stuff could logically be excused away. Oh no, he's just lying to me. I'm laying this all out and going, make this make sense. Make the bank leaks make sense. Make the WWE champions thing make sense. Prove it to me. I can't prove it to you. Just believe me. Okay, Phil.
Pretty good idea of what the audience was going to look like, right, for this. Here we go. I got this doc right here. Potential DSP questions, right? And this is, it's all various things that we touched on, right?
Now, where did this come from? Was this like you asked people?
And you see, back on track.
Yeah, I know.
Where? Say it, Craig. Say it.
Just the detractors?
And you would want me to ask DSP, and you made a compilation? Is that what this document is?
No, I think a lot of this was just through various DMs and communication, things that people had asked and wanted to know about you. Obviously the WWE champions thing, the various clips that, broader questions, how do you think, let's see, I'll just go down the list. I've been told not to interview you. Why do you think that is?
A completely
when you
logical
stream,
question.
Who is streaming, Phil or DSP? What have you done to change the perception from a production standpoint? Right. So, like I said, there's a list of these things.
Right.
And then there's like some of my notes in here, right, where we talk about, I remember one point in particular we were talking about you've been doing this forever, but you don't have a business plan or a financial plan. People were really hung up about your taxes, so wanted to touch about that. How you spend your money, obviously with WWE champions, which we can talk about that in a little bit.
So Craig, you have to understand, literally every.
I don't like the King stuff. I think it is very played out and it's very lame. But the Pwnecast Live goes, the King gets a Hogan or a Hogan equivalent with every pool. I think that's funny.
Question you just asked. I mean, just think about it. Every question you just asked is basically like personal stuff.
Why do people not want you to be interviewed? How is that personal? Who is streaming, DSP or Phil? How is that personal?
How is it personal to go, where is your money going if you're asking for money every stream? Because you're making it public. It's no longer a personal thing. You're making it a public problem. So I want a public answer based on this.
Your money problems, people's problems. By going, God, I'm sick of asking.
I'm not like, hey, what's Kat do in her free time?
No.
That's a personal, what do you and Kat do in your free time?
You are bringing up that you need money. Why do you need money? Oh, that's getting in my business. Well, don't ask then.
Then don't ask me or the audience for it.
Dang, me and my wife are having problems. What's the issue? Oh, it's personal.
Yeah, it's personal. Why are you asking me?
Sorry, Corey. Didn't mean to substitute whatever.
Stuff that my detractors would want to know. Okay. So now I'm just telling you from an outside, from your perspective, from an outsider's perspective, or even my perspective, it sounds to me like what you did for 2 weeks is you just said, hey, everyone who doesn't like Phil, contact me and talk to me.
What is your perspective for that? Where are you getting this from? That's what you want to believe.
Even had a clip from It's a Gundam, one of the most infamous people who rags on me all the time, as an audio question at the end of the interview.
Gundam, yeah.
What I would like to ask you right now.
Notera says, a lot of Kino boys like to do the defense that who cares how Phil spends his money even if it's on mobile games, but it's like he makes it everyone's business. They have a right to know.
Yeah, absolutely. But they're also sugaring him up just so he can be. Yeah, nobody does care. I am down from the Raptors. But that's what they want. They want that nobody cares, Phil. So you can just outright say that you spend $500 a month on gin. Just go ahead and say it.
Yeah, who cares?
One
of the Kino boys was just literally just like, who cares? Just say you're down from the Raptors right now, Phil.
And that's what they want. They wanted to get in their mind. Nobody cares about this stuff, Phil. If you just say it, it's just gonna move on at the same way that it was.
That you'll be honest with me.
Sure, I will.
In your efforts to gather information about me for this interview, did you talk to anyone who actually likes me?
Look at that smile that he gave. Yeah. Because he knows he
feels like he has a gotcha.
Fishing for answers that he thinks is gonna be like, well, you are a bad person because you didn't do this.
You didn't do your due diligence of people that liked me. All you did was talk to my haters.
Well, I think I was open to talking to anybody who would, but nobody reached out that said they really liked you. And I don't mean that negatively. I mean, I said I was.
Oh, no, there's a good reason for it, and I'll explain.
It's the simple answer. Did you talk to anybody that likes me? No, they didn't reach out. Well, there's a reason for it. Well, that's not what you asked me.
Okay,
I don't care about the reason. They didn't come to me.
Okay, even if there is a reason, they didn't do it. So what do you want me to do about it?
What? I can't force people to talk to me.
I don't know who your detractors are. I don't care. I'm interviewing you. They present me with things. I ask questions based on those things after the research I did. That's it. If somebody was positive in it, I'd do the same thing, but they weren't.
That's all.
Wait in a second, but go ahead.
But so with that said, like, when you say you're going to do an interview with somebody and you say, hey, I'm open to talking to all people. If there are people who go out of their way to like you, they didn't reach out to me. Right.
Okay.
So, your theory of like, I only collected things from detractors at the time, you know what? It may be right. But once again, it wasn't malicious. These are all things that people were curious about. And you have to.
Again, little things that you just pick up on that. It was not malicious to only talk to detractors. They were the only person that came to me. I did not seek out this information. They presented me with this information. This is things that people want to know, so I'm asking it.
And I followed up on some of the things I felt I needed to follow up on.
No malice. It is just purely informational.
To admit, Phil, when you're essentially radio silent for a decade and people don't go in and they don't have an opportunity to interview you, it's important to flush those pipes out and just get it all out there, right? It goes back to the elephant in the room, right? When you have this giant elephant that everyone's staring at, if you don't have an opportunity to talk about those things, whether they're personal or not, right? Then they should be addressed, because that is what the DSP lore is all about.
Right.
So, you know, if you did have a, you know, to use the opposite side of this, the detractor versus the champions for DSP, not a single champion reached out and was like, hey, did you know this? Did you know that Phil donates to charity?
Well, I'm trying the same thing, and nobody's from Phil's fan base wanted to.
Then we would have. Now, with that said, you know, leading up to
it was a bad look, because even when you look at June's documentary, the fans being interviewed, it's just like, yeah,
this muff autistic.
Yeah,
and this is coming from an autistic muff.
You know, if Phil is the guy in the champions thing, I would still support him. I see him as a friend and somebody that's always going to be there for me. So I throw him a couple bucks, and it's just sad.
This, you also knew what this was going to look like, because you prefaced me. I mean, I have our emails pulled up.
And again, we have established everything in the interview was cool from Phil's perspective.
Yep.
Now he's just like, well, it seems like everything that you asked me was detractor stuff. You didn't have a problem with it. Moving on. That's what Craig should have said. What if I did? Doesn't matter. You had no problem with it. You said that everything in the interview was cool, even the Keem stuff. Moving on.
And you gave me, sent me ammo saying, hey, this is what I think they're going to ask. And I feel like I've addressed a lot of these things. You sent me videos of you addressing these things. But as you said, you wanted this to be the definitive DSP interview.
And therefore, it doesn't matter about you playing Street Fighter and T. Carter, rest in peace. It doesn't matter about all that stuff because you've talked about it constantly. This is a way for somebody to just go, Phil, you said that you're not racist anymore, but here's your racism.
Well, go watch the interview. I address it.
Okay, and that's what this is for. There's a back and forth. It's not just you on your high horse going, I ain't racist, ban. This is
because if that's the case, why not just make a video addressing everything? Another debunk stream where it's just like here.
Done. But no, that's not what this was all about.
So if you want it to be the definitive DSP interview, then naturally I should be listening to everybody who has criticisms of you. And if there is this lore that's attached to it, then I wouldn't be doing my job as the interviewer to do research, good and bad, about the interviewee. Otherwise, it's a fluff piece.
Pause.
Okay.
Are we doing this whole thing? Because
you got somewhere to be?
It's football. Oh my goodness. I've already missed the end of the 1 p.m. games, and then
quiz. How much money has Phil made on DSP Reacts right now?
He started at 12.
Keep in mind, $12. He started at 12.
He is at $19.
Ooh, $14.
Oh!
With a 228 people watching.
He's not hitting it today.
And the 3 comments that just came up was, wow, what a boring story, and snooze.
And fair enough, and I accept that answer, but now I'm going to give you my response.
Pause.
Okay?
Everything that you said, I understand what you're saying, and now I am on my track.
Yeah,
now.
It's over. That part is done.
I'm not going to respond to you. I have things that I wanted to talk about, and now I'm going to talk about that stuff. The street, there's going to be some whale that rocks up and just gives them
or he's going to lie about it again in post-stream.
It was bananas.
You probably don't know this, all right?
What the fuck cares?
Right? The reason that my fans don't reach out and get involved in this kind of stuff is because my detractors.
They were right.
Hey. Why couldn't they just DM Craig?
Why? What does that tell you?
Why couldn't...
Hey, your fan said this. No information about who the fan is. Yeah. Nothing.
One of your fans commented that they wanted to ask blah, blah, blah. I talked to a few of your fans. One of them said blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, easy.
Because all the detractors, who did the questions come from, Phil? Who in the detractor space did question B come from?
Nope.
You don't know.
He sees the detractors as one big being.
And those people,
like gaming said, blame the detractors. That's what it all comes back to.
People who you were talking to get questions to ask me, systematically hunt down, harass, dox.
And you see, the people that you got those questions for, they dox these people. I've never doxed anybody in my life.
Except that one time.
Me?
No, I thought you were talking from the perspective of Phil.
I'm like, I didn't dox. What information you got? Who you been talking to? Oh, you been talking to my detractors?
Yeah, but no.
Yeah, it's you have no information.
I've never tried to dox a person where I'm just like, hey, let me look into this Derek fellow.
But he sees them all as one person. So detractors, capital detractors, they tried to dox people. They tried to do these things. And that's like saying Phil fans are pedophiles because Derek's a pedophile. That's not fair to say. So the detractors, some people, and you admitted this in the June thing. And June said so. There are just months that are just there to laugh. There's people that out there that will interact with Phil, but there are those people that are just like, no interactions. It's funniest to see Phil fail on his own.
Yep.
But yes, there are those people that will dox people on Kiwi farms. Absolutely. You get that with everybody. But you shouldn't be like, oh, the people that do not like me have done this, so interact with nobody who doesn't like me. When you've already admitted that Craig should get all the perspective, positives and negative. You said, yes, I understand, and here's my perspective. So you understood that they need the negative perspective, and that comes from the detractors. So you have no problem, especially considering you have no problem with the interview itself or the questions that were asked, moving on.
Do horrible things to anyone who publicly supports me.
Publicly, they could have done it privately, Phil. You're completely ignoring that. They could have emailed Greg anything. Remember, all the detractors tried to kill him by watching This Is How You Don't Play?
Yes, you. Pointing emoji.
Anybody that's ever made one, anybody that's ever watched one.
It was your fault.
Okay, and I'm not just talking like, oh, someone was in the chat and said I like Phil. I mean, they'll try to hunt these people down, find their social media, find where they live, find where they work, call them, harass them, call them pedophiles, do horrible things to them. There's been supporters
at least two, maybe.
Give me a $100 tip, and then they get hacked and stuff. It's really messed up.
Who cares?
I mean,
yeah, irrelevant.
Case in point, Craig, do you not remember? Maybe you don't remember this. It was like a week or two before the interview. They tried to dox you. You remember this, right?
And here's Phil doing. You should not believe them because they're bad people. They tried to dox you.
They tried to hurt you personally, so why would you listen to them?
All those questions that you ask, they come from people who are factually bad because they tried to dox you, Craig.
It should be us versus them, not you with them versus me.
How do you feel about the questions that you ask now that they tried to do harm on you?
I told you about it. I said, just so you know.
Smile.
They gave your an address on the internet, and I don't think it's real. And you know, they did it to you. So if they're doing it to you, obviously they're not going to, my fans who like me are not going to speak up in a public venue like that and be like, oh yeah, now I want to talk about
Doesn't need to be public.
They'll watch me, they'll silently support me as they have done for a very long time, but they're not going to put themselves into the line of fire of these already deranged people.
But they already publicly support you because people can go to their YouTube channel and then look through all their stuff.
Okay. This has nothing to do with Craig not being able to get answers from him. There's no way for Craig to get answers for him. So all I was able to do was get it from detractors. Sorry. Me getting answers has nothing to do with detractors doxing your fans. There was nothing that I could do in that situation.
Okay. And you maybe didn't know that. So I got to give you the benefit of the doubt here that I got to trust you, say that you were doing what you thought was fair. But a lot of people were going into that interview thinking, okay, he's going to ask tough questions. But at the same time, maybe we'll talk a little bit about the positivity about Phil's 16-year history on YouTube. The good old days.
You talk about your own history, so there's no reason for you to talk about it. All you can say is pre-stream at them, just like you have been doing. I came from this in 15 years, one of the most prominent, all this stuff over and over, and then they just move on. There's nothing there.
June didn't even just get a DM from them. He got interviews with them.
And it was very good how he did it because he said, I did my due diligence. I had them prove that they were fans because it could have just been some detractor coming up, but they proved that they were fans and I interviewed them in a way that made them feel safe and they wouldn't get leaked out. And they did.
What's good about what he does today, how he's improved, stuff like that. Like, there was none of that. It was literally just like...
He had no problem with the interview. Moving on.
But why couldn't I get some positive questions? Why haven't employees improved?
You said that you were cool with it. We're moving on.
It was as expected. You knew it would be hard-hitting stuff.
You said that you were fine with this, Phil. Why are you asking about it?
Negative, 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 negative. Now, I told you I was okay with that, all right? But from, again, outsider...
I'm sorry. I don't want to hear what Dr. Disrespect has going on in his life and when he does his next interview. It should be absolutely hard-hitting. I'm not letting them advertise.
No, we got questions to ask.
We got hard questions, bro.
They're looking at the situation like Craig
And
just sat
pause.
around...
Go back.
Like, negative, 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 negative. Now, I told you I was okay with that. All right. But from, again, outsider, they're looking at the situation like Craig.
I have no problem with it. They have a problem with it.
And I'm speaking up for them.
This is that same lame bullshit.
Just sat around for 2 weeks claiming he did all this research. And all he literally did was talk to the people who hate Phil the most, compiled it into a ball of negativity and threw it at him. And that's the perception of that interview at this point from those who aren't my detractors, basically. In fact, just to give you another example, Mike Clone, who I was planning on possibly doing a documentary with this year.
This was a
said
turning
to
point for me.
directly, you realize that Side Scrollers interview was just for your detractors, right? Like no one else cares. No one else watched it and said, oh, it was literally a detractor interview. And it's all it'll ever be. That's why you should do positive content like a documentary, because you need to have parts of your truthful nature, your personable, personality come out. No one saw that in the interview because it was literally detractor question, detractor question, detractor question.
With all due respect to Mike, do you not think he was just puffing up your chest to try to get you to do a documentary with him?
Right.
Of course he was. I mean, let's be honest. Of course he wanted to do a documentary with me. But, I mean, from all this nonsense, there's always a little moment of truth, right?
And he had no answer for that.
Yeah, none.
There was no response to that.
Absolutely he was.
Where's this moment of truth, boys?
There's also going to be a nugget of truth in that puffing up my chest, right?
Phil mannerisms are hard to watch. Yeah, he's been doing the Five Nights at Freddy's leaning toward, launches at the camera wide, arms wide open lately.
Doesn't sound like you wanted a documentary. You wanted a glaze
That's
fest.
what he wanted.
Thing's true. That interview, if you watch it back, you don't get to learn anything about me besides all the things people don't like about me.
Pause. You had no problem with it. Moving on, Phil.
People could have learned more about you if you were able to turn some of that around.
If you didn't lie.
Yeah.
That sucks because that's there forever. That's a video that launched.
Turkey Tom's documentary was negative, and June pointed out how his doc is the same as Tom's.
But, and that's what
and that's not side scrollers, but that being said, talked about it earlier today, but it was just like, your title was even more negative than Tom's, but yours was fair and...
But that's where it shifts, because he did not watch the Turkey Tom at all.
He saw the title, he saw the thumbnail, and he went, no.
That's the two things that he has to go on, so you already have a negative impression. And also, what did he say to June? You're not milking it for later views and content like Turkey Tom did. So all the stuff in Turkey Tom's, he doesn't have a problem with what's inside of it, and he has a problem with all the stuff around it, and it's that lame stuff.
You guys into prominence for a while, right?
Oh, I need this.
A video that launched you guys into prominence for a while, right?
Look at Craig. Look at Craig. Look at Craig.
That
was a fake.
You guys into prominence for a while.
Look at that. That's that head cocked like, you can't, Phil.
You can't be taking credit for us relaunching when we had Angry Video Game Nerd 2 weeks after you. We were already in there.
This is pure disbelief.
While, right? I think you can agree. Can we agree?
Look at Craig!
There. Can we just say that prominence for a while, right?
Just what?
I think you can we agree there? Can we just say that interview did give you a launching board to popularity?
Can we just agree that I'm him? Can we just agree that you guys got popular because of me specifically? Can we agree that every dollar in your bank account is because of me? Can we just agree to that real quick, Phil?
And I'm not saying that
Craig?
anything that came after is a result of me. I'm not. But was that not the piece of
Look at him! Craig is just like this
into prominence, and people wanted to hear from the side scrollers?
I think that it raised awareness that side scrollers was back, but just to think that anybody who watched that, like I would say, we had Phil 2,500 people tuned in live to watch that show, right? We had 3,000 watching our show today, right?
That's right.
Of that 3,000 who watched our show today, how many of those of that 2,500 were there?
Probably zero, because your show today is a different show. It's completely
Okay.
Beautiful. So what did you do, Phil?
Yeah, how did you launch them into prominence if
nobody from there is watching this now? What did you do?
And we have more people watching than back then.
So what is your argument for I made you, as Isaiah said?
For content.
Well, it's not an interview. It's not about Phil. And I think I recognize that, right? Now, did it raise awareness? Sure. Is it why the show's been successful? No. You know.
Oh, no, I agree with you there. Your show is taken off, and I want to say kudos and congrats to you for having a very successful show now. I mean, it's blown up, and that's great. But people didn't know about side scrollers until my interview. Is that a fair
statement?
It's irrelevant.
Detractors didn't know, because I didn't know. I didn't know who Craig was.
It's irrelevant. We've established that nobody that was watching from that interview is watching this now.
Glaze me, Craig. Glaze your king. Snort.
I wish you would have talked about... Yeah, Craig, I'm the king here, okay?
Statement to say.
Even if he was right, how is that a flex? My embarrassment was so big it launched a career. The lies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But just like our interview with the Tetris CEO, or us talking about Concord or Dustborn or whatever. Like, once again, the show was changing. We were trying to figure out what the show was, and it took about a year before we figured out what the show was.
Yeah, you remember you were saying on the show no politics, and now it's like it's completely flipped. Like, that's mostly what you're talking about these days.
I disagree. I don't think what we talk about is politics at all. I think we talk about the culture of this stuff.
Fair enough. I'm okay. Not hardcore politics. I agree with you.
But then right after this, he said it isn't about politics, but it is. That's more of that worm stuff. He is sitting right in front of you. He is the person that can refute. No, we do not talk about only politics. Oh, you're right.
Fair enough. But then when he's alone, when Craig cannot defend himself or his show, he goes, no, it's all about politics.
Very rarely do we actually talk about Democrats or Republicans or anything like that. No, we talk about the culture associated.
Culture, I get it.
Which I think from a video game perspective is way more important than whether a game gets a 7 or an 8 in a score. You know?
Yeah.
And I think that's what's limited, because at the end of the day, you see a number of the reason why side scrollers is working and our audience is growing is because we know that there are a bunch of, as we say in our chat, our community is called normal men. They're called normal men for a reason, because there's a bunch of normal men who are looking around going like, yo, what the hell's happening? And this isn't right. This is not normal.
It's so good.
The thing about side scrollers, we do the exact same thing now that we did a decade ago. It's just in a different package, because a decade ago, we were laughing at all the stupid shit that was happening in the video game space. Now there's just way more stupid shit that happens in the video game space that we can talk about.
Oh yeah, no, ain't got time for it.
You know, it's the same premise. It's just in a different package. So, anyways, with that said, like I said, the show was evolving, the show was changing, and you know, we haven't done like an interview on the show in I'd say almost a year. You know, because the interviews were fine, and they were originally supposed to be a regular weekly part of the show. But once again, it takes a while to figure out what the show is. And now we have a good idea of what the show is, who our audience is, and we're there. Now, once again, did those interviews help raise awareness? Absolutely. But I can't, you know, I'd say it's a chapter of the side scroller story. And it just as side scrollers is a chapter of the DSP story.
Sure, I will agree with you on that. The show today has nothing to do with me. I'm not trying to take credit for it whatsoever in that regard. You've done good for yourself. putting it in its new.
I'm not trying to take credit for it at all. When 2 minutes ago you were just like, I'm the reason why you popular.
It stands out. Okay.
And
So,
after this, he also says it. What's that?
Back to now, because we did get derailed there talking about the beforehand. So the interview happens. All of a sudden, all eyes are on you guys because you did this interview with DSP. Friday is supposed to be a decompression stream with Mario Kart, but instead it turns into something else. So now let's get into this. So what actually went down on that Friday show for you?
Yeah, we went in, we talked about things, and we do what we do every day. We just talked about what's in the news. The difference was that we were the news, and the interview was the news in the sphere. And people wanted to hear our thoughts about it for the first time, and that was the first time we'd got together. So, you listen to your audience, and when the audience says, we want to hear your thoughts about what happened yesterday, you do that. And for us, it was a Friday, so naturally we're going to
called them irrelevant and said go flush yourself down the toilet.
Normal on Monday. It doesn't matter if Mario Kart was played or not. The intention was still the same, was to talk about what just happened the day before for the first time, just like you did the day before with the decompression stream. Now, was it what you wanted to hear? No. But was it honest? Yes. And honestly, I think that when it comes to...
And again, right there. Was it honest? Yes.
And setting it up.
Craig is implanting. We were honest. You were not. Small things.
The reasons why we were upset was, and specifically Adam was upset, was because he smelt shit, and whenever he'd say it was like talking in circles. And I think that there's like a lot of that stemmed from the WWE Champions thing. That's where a lot of the meat came from, right?
Again.
So we asked you about that several times. We got the runaround on it. We all knew it was the runaround, right? We talked about you sharing your account, and then and then that didn't happen, and that was when the internet went out and everything associated with that. And so we were upset about it, right? Because we smelt the shit. And I think that there's actually a lot of irony when it comes to this, and that just was yesterday. I get sent clips to you all the time, and leading up to this especially, where you talked about WWE champions, and you said that you spent for forever lying about it, right? So with that said, do you think that you admitted to lying about this, right? Do you think that we had a right to be upset because we felt you were lying? We knew you were lying. You admitted to lying. Do you feel that we had a right to be upset the next day?
Well, let me. Okay.
Crazy. Also, keep in mind. He's got nothing.
Nothing. Arms folded.
Because it hurts his narrative to be like, yes, you are completely justified in being upset because I was wrong because I lied.
Yep.
He has to be like, you guys were in the wrong for doing that the next day, but he can't be like, you guys were right for being angry because you
guys did that because you were upset. And you were upset for a justified reason. So, ipso facto, you're justified in doing what you did.
But he cannot say that because that's his track to get that apology. You guys were upset? Absolutely, you guys were upset. You should have done that. You did do it. There's no reason why I would be upset for you guys doing it because I understand why you guys would do that.
Dude, boot on the neck.
Okay.
Let me put it into these terms. Okay.
Get crazy! I am not going to address what you said. I'm gonna make some dumb analogy or talk about detractors or whatever it is just to obfuscate from the fact that you guys were justified in doing what you did.
Do you feel we were justified?
Because we were lied to.
Let me put it in other terms.
Because we were factually, provably lied to. And what did we say? We were lied to. That's what we said.
Let me put it into these terms. Okay. When a guest is going to be on a show.
No, Phil, no.
Swerve when I drive. Swerve.
Show. And they're going to be interviewed, and they know there's going to be hard-hitting questions. And that was all previously established, all right? We knew all this was going to happen. That's why I agreed to do the interview.
No, Phil, that's
the question on the table is, are we justified in being upset that we were lied to? That's the question on the table.
And his answer is, when you have a guest on your show, I knew it was going to be hard-hitting questions, and I agreed to that.
Because I felt like this was going to be it, the definitive interview or whatever, okay? Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that the next day after the interview, you were going to do that.
And he is on such a track. It doesn't matter if you expected it to happen or not. It happened because they were lied to.
He didn't hear the "do you feel like we were justified?"
No.
He didn't absorb that. All he absorbed was they did it, and
he absorbed it because that's what that pause was. He was trying to, how do I reframe this as to be y'all being wrong? Well, I didn't expect this to happen. So you guys were wrong. That's all that was.
This is disgusting.
It's awful. How much money does he have now?
15.
$15 dues. 15 dolans and less viewers by 22. Excellent.
You didn't even tell the public you were going to do that. And now, let's be honest here. What actually happened on that Friday show is you talked to my detractors almost.
The question on the table is, were we justified because we were lied to?
And his answer is, you wronged me.
The answer is the detractors. That's his one-track mind.
Oh yeah, because PayPal takes so much money from him with the $1 tips, even though the minimum of his tip is $1.50.
And he's trying to figure out a way to logically raise it.
The entire show. You were reading all of their contributions as they rolled in. I think some of them were previously from the interview the day before. I want to be fair here. I think there were like leftovers you hadn't shouted out the day before. And then there was a ton of contributions that came in that day from my detractors.
What was his
You just
question?
sat there reading them. And, okay, you're upset with me. You don't believe me. You smell shit. All right? But there's a difference between saying, well, we just did this big interview. We don't believe him. Versus actually like actively participating in memes.
The memes hurt my family.
You guys were justified in doing this.
No, we didn't say that.
I understand why you guys did this, but you shouldn't have done it.
Yep.
You shouldn't have done this thing within it.
You memed.
You memed. And I wish Craig would have once said, Phil, outside of the act, name 3 things that we said.
No, with the act. Name 3 things we said.
I wish, because he just has this, you guys just on me, and that's all he has is just this blanket. There was a negative vibe around this because of the detractors and the act. That's all that he has, and I wish he would have been like, what do you have? And he would have been like, oh, it was 18 months ago. I don't really remember. So I was like, so what are you upset about?
And especially since the super chat, when they did the act, had the act in it, which is why they did it.
It just would have been easily just, what are you upset about? Because so you can't tell. I can't apologize for saying anything in that because you're not presenting anything. You just want me to apologize for everything when I'm saying, because I was there, it wasn't that bad.
And
you can't disprove it because you can't remember it. So are you calling me a liar when I said it wasn't that bad?
And let us never forget what the question was. Were we justified in doing that because you lied to us?
But you memed at me. Me lying? But I'm a human.
Is actually like actively participating in memes that they have about me. Your entire cast laughed ack on the show, Craig, together.
That's hilarious.
As if this was something funny to do to deride Phil. I was the guest on your show the day before for 5 hours.
You wronged me!
Yes, and he has to. Yes, you guys were cool doing that. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. You shouldn't have memed at me because I am in the right. No matter what, he has to do 2 things. He has to establish that I did you a service and
did
you did me wrong. I did good, y'all did bad. That's what he always has to bring this back to, no matter what. So now it's 5 hours. I launched y'all, blah, 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 super chats, whatever. Whatever he has to do to be like, you guys were in the wrong, and all I did was come there and lie to you.
I hate the Barbara Walters thing.
The Barbara Walters thing that he's going to bring up is so... He does not understand analogies because it's supposed to be something that it's a substitute for the thing that it's in. All you're doing is going, what if there was another interview that did the exact same thing? That wouldn't be right.
Notera said this before, but King of Hate ill talk shit online, all fun and games, just razzing, make fun of his gout or his drinking or anything about him, and you get paragraphs.
And he's going bananas.
Is he doing the Big Bang attack?
But one of the worst things was the cat thing of she needs to talk more. Oh, she needs to talk more. It's not perfect. It's just like, Phil, they're giving you literal constructive criticism.
And now she ain't there.
To deride Phil. I was the guest on your show the day before for 5 hours. I was on your show and answered hard-hitting questions. You didn't have to believe the answers.
Hold on. Did you answer because you?
I did. Oh, indeed, I answered. You just didn't like the answers.
Phil, don't flip that on me.
One of the worst things that he has ever said. I despise that answer because that encapsulates everything that Phil
I
is.
did answer. You didn't like the answer.
No. You lied.
Yeah, he's like Craig said, don't put that on me. What he's putting on Craig is the answers you received were not satisfactory to you, and you're upset about that, and I can't change that. That's you being upset about my answers. But Phil, your answers were lies, and that's what we're upset about. The lying. But not that we didn't get what we wanted, that you lied to us.
But he thinks that simply because I answered, that's enough. Hey Phil, where is your money going? Meatballs. Well, that is an answer, but that's also literally nothing. But he's just going, yeah, I answered your question, but you lied to me. Yeah, but I answered. It's one of the most disgusting things that he's ever said. Because again, he has to be in the right. You wronged me. I gave you answers. They weren't truthful, but they were answers.
Hey,
it doesn't matter if they were.
Hey, honey, did you pay the light bill? I sure did. Hey, why are our lights out? Oh, they weren't paid. So you lied to me. No, I gave you an answer. You didn't.
It's disgusting.
Oh, indeed, I answered. You just didn't like the answers.
Phil, don't flip that on me because you did.
And
you were
laughed.
dishonest with us, and we smelt that.
It's still an answer.
It's still an answer. So no matter what he said, he's just like, I answered your questions. Dude, he would get destroyed in court.
Yeah, no. The judge would be, what?
Huh?
Doesn't matter if it's honesty or not. It's still an answer.
It doesn't matter. And that's that isolated bullshit because he can just talk to his audience no matter how he wants. And he's given his answer.
And anybody that doesn't like the answer, they get booted.
And that's everything you need to know about Phil. It doesn't matter if I gave you the truth or not. I answered you. Like, I want the truth. You can't be like, I answered your question. You did all this research. You came to me for answers. This was the definitive interview where all the answers will be. I answered it, but I didn't tell the truth, but I did answer it. Is that enough? Is that what you want to point people to and be like, watch this, these non-answers?
Then let me ask you this, Phil. Will you apologize for lying to us? Because that's where a lot of that came from. It's like we knew you were lying, right?
Okay.
And I gave you an opportunity multiple times. I remember pleading with you.
Oh,
Phil,
it does matter. Oh no, people in the chat.
Come clean on this.
Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. The chat is not on Phil's side. Come on now, Philip.
Times. I remember pleading with you, Phil, just come clean on this. And the opportunity was there.
It doesn't matter if you lie.
Had you just come clean at that instance, everybody would move past this. So I do think that, like, once again, why were we upset, Phil? What's the root of all this? We felt and we knew and we smelt a lie. We smelt it, right? So, and you admitted yesterday to lying to us. So that to me stings because you're not only lying to me, you're lying to your audience, you're lying to my audience, and you're lying to everybody else. So you should apologize to me and Adam and Travis and Blabs and everybody else who watched that show because they were expecting the definitive DSP interview, and what they got was lies. That's not definitive, Phil. That's the issue I had with this.
Okay, now since we're getting into the nuance of it now.
Not listening. He is not. Blood ain't listening.
What is the nuance of you lied to us?
You
Yes, I did.
lied.
What nuance could there possibly be?
He has not gotten a felt on Craig. So if he apologizes, he is one step back now. So now he has to travel further in order to be ahead of Craig again. So he can't apologize. He has to spin it into, you need to apologize first.
Let's go talk, because the lies you're talking about are WWE champions. That's what we're talking about. Let's hone in on.
But will you apologize though? Because that's
Let's hold on. Let's talk. Let's do this. All right. Let's like man to man. Don't demand something from me now.
He did
Let's
not
talk.
demand
No,
anything.
but will you do it?
Will you
I'm
do
not
it? It is
reading
a
Excel says.
question.
Craig put Phil on a pig roast.
Boy, cook that boy.
And keep in mind, Phil going, don't demand something.
Like
I'm
men,
asking. I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm
If in that
asking.
interview, all right, I had been honest with you and completely transparent, and I said fessed up to everything, right? Immediately, you would have said, "That's great, prove it."
No, I would not have asked for proof if you went, yes, I was, they called me DSP. Yes, I was down from the rafter. I would have asked for proof if you went, I sold the account. But I would have believed you saying, yes, I am or was those people.
And this is also 2 hours or so into the interview when you've already gone the black thing. That wasn't racist. So you've already showed what type of character you are when you just go, this clearly racist thing. You couldn't just be like, dang, screwed up. That happens sometimes. It's unfortunate. People understood that it was a joke, but I can see how people take that. And I apologize for that.
Can I get an apology? Okay, rocket science goes like this. I can't help but laugh whenever I hear him say man to man, or like a man, or all that stuff.
Correct? You would have said, prove everything you're saying.
And we gave you the opportunity to.
Okay, now let's...
But that means nothing, Phil. Will you apologize for lying to us?
The question on the table is, will you apologize? And he's just going, let me tell you a story. Let me pre-stream at you.
Be real about this, because I don't want you to lie to the internet about it.
I don't want you to lie to the internet. The day before, everything that I said in that WWE Champions thing was a lie. But you don't get to lie to the internet about this.
Real about this.
I'm not going to lie to the internet. I'm not.
In that interview, all right, you said to me, show me evidence of what stuff you're saying, show me screen captures or whatever. And I'm going to be honest with you. No, I was never going to do that on the fly because I'm the kind of guy I want to make sure if I'm going to do something like that, I want to make sure everything's safe. I want to make sure it's...
What could have happened?
Yes.
Sending him that thing.
Mm-hmm. He's talking about he wants to make sure everything is safe. How is it not safe to send that to him?
Correct. I'm not going to send you something just to say it wasn't good enough. I want you to show you...
That's up to Craig to be like, it's not good enough. Once he says it's not good enough, then you provide more evidence and more evidence. I am down from the Raptors. They call me DSP, but I sold it. That could have been enough, or it could not be enough. Yep. Then he goes, okay, prove it. All right, here's my current account. Well, I don't believe that. Okay, well, here's a PayPal receipt for me sending it to him. Whatever you have to do at that point, but up until the point where you just go,
Phil is in desperate need of a wedgie. What a bastard.
A wet willy for this guy.
Definitive evidence to prove what I'm saying or whatever. Okay?
But yet he sold it to a third-party site. All of his information that could have been on that. He doesn't know if it's saved in there or something. He doesn't know if they can call up Scope and be like, hey, yo, I can't get into my Apple account. Reset that. Or what is the last four of my credit card? Whatever. He doesn't know how that worked, but he sold all of that to his other... No.
So I'm thinking in my head during the interview, because I didn't know you were going to hit me with that. Honestly, I thought you were just going to ask me questions and I was going to answer. I didn't know you were going to say, this is your opportunity to actually clear this up.
I thought that you were just going to believe me no matter what I said.
But Phil, even if he didn't present that opportunity thing, you were still lying to them, and that's the problem.
Yes.
Never thought you would do that. So when I'm thinking in my head, okay, how can I prove it? How can I do this? How can I do that? I need to get this stuff together for you, right? And you had left the door open.
His whole thing at the time was it needs to be safe. If you had just like, Craig, this is a very convoluted story. There's a lot that I need to gather in order to prove this to you. I cannot do this right here and now.
But I would gladly do it right after the stream. Once I get some time.
And in fact, this is what near the end of the interview we were talking about this.
In fact, if you would have went, was that champion's account yours? Yes. They called me DSP for a little while. I was down from the rafters. I sold the account. I will gather the information for you to show you that I sold it. I will show you the PayPal where I received the money for it.
This is currently my story right here and now, though. And I will prove it to you.
Oh yeah, that apology's done, man. We're past that.
But Craig brings this up. He didn't have any proof when he said that he sold it. But now he needs to gather all this proof.
If you want to, clarify everything, you can send it to me after we're done here. We even left the door open for that, correct? You remember that, right? I'm not making that up. That was correct.
Right. And to be clear, I actually have our emails pulled up.
Sure.
If you have those pulled up, I think that you can read your part and I can read my part, just so everybody is on the same page and there's full clarity on all this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I don't need to read them. I know exactly what they say.
Well, I think it's important just so this is us talking, but
yeah,
we'd be ignorant to say that there's not a couple, few thousand people who once again, this is part of the story of how we got here, right? So I do think it's important because I don't want to leave any context out. So do you mind if I read our emails after the just our back and forth that we had after, because I think it does provide context to what we're talking about here.
Sure. This is the email that was sent after I got off the show.
Yeah.
Because I believe there was an email then, and then I emailed you again after I'd eaten dinner about, are you available? Are you going to be checking this email box? And that was where we had left it. And then the next day you emailed me.
He's going to read it. Shut the up.
Correct. That's the chain of events.
Okay. So it happened on, I guess we talked March 16th of last year. Right. So you emailed me at 8:18 and said, "Hey, Craig, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how the show went. I really hope that it was a big benefit to you guys. If so, this may have been the only time in history that my infamy has actually helped something. I know you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. My viewers are telling me that they think that you and Adam were too harsh."
Always
other people. They said.
But I disagree completely, as I told you on the podcast.
Then why even bring them up?
What does that do?
Fair. But there is pretty much 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, gave him free plugs for his own content, and took away.
What was that?
Yeah, just like my audience agreed with what I said.
Yeah, I told you that's what he was there for.
About an hour that should have been more on topic. I didn't mind. I didn't mind, but that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me.
I didn't mind, but that's what the viewers are saying.
Disgusting.
And now here you are during this interview, Phil, going, I did mind.
Disgusting.
I would likely be best for a repeat appearance to just be us, to avoid people feeling like it was a quote surprise or trick or shock me. How often do you check this email? I'm still 50-50 on showing you my champions account at this.
50-50. You didn't go, all right, you're about to get this, Craig. You went, I'm 50-50
How
showing.
often do you check this? I'm 50-50 on it. Yeah, I check it pretty often. Okay, I'm thinking about it. And then he has to just be there on his email, refreshing.
A man with a family and a life, waiting on Phil
to maybe send something.
Because of what Keemstar said, I feel nobody would believe you, even if you vouched for me. But I respect you and still considering it, despite the fact I'm incredibly
considering it. You're acting like, Craig, you were about to get all this info, but now you didn't. Where you're going, I'm 50-50. I'm thinking about it. No, you would have got it.
Really scared my info will once again leak and hurt me. So that was the email that you sent me at 8:18.
Okay, which was 5:18 my time. Well, actually, I don't know what time zone you are, but it was
Central. So 6:18 your time.
Gotcha. So it was right after dinner. Correct.
And pause. One of the reasons why he's given that I can't show my account is because I've used this name on other things, so people will scour that and why. If we are to believe that he was DSP and down from the Raptors and they track that and everything, he knows that people can track him. So why would he sell it and then make another account with the same name that he used elsewhere? For what purpose would he do that?
Especially since after he made that Street Fighter one, he said, I use the name I don't usually use.
I will clarify what was going on. Okay. Now, did you see my show last night where I told the truth about WWE?
Why would I keep watching you, Phil?
Why
you watch my show?
You admitted that you lied. That's all I needed to hear.
Champions for the very first time. Have you seen that at all, or did you just hear about it?
I had a clip sent to me, but
Okay.
I haven't like watched the whole thing. I've watched like 90 seconds of it.
In a nutshell, all right. Yeah, the account was mine. I had it for many years, and after years of harassment by my detractors, I sold the account. Okay. So at the time that we're doing this interview, I don't have access to the account. So I can't prove really anything, right?
Why didn't he just say that?
Yeah, Phil, have you proved now that you were that account?
No.
But everybody believes you were.
Or they don't.
No, they believed he was.
Or they're just like, hey, whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, people don't care.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
That's what it is.
All I could do is I could show you like a new account, which is the account that I had currently.
I haven't played mobile games since Cat came.
I haven't been down from the Raptors since I sold it in 2020. Here is one that has a at this point over almost 1,000-day login streak. That coincides with the day that I sold it.
You remember you would ask me straight up in the interview, hey, do you still play WWE Champions? Yes, I do. But it's on this new account. It's not the original account.
Why didn't you say that?
Hey, Phil, will you apologize?
Hey, the question on the table is that you lied to us and we felt lied to, so we trashed you. Apologize, bitch.
Stalking me for all these years.
No, I don't really care about.
I don't care about all this bull. What I do care about is that you lied to us.
Okay, no, fair, but
really
here's
don't. Like
I understand, but you have to understand the situation. So
Why?
I'm saying to you, I'm 50-50 on sending it, but if you had said to me, yeah, okay, I'm still open to it, I was going to show you the new account. I was going
to show you. I'm still 50-50, and then he used a definitive like I was going to show you.
I was 50-50, but if you would have said yes, I would have sent it.
What was the 50-50 then?
I was going to send it, I just needed confirmation.
Legit, just why didn't you say that? Guys, he's not gonna apologize. Let's move on positively.
gonna try to explain all this to you and say this is why I can't just on a whim show you everything. It wouldn't have worked. You easily could have said, oh, you made this up, this is a bullshit new account or whatever. Yeah. It's a convoluted story. It is. Yeah. Okay. So what was your response to me reaching out to you saying, hey, I have the information, I'm 50-50 on it? What was your response to that?
Yeah. So, and once again, let's make sure we have all references here. Mm-hmm. It's you send that March 16th at 18 p.m. So mm-hmm. it's evening time for me, right? My morning routine is I wake up and I start prepping for the show, right? So we're live at 11. I'm getting up. I'm getting prepped for everything. I have not checked this email, right? I've not checked this email. And you know, because I told you prior to, in our original correspondence, I don't check this email. I don't check this email very often.
Established.
Sometimes it'll go weeks before I check the email, right?
Pause. And Phil could have, at the end of it goes, Craig, within the next day or so, I will have an answer for you definitively on when if I will send it to you. Just keep an eye on that email.
Yeah. Just I'm gonna send it around 3 p.m. my time, so that's around 5 p.m. your time. Just keep an eye on the email around that time. Yeah.
Do you have another method of correspondence just in case you're not looking at that? Can you send it over to Blabs or Adam or something like that? Just so I know once I'm ready to send it, somebody will see it and they will immediately delete it.
So you know this. So so you send me that email. The following day, March 17th, I respond at 7:45. That's the next time we have any sort of correspondence.
Is that AM or PM?
That is PM.
Okay.
So it's been about 23 hours.
And you've already done your show for Friday. It's already taken
Correct.
place.
It is done. So here's my response to you. I said, and I felt like this was a very fair very fair assessment of things. And you can tell me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
I said, hey, Phil, I think the show went okay yesterday. We talked about it at length on today's show as a debrief. I think we all left the interview mentally exhausted and feeling incredibly frustrated as at the end of the day, we want what's best for you, man. The things that are laid out about everything, the WWE mobile games, the bank stuff, etc., it just doesn't make sense, man. There's too much evidence saying it's yours, and your only evidence is just saying it's not. I feel like we gave you multiple opportunities to turn this thing around, but you just seem so dug in. Even in the face of insanely detailed evidence, you wouldn't take it. Even with Keemstar coming on, I tried to lay out the similarities you feel towards him and the way people feel about you based off of things that you've said online. It was tough. Honestly, I'm just disappointed, man. Like I said, I and we want what's best for you, man. We very much do, but you have to want what's best for yourself. When you're ready to take that step, I will gladly help you, man. Help you, man, on your journey. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it. And that's the email that I sent to you. And I think that was very fair. You know, I did not lie to you and be like, hey, Phil, it was great. It was spectacular.
I did not lie to you.
Number 2, as I said in the email, we were exhausted from it. And, you know, mentally tired from it, physically tired from it. And we talked about that. You know, we talked about that on the following debrief. So, you know, had we done that debrief immediately after the show, chances are we would have said the exact same thing. Probably worse, you know? But you can see in that email, we felt lied to. We felt exhausted, right?
Bring it back, Craig.
And the
Bring it
reality
back.
is, Phil, we were lied to.
We were.
Right? So, and, you know, self-admittedly, you said we were lied to, and we knew that. So naturally, when somebody lies to you and continues to lies to you, you're going to be upset.
Right.
So we were
Fair
upset.
enough. Okay.
Pause.
So,
Dutch, you missed. We did LTG and DSP, the one that happened yesterday.
Yeah. And now we're on this. This is our second video. This is probably going to be the last one, honestly, because it's probably going to go to like 7.
What is food?
What could we do with food? We could probably do a quick food.
So, I will confirm everything that Craig just said is true. That is correct. Was what was in those.
But
emails.
I also
know for a fact
fooled
that's
'cause I
exactly
haven't eaten.
how it transpired.
No, I was
okay?
saying.
No. That's
So
what I'm
now-
saying. That's why I'm like, hey, this is probably going to be.
He said it. I didn't say it. He said it. He literally read the emails word for word. No one.
Why do you think that email makes him look bad or something?
At all. But he keeps that. There are a couple points that he keeps bringing up. He read the emails and that made him look bad. No explanation. And the go f yourself thing.
Can say that I made this up. Okay? So we got to follow the order of events. I'm on your interview. 5 hours, hard-hitting questions. I lie to you about WWE champions. You leave the door open and say, you can send me the information after to clarify all of this. Okay? That was said directly in the interview. You agree to that, right, Craig? You did say that.
Mm-hmm.
I go on my show. I say, that was a good interview. I'm okay with it. I even email you, say, I'm okay with it. I'm 50-50 about sending you the stuff. Do you check your email? You literally just publicly admitted you don't check your email, right?
Well, in this situation, yeah, it'd been a day. Yeah.
So you ended an interview, the hottest piece of content you had ever made at that point on Side Scrollers. You knew all eyes were on you. You knew people were looking to see if I was going to follow up with you and send you this information. And you decided not to check your email, but instead to do a show ragging on me the next day.
Pause.
Is that
It was not a decision to not check your email.
Yeah, he doesn't check it.
He said he doesn't check it.
He said before even this instance of the thing that he doesn't check it.
And you gave no time frame on when you were or were not gonna do this. So it's just, I just have to look out every now and again. This isn't a time delay thing or not?
How do you check all users on new Discord? Because I'm trying to DM Soul about his grandma, his great grandma.
And we can figure this out. But it's, I forgot what it was saying.
That a correct statement? To a show ragging on me the next day. Is that a correct statement?
I would say that in between me ending the show, being done with the internet for the day, going to sleep, and waking up the next day and then doing the show, like Phil, as we said at the time, you had one opportunity to send the stuff.
Pause.
It wasn't there.
That's what I was saying. He said that he does not check that email.
Yeah.
So you gave him no time frame. So what is he supposed to do? Just keep checking it? He said that he wakes up, he gets ready for the show. He did the show, and it was just like, nah, man, this dude is just foolish. They talked about it, and then that just bolsters like I don't even care anymore. After all this time. The hottest, that interview was a cold turkey. But he already said that I'm not going to talk about how this was beneficial for y'all.
Right? You passed on that.
Whoa. Passed on what? You just admitted.
Hey, never forget. Will you apologize?
For lying!
We're so far past that shit.
And this is the exact same thing that he did before, when it was just like, it was a black girl. He goes, oh, no, now you said it. He interrupted them, hands up.
Yep.
And you see the difference? That's where I was just like, back then, when it was like, oh, the black girl, he wanted to lay into him, but he was just like, nope, I'm in front of proper people, pinkies up. No. Now you said it. Oh, well, I didn't think that. But he goes, whoa. And he instantly tries to debunk him. He got bass in his voice. You just said this thing. Whoa. I ain't say that about this black girl. That was not what I was saying. And you was a piece of for saying that I was saying that.
The door was open to send you the information when I got it together.
During the show, Phil, during the interview.
Craig, we're on an interview and a show.
Now.
Craig. We're in an interview. The idea of the interview is for me to answer your questions. It's not.
Phil, Craig just answered several of your questions by bringing up documents and emails.
It's about answering the questions. Here's the question. You prove it. Prove your answer.
No,
but his mindset is just, if it's an answer, that's good enough.
Not even that far. Hey, here's a question. Lie. Because never forget, he just lied to their faces about what's going on.
Stop the interview. Let me dig into documents.
Stop the interview. Let me open up my vault with all of my documents. No, take a screenshot.
Screenshots and things proving that's not what the interview was. Never once before the interview did you ever say that's what it was going to be. And like I said, if I'm going to send you something, it has to be sure that it's proving my point. This is a convoluted story. It's not I could just send you a screenshot. I got to try to prove.
Why not, Phil? Mm-hmm. Why not? Hey, here's a screenshot of that. There's a website where you can check how much people log in and how many champions.
When it was created, all this.
And you can check the username I just sent you. Here's the website where you can check that thing. You can see how much I logged in, the champions I have. This is my account.
Great. Sleek.
I forgot about that. It was so good.
Prove now that I've got a new account and it's not the old account that I sold the account. This is complicated. It's not something I can just do during the show.
But it is built on a foundation of lies. So what happened in the interview was, are you down for the Raptors? They call me DSP. No, I am not. Okay, prove it. Okay, here's my proof. I actually was them, but I sold it. So you lied, and then you're just like, okay, but here's the truth, though. It's like, why did you lie frame one? Here's the truth. Yes, that was me. I sold it. I will prove it to you later. I'm sorry that I can't prove it now. That's all you needed to say, but you lied frame one.
Literally, to be transparent with you now, as I sent you that email, I had everything ready. I told you I was 50.
Then why not
But you
just-
were 50-50 and you were considering two things that you said within the email.
Hey, why didn't you just send it then?
Because he's worried about being hacked. He wants you to be like, okay, get it and then see it and then instantly delete it because they're hacking you right now. You're basically already hacked. So the sooner you delete it, the sooner I'm safe.
Has anybody ever broken into his DSP gaming at Hotmail or whatever?
No,
But
not to our knowledge.
Then how is somebody gonna break into Craig's who knows email?
Detractor magic.
This guy is such a filthy
But that's
liar.
what the whole point of, do you check this? He is worried about them being hacked right now as we speak. So you need to check it and instantly delete it because it's gonna hurt my family.
50, I literally had it all ready to go. And all you had to do was check your email and say, I'm here, Phil, I'll check it. And I would have sent it to you and you would have had it.
Then what's the
50-50?
I'm ready to send it. Just let me know you're checking your email. That's what you would have said. I'm considering it.
The you sending it is dependent on, yes, I am checking this email. Is that all it is? Is the no, I don't check this email as I'm replying to you? What is the 50-50?
And instead of having a Friday show where all you did was beat me up all day, you would have had the Friday show saying the big reveal. DSP cleared the air. He said he was a liar, but here's the truth.
And you see how that is the in liar sandwich, the big interview here. DSP reveals all, good thing. He said he was a liar, bad thing, but he wasn't down from the rafters, good thing. No, the liar thing should be first because the lie was first. Are you down from the rafters? No.
What air would have been cleared
What?
when you've admitted you were lying anyway?
He didn't lie about that thing. He lied about this thing. So he is a liar, but he's not a liar about this thing, you see.
But you didn't check your email. You told me.
Like, what do you want?
Sorry, I didn't check my email. Whatever, bitch. Shut up. Cry more.
Especially when he's already admitted he does not check that email often.
Look at Craig. Go back.
But you didn't check your email. You told me.
Sorry,
Like, I'm sorry that I didn't check my email for 23 hours.
What do you
That's
want
not how
from me?
people communicate in 2023. And I know that's how you communicated, but like, I didn't check my email for 23 hours. And I'm sorry that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. I apologize for that.
I would have snapped far before this.
I apologize for lying, but I don't want your apology that you didn't check your email. I want your apology for being completely disingenuous about everything that happened after the fact, after the interview.
How is he disingenuous?
How? In what way?
And I love that real quick.
I apologize for lying.
But I don't want your apology for that. I want your apology for.
But the disingenuous thing has to just come from, you said that you would accept the screenshot, you didn't. And you said that you were just going to play Mario Kart, you didn't.
That's what I want.
But the thing is,
gaming, that's what it always comes. He lied. And he just brushed right over that. I apologize for lying. No, that was so much lie. You lie. Follow-up question. Lie.
We were being disingenuous. Like, I think we were being completely honest with how we felt. You know, like I said, we spent 5 hours talking to you, getting the runaround, man. And like, it was not meant to be like, this was, once again, I go back to the definitive DarksydePhil interview, and it wasn't. So I'm disappointed in that because there's things that you're telling us now you lied about. We felt it. We knew it was happening.
Is that one of ours over there?
Time. We felt like we were getting gaslit. So naturally, yes, I felt exhausted and tired, and honestly, didn't want to deal with it. Which is why in that email I said, "Look, man, we're just disappointed.
We're done.
I said, I want what's best for you. We very much do, but you have to want to help yourself."
What is this smug smile that he's doing? What does he think is happening here?
He's winning. He's felting Craig.
Is lying to us on stream helping yourself? No, of course not. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it. Right?
Craig, what you told me in that email you sent me on Friday, basically in other words says we don't actually care what the truth is. Because I had the truth and was
because you lied. So you are a provable factual liar. So what you could send me could be a lie as well. So I don't care. You didn't go, hey, yo, Craig, I lied about that because it's a convoluted story, clickety clack clack, but I'm ready to tell you the full and complete truth with whatever information that you want. You said I'm 50-50 and I'm considering it. And he goes, man, I don't care about this no more. You lied to us, and then no.
You ignored me.
No, it's not that I ignored you. It's because I didn't check the email. And
No, that's not an ignoring, Phil. That would be like if I'm taking a shower and somebody calls and they go, why did you ignore my call? No, I was showering and I couldn't check my phone. If I look at my phone and put it down, then I ignored you. If we're supposed to talk on the phone at 7 o'clock and I look at it and go, I'm not talking to them, and put it down, then I ignored you.
It's called ignoring. Because you knew that was our line of communication. You asked me to send you the information.
But you gave him no time frame. It's established that he doesn't check that email often. He has a family. They were tired. They got a show the next day. All this stuff. You talked about Keem going, you want me to put my life on hold to get a phone call, but you just like check your email every an hour for me?
Put your life on hold.
A liar?
To, and you chose not to check it.
I choose not to check my email that I don't check a lot anyway.
You ignored the way that I could have cleared my name, and then you went on to do a show that made you tons of money defaming me on the internet.
And
that's
the money thing is always a problem.
Yep.
Don't make money off my back.
Fading YouTube for not giving a notification. Crazy.
Exactly what happened. And there's no way that you can ever clarify that because it's in black and white. You just admitted it. You read it. You just admitted it publicly that you didn't check the line of communication we had that I could have cleared the whole situation.
Yes, because he did not care anymore. Because it doesn't matter. He already said once you disconnected, anything could have happened.
Yeah, you could have doctored any footage, any images.
Whatever you saying could be doctored, so it doesn't matter. That was your chance. We're done here. I don't care anymore, man.
And now Phil smug mouth. Oh, you could have.
You read the email. You said that. It's like, shut the up.
Why would Craig want someone on his show to be a regular guest who lies as easily as they breathe?
His mindset of I answered your questions. It doesn't matter if it was a lie or not. That it's an answer. That's I don't want to interact with you anymore. If that's the case, I'm sorry.
Is this like the gotcha? Like
there's no gotcha. There's no gotcha. You read it. I actually wasn't going to read the emails. You did it.
Phil, I don't apologize for not checking my email for 23 hours. I'm an adult with a family and kids, and honestly, I was tired of it. Right? The fact that I did check my email.
What can he say about that?
Yeah. I have a family. I was tired. I was busy.
I'm an adult. I don't normally check this email, but you should have. But I've given you every reasons why I wouldn't.
But you should have. And you want me to apologize for I should have?
Yeah, this dude thinks that he's winning. That's the worst part.
Friday night was fascinatingly amazing that I did that, right? That's a big dub. But I'm sorry that you felt betrayed that I didn't check my email. And once again, there's a big difference between ignoring, because I didn't know the email was there in the first place. You have to know it was there to actively ignore it. I did not actively ignore your email. I didn't know it happened. So I can't ignore something that I didn't know happened.
Craig, in the interview, we ended it with, the door is open. You can send me the information. So
pause. And therefore, you can never change your mind about this. You can never think twice about this. Just go, no, I just don't care anymore.
And what happens if Craig, an hour after that, checked his email? It wouldn't have been there. Because you said you sent it after you had dinner and did your decompression stream. So how could Craig have even checked the email and seen it? So he's like, oh, it's been an hour. Phil still hasn't sent it. All right, good. I'm good.
You didn't know it happened. Do you need to have a bomb go off when someone sends you the thing you directly asked for? Would you not even in a moment think, hey, maybe he's going to contact me today about this and I should check, because how else am I going to send you these documents anyway?
He explained why he would not check it. And Phil, on his track, does not care. Check your email 24/7.
Why couldn't he send it over a Twitter DM?
Why? That's why I said open up different lines of communication. Open up different people that you can give it to. Say, Craig, within the next day, I will have an answer for you. Anything. But Phil just went, I'll send it whenever I want to, and you for not checking it.
If he would have ended that interview like, hey, I'm going to send it to you later tonight, just check your email. That would have been a whole different ballgame. The door is open.
Hey, Craig, you got Discord? Follow me on Twitter and we can talk there as well. Whatever method of communication you want that you can check the fastest, that's what I want. Because I know that you don't check this every day.
He wanted Craig to completely change the way he does things.
Functions.
Just to appease the way Phil wanted to do things.
Yes.
It has to be an email attachment, right? I can't just call you and give it to you. I didn't have your Discord or anything, right? We were doing
Twitter. You can attach things to Twitter.
Through some other streaming client. So I had to send you an email. All right. Now here's the thing.
But here's the thing. You could have sent him an email of the information. You sent him an email to go, maybe I will.
You announced an announcement coming later.
And you're mad that he didn't check the first announcement. And now you're like, well, you get no announcement because you ain't checked that announcement.
Here's the thing. We can talk about this for the rest of the show.
Allow me to kind of
one more, and then I want to move on because this
sure, and that's fine. I'm just going based off of our track record of emailing back and forth. Okay, I'm just looking at how we emailed back and forth leading up to this thing, right? There's pretty much at least a day between every correspondence that we had. Right.
And now he's establishing a pattern.
Yep.
This is good for him to do. Just like with the Keem stuff, I don't see don't talk about Keemstar. He's establishing a pattern of, I don't check this email often. You can see days between that. But now all of a sudden, I'm supposed to check it hourly?
Almost every single time there's at least a day between our correspondence. So based off of our track record of corresponding with each other, I'm not gonna go check. Like I said,
Craig, this is a really bad cope, bro.
How is it a bad cope, bro? This is a really bad cope, bro. You coping at me, bro. You are the skibbity toy.
Craig, this is a really bad cope, bro. This is really bad. You're saying we just ended the interview.
Can we get that? This is a really bad cope, bro. This is really bad. Can we get that?
Corresponding with each other. I'm not gonna go check. Like I said,
Craig, this is a really bad cope, bro. This is really bad.
Yep, that's perfect. We will indeed get that in our sound alerts.
Yes, fellow kids, you surely are sussy bakas. Get, just get.
We just ended the interview. You said the door is open. Send me the information, and then you just say, "Well, I'm just not going to check."
Okay, the door's open. Send me the information. Okay, I'm going to send you the announcement of potentially sending you the information. You didn't send the information.
The information. That's a bad cope. Previously, our correspondence was never a reason for you to check right away. Now you had a reason, and you didn't. Instead, you actually did the opposite. Instead of giving me the fair shake, but see if I was going to send you stuff, you
see if I was going to send it. The door's open. Send it to me, Phil. All right, let me check my email to see if Phil's going to send me stuff. Oh, he's not going to? He's still 50-50 considering it? Well, you.
Especially after that whole thing just going... the whole show that they did afterwards of, Phil was lying. Adam is going off on this dude. You see an email from this guy just going, I'm considering sending it to you. It's like, you! Who are you to be? Just send it. No, don't announce that you're gonna send it.
On a show defaming me the entire next day. That's the worst situation possible for you. But you didn't care.
Phil, you got me. I didn't check my email. I'm sorry. Hey, with that said, why do you need me? If you want to put this out there, like, you have an X account, you have a Twitter account, you have social media, you have
Man, it's
a
having a
YouTube
mob
community tab. You
psycho
can post
percent
all
meter.
this stuff
He's building
available right, like
supers.
literally right now. You said you have it pulled up. Like you had all this stuff available. It's still got to be on your computer somewhere.
Is this your gotcha moment? You're gonna try to get me to post my shit on the internet?
That's not what he said. That's not what he said at all. He said, why do you need me? If you were going to post, if you're going to give me the information, that means that you're willing to share the information. Why don't you share that information?
I'm saying is you don't need me. You never did need me, right?
That's actually untrue. Because what you don't understand, Craig, because again, you didn't know this, is that any time that I try to defend myself, the detractors move the
Blam! Detractors!
Every time.
Every time!
It doesn't matter what it is.
Okay, if they always move the goalposts, why try to prove it at all?
Why? What's
why
the
even
point?
try to send that to Craig? They're just gonna move the goalpost. So no, I'm not gonna send you anything.
It could be a little innocuous thing that doesn't matter at all. It could be a big, full-blown lie.
Zero examples of anything. Yep. He's just saying the detractors, every single one of them, because they are a monolith, they do this thing.
Doing for years, whenever I try to do something, all right, they move the goalpost.
Yeah, Buster,
right?
this is Phil at his worst because he thinks that he's in the right and he wants something from Craig.
Now I could post all the information up and they would say, that's fake. That's not true. So it doesn't matter what I post or what I don't. Now, in the case of you had presented yourself as a neutral third party. You were going to be someone who was going to do this interview.
But Phil, at the end of the day, the information still comes for you.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter if a third party whitewashes your truth. It's still the information from you.
And all this is just Craig going, Phil sent me this information. He is not down from the Raptors. So now it's all up to the people to either believe Craig or not believe Craig. It's not just an instant bam, bam. Like we said, we would believe him just like, dang, all right, cool, whatever. Mm-hmm. Because Phil is too stupid to Photoshop stuff.
Yeah. And I feel like the people around him are too inept to Photoshop stuff properly.
Interview and be fair. And then you were going to judge for yourself, which actually seems like that's what happened, except you didn't actually give me the opportunity to send you the information to clear my name.
He did.
You lied.
He gave you the opportunity during the show. He gave you the opportunity after the show. After the show, you said, I'm considering sending you this thing. I'm 50-50 on sending you this thing. So there were two opportunities and you did not take either.
You went the super lame route of announcing the email is forthcoming.
And tell you what really was going on. Now, whether or not you checked your email or not, it's not a big deal.
I'm sorry I didn't check my email, and I would like to
He's
take
so
this moment
sick of this.
to apologize to you.
Yeah,
because it's such a nothing. Go back.
Oh yeah, but yeah.
I'd like to take this moment to apologize to you and apologize to
all of your... This is what he loves. He has an apology
yes.
fetish out this world.
He
wants everybody to be, because he feels like whoever's apologizing is beneath the person being apologized to. So he wants you to be beneath him, even if it's just for a split second of humbling yourself before him, going, I apologize, Phil, for the way in which I wronged you.
But look at him. This is all he wanted.
Champions, and especially all the detractors for not checking my email for 23 hours. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay, so let's move on from the email because this is going to be so boring if we keep talking about this. And I know that your time is valuable. You said you can only be here for about 90 minutes, right? So
I got about another 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay. The next day you do a show. The entire show you're ragging on me saying you didn't believe me at all.
Yeah.
We laughed.
And he had a good reason for it. Because you just admitted, yes, I was lying.
Okay, go ahead.
Which you didn't give us reason to.
Okay.
You admitted to yesterday.
Fair enough. You laughed with my detractors. You did all the memes. You got a whole bunch of detractor contributions, correct? That did happen.
Sure.
Okay. Did you continue to do content based on me after this?
Pause. And he knows the answer to this. Mm-hmm. So why is he asking this question? Instead of just going, you've done things after this based on me. Why did you do that? He knows the answer.
Because you did, Phil. You did also reacted.
Yes.
There was a did side scrollers
betray
DSP, all that stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I reacted to that talking about us.
So here, either he admits that he's done it, in which case Phil got you because you're admitting that you've done wrong because I didn't talk about you afterwards.
Yes, you did.
Either that or you lie, in which case you've lied and that's a bad thing. So whatever the
Except
case,
when I do it.
Phil wins. So instead of framing the question as, why did you do stuff after this? He goes, admit that you did things afterwards and why did you do it?
Not especially. You know, I think there was a, I don't remember the context of it, but I remember seeing, you said something about us and I was just kind of like done with it. And I think I went live and I did what was called a monetize the hater stream. And, but I don't remember the context of it, but I remember being like I was done with it, right? That's the thing, Phil, you got to understand, like, we've done almost 400 episodes of Side Scrollers, right? Your interview was 1 day, right? Now, once again, was it a chapter of the show? Yes, 100%. Do we appreciate it? Yes, 100%. But like, we were done. We've turned the page. Just like I don't watch your stuff on a day-to-day basis, just like you don't watch our stuff on a day-to-day basis. I have too much going on to worry about what somebody else is doing online, right? So, you know, you get brought up occasionally, but it's just part of the Side Scrollers chapter in our book at this point, part of the lore, just like Side Scrollers is a part of yours. So, you know, so yeah, I was pissed. So I went live and honestly, I will like to give credit to to my boy Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers for his, you know, monetize the hater thing. So yeah, I think I went live with a monetize the hater thing and just kind of railed for a little bit because I was tired. I don't remember the context of it. I was just tired of hearing you talk about us. So, you know, it is what it is. Do I regret it? Yeah, kind of. But at the same time, you know, it's just part of what it is.
Okay. All right. I wanted to hear that straight from your mouth that this happened because I was, you know, the truth is, Craig, I don't even know because, like you said, I don't watch your content. So I actually don't know the truth of what happens and what doesn't happen. I just hear people saying, are you aware that right now Craig has a stream called Monetize the Haters? He's making money off of your detractors. He's saying that he wants to be on your show. I'm like, what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you know, you're right. That's what it was. You were live. That's right. You were live, and I think you were talking shit about us or something along the lines, and you know, talking about how bad we were to you, and I was like, and this was another thing. We're like, look, I will come on your show right now and do exactly what we're doing. And this was, I don't even know how long ago this was. It was just like, let's just get done with this.
And he's still so hung up on it.
Yeah. I reached out to you multiple times to do exactly this, to just get through this shit. And I told you, like,
and I wish Craig would have been like, why didn't you until now? What is about right now that you decided to bury the hatchet, that you decided to talk this out? When I can show you multiple emails of me going, hey, let's talk this out. I wish he would have said that because we know what the answer is. The answer is the crown. The answer is that poker chip. Yeah. That's what the answer is.
He feels like he's got the big nuts right now, so he wants to start swinging them in people's faces that he feels is wrong to him.
Absolutely.
He's not trying to get a discussion going with somebody that's relatively big but doesn't really interact with DSP in any meaningful type of way. Like, let's just say a Nux Taku. Absent of all this going on, he's not trying to talk to a Nux Taku.
No,
he has no interest. He wants to talk to people that have been talking about him, so they can go, "Oh, I was wrong about Phil. He's actually pretty cool."
That can hit him with the sawi.
So he can have another notch in his belt, like you said earlier, of, yeah, I got Keem, I got Mudahar, I got June, I got Noel. Because it wouldn't matter if he went, I got Nux Taku. It wouldn't matter.
I don't care if it's on our channel or on your channel or some other channel, right? Let's just do it. So I was actually glad that you reached out because, you know, I don't think about you a whole lot, Phil, except for when people bring you up to me. And,
fair enough.
And you know, you're upset that people are like, you know, giving super chats because, well, maybe they enjoyed what we do, right? And I'm not gonna say, like, you know, some people were just excited to see that the interview was done. They were congratulating us for doing the interview.
They don't enjoy what you do. They enjoyed that you were bullying me. That's what it was. You were doing.
Some people do enjoy what he does.
Yes.
Some people kept tuning in.
The whole stream monetized the haters, and you were making money off of making fun of me, which is what everyone else does too.
Phil, why was I live? Because you were talking shit about us.
So, okay, now on my stream, was I sitting there
Hold
saying,
on.
hey,
Not what he did, not what Phil did. No. You did a bad.
Yep.
No matter what, I need to find a way to make it be like you've done a bad thing.
Bullying law.
You were talking shit about us.
so, okay, now on my stream, was I sitting there saying, hey, Craig haters, come on the stream and dump on Craig? And
I can talk whatever. I did it the right way. I just talked. You got money for it. You did a worse thing. I did a bad thing, sure, whatever. Oh, I talked about you, but because me talking about you, you got money from my detractors, and that's bad. Apologize. This is so f***ing lame. I hate this.
let's accept all the donations for everyone who doesn't like Craig. Let's talk about all Craig.
Phil, did you reject any donations from Craig haters?
Hey, don't say that. Hey,
what's up, piece of steak?
Leave. Side scrollers are about politics now. Well, I don't believe that. That's not cool. Don't say that. There was none of that.
Craig's dirty laundry on my stream today. Did I ever do that, Craig?
So what dirty laundry did they do? They said ack.
And he doesn't know what they said.
Yeah, what's the dirty laundry? What's the dirt that they got on you, Phil, that they read through Super Chat? Did you know his sister's a prostitute? Or his wife's sister is a prostitute?
Yo,
I don't.
Yeah, I said the N word, but you made
Pizza
money
Soup says,
from it.
Does Phil look like he's trying to swim when he moves his arms?
He's very expressive because he got that money buff.
Watch your stuff, but you're telling me
No, I never did that. Not once. The only gripes I ever had with you was that how you behaved after the interview. That's literally it. That's the only problem I have with you. I don't have a problem with anything before or during the interview.
Okay, Phil, you've already said that, hey, I don't have any problem with, I only have a problem with the after. So clearly that speaks to not having a problem during or before. You don't need to say that. Tighten up the script.
It was the fact you left the door open for me to contact you. You ignored that line of contact. You did a harmful show.
Didn't ignore.
Because you know
Didn't
what?
ignore.
Now I got to talk about this publicly. All right. Are you aware that because you didn't give me the chance to defend myself after the interview, you did a bullying show where you ragged on me and I wasn't there to defend myself against any of that? Do you know how that hurt me and my viewers and my content? You probably don't.
Hold on. Let me just talk about this real quick. Europe, and by the way, this is something that I do want to talk about. You were upset that we went live and talked about this, and you were pissed that you weren't there to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You did a decompression show literally immediately after. You did a decompression show about Keemstar last week, and he wasn't there to defend himself. You did the exact same thing that we do, Phil.
Whoa. You just proved you don't watch my decompression shows.
And he's already said he
Yes.
doesn't. But yes, Phil, you decompress. The difference was they had a negative interaction with you because you lied to them for 5 hours.
The money comes in and they read and they interact with it. That's all that happened. The money came in for the Keem interview and you read it and you interacted with it. That's all that happened. There was no, we're going to be completely neutral about this. No, nothing positive, nothing negative. The interview speaks for itself. Dryly reading these super chats like what Craig did after this.
It was so good. Turn to the camera. Thank you.
Keep in mind all this nut swinging from a month. It was just a month ago.
And you know, he did one after this for the Stuttering Craig interview, but I'm saying, guys, nothing negative about Craig. I'm not going to read it out.
He did read it out.
Of course he did.
You just proved it. The decompression shows have nothing to do with talking about and ragging on the guest that just...
No, not ragging.
He had to add that part. It wasn't about talking about and ragging on the guest. It is about talking about the guest. Of course it is. But it's not about ragging on them. You are not allowed to rag on me after my show.
Oh, no, this is the Barbara Walters thing.
In fact, last week we came...
You're just not even letting him.
Look at Craig. Craig is all of us. Like, shut up.
Just happened?
Last week with Keem, I had a whole stream where I said we are not going to talk bad about this man. Instead,
Yeah, because you feel like, oh, now you're on a moral high ground
Yes.
because that's what you feel the side scrollers did to you. So now you're going to tell all your audience, we're not doing that.
This is the correct way to do a post stream.
we're just going to talk about the future, building bridges and things like that. We didn't say one negative word about Keem. I didn't accept negative contributions. I told my audience to not contribute and insult Keem. And they didn't.
But you can't help if somebody does that or not.
That's wrong. That's capitalizing on an already bad situation. Because now I'm going to talk, Craig. Please let me speak, okay?
Go crazy.
After the interview, I had to cancel a whole fucking show that I had planned that was called DSP Asks It. I had guests lined up to be on this show that I was going to interview. It was a big project that I had lined up for my React channel. I had to cancel it because the guest said, well, after the side scrollers appearance, they really dumped on you. It's not the interview we have issue with. It's the fact that they dumped on you. So now literally everyone
It's funny. It's funny that they have the exact same opinion as you.
Who were those guests?
Who
Phil?
were those people?
I do not believe you, Phil.
I also don't believe you.
are a admitted liar, Phil. So who are these guests? Just so we can ask them, hey, is what Phil said true?
Because he is a liar. Craig is about to use 1% of his power. Phil is crook. He said nothing.
You thinks you're an asshole. So because of that, we're canceling. So I had to cancel the whole show.
It's not about the fact that we see that you're lying after all this 5 hours of you just lying and obfuscating and avoiding and all this stuff. No, it's them dumping on you like all of your detractors have been dumping on you for all this time. But them with their 800 to 1,000 people, them dumping on you maybe, oh, we can't do this no more. That doesn't make sense, Phil. Multiple people said that?
Yeah, the guests would feel sympathetic. Like, dude, that was a complete...
Yeah, that's messed up. I don't know why they would do that. That's wrong.
But now this Keno Casino thing, all of a sudden, it's cool to be on Phil's channel again. Like that side scroller thing didn't just happen.
My followers came out and said, we didn't mind the interview. I'm not done yet.
Who's telling you this? I'm not listening to you. I'm not done yet. I need to be the victim. I need to get out all of my grievances. All the ways that you wronged me.
Do you think Craig is going to get interrupted by DSP when he gets his chance to... Oh.
Done yet.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Okay.
After the interview, my followers said, we don't care about the interview. We care that they ragged on you after. Now it makes you look like an asshole. Now that makes...
It's funny that they have the exact same opinion as you and those anonymous interviewees. Huh. Noticing.
Us look like an asshole.
How does it make your audience look like a-holes?
How does it make your guests look like an a-hole?
They're ragging on you, Phil. How does Jade feel like an a-hole? Because they're acting. That has nothing to do with him. Them saying that you were lying, which you were lying, that has nothing to do with Derek. May he rest in peace.
Want to be your fans, but how can we do it when the entire interview hates you now?
The internet has hated you for 10 years.
We want to be your fans, but that side scrollers didn't allow us.
This is now the problem. The internet has been against you for all of this time, but now that the internet is against you, that's a problem. What? He's just making up.
Yeah.
Just like he made up that Keem message
that he personally read out loud.
And you don't understand what you thought.
What follower said this?
672 big ups.
We're doing
untrustworthy.
Let's just be honest. But what you did is you gave more avenue for the people who already hated me to hate more.
How did they get more avenues when they already have their channels? All they can do is just say, hey, this mother here went bankrupt. What could they say more? Phil was lying for these reasons. Like, okay, cool. He was lying about more stuff, or maybe he wasn't. Doesn't matter. We felt lied to. What further avenue do they have?
You give a public grandstanding spectacle to my detractors, and the
as
worst
they
part
have it constantly on their own channels.
About it, Craig, You publicly monetized it.
The worst part is that you got money. You aren't allowed to make money for anything negative. Ignore the spinning poker chip that's gonna flash up on this screen in the next minute or so. Ignore the fact that I got thousands of dollars for dumping on that man, Review Tech USA, for being negative, for felting him. Ignore that. You are not allowed to make money for negativity, for dumping on somebody. You cannot make money for dumping on somebody. I can make money for dumping on somebody. What the is that?
You monetize.
Gotta spend some of them ports, Priscilla. You've hoarded it for far too long.
That's the problem with what you did the day after. You hurt my business. You hurt my followers. You hurt me. You owe me an apology for that. I don't care about you not checking the interview.
I want an apology for hurting my business. How did it hurt your business?
Your business was as bad as it was before that.
Like those interviews were gonna propel him into superstardom. He's no better or worse for having Keemstar and Review Tech and all those people.
Get those interviews now. The ones that said they didn't want it.
And now you're back.
Let's see it propel them.
The email, I care about the fact that you, not once, but then again later down the line, monetized hate against me. I literally never monetized hate against you ever.
Watch this.
Sure about that, Phil?
I never monetized hate against you. Just pause, let it sink in, cock eyebrow. Sure about that, Phil?
You've never once monetized your hate against us? You never talked poorly about side scrollers?
Oh, I absolutely talked poorly about you, but I certainly didn't have entire shows based around it, inviting all of your detractors.
That's not what you said.
And it's not like Craig went, hey, Kiwi Farm, Phil Forum, I'm streaming, please come in and donate. He didn't invite, they showed up on their own.
And this is a factual textbook definition of moving the goalpost. You said, I've never done this. I've never talked bad about you. Yes, you did. You never monetized her. Well, I did, but I didn't do it in this specific way that I didn't mention before. Nah, you.
No, he won't.
Know something, Craig?
Absolutely not.
They contacted me about this show. They said, here's all the dirt on Craig. And you know what I told them? This is the truth, Craig. I said, fuck you. I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm better than that. I'm not going to talk about Craig's dirty laundry because that's not what this is about. I could have easily been doing that all
What did they
along.
talk? And that's why I wish Craig would have been like, what dirty laundry did we talk about for you?
Yes.
I wish he would have just.
We made fun of your laugh.
Yes. What else did we say that hurt you so bad?
You monetized LTG and talked about his background.
Or just go, you monetize Review Tech. And that was a documentary of pure negativity.
Everyone has skeletons in the closet. We all know this, but I'm never going to be like that. I want to build bridges. I don't want to burn them. All right. At the end of this conversation today, I don't want to be at your throat. I don't want you to hate me. I just want us to be at peace. Even if we never speak again, I just want us to be at peace. I'm tired of this internet drama bullshit. But you hurt me bad with your behavior after that interview, and I want you to understand how bad it was for me. I had to hide for a year.
Yo, that's crazy, Bart! How did he hide for a year? What did he do? Did he stop streaming? Did he stop communicating with people? He would never communicate with people.
He did the same stuff he was doing before and after that. There was no hiding. Stop this nonsense, Phil.
Why is he going for the honka? What is he doing?
He was hiding on the internet. As a live streamer.
Doing nothing differently.
To just show you, Craig, how different it could have been, did you see my appearance on Kino Casino recently?
Why
and
would
how
I?
different that went?
Why would I?
No, I didn't.
Okay, Kino Casino is a show over on Kick. They had me on. We joked about everything. We joked about WWE champions ever. We made a big laugh about it. But they also treated me like a respectful human.
So did Craig! And Kino didn't.
Yeah, no.
They showed the masturbation thing and went, in your expert opinion, what's going on here? They did not treat you with
You
respect.
are essentially a jester to them.
Notera says, Yeah man, I remember when I went to his channel after the interview and saw nothing but black screens and tuned into his streams and saw a weird fat guy with a mask on.
It's me, PSD.
They didn't monetize hate against me. We had fun conversation. We watched video clips. We laughed. You want to know what it was? I was a guest on their show. Like, I was supposed to be a guest on your show.
They joked about your wife to your face.
Yes.
That's the respectful human. No, you got a lot of money and quote
That's
unquote
what
new
it
viewers from it. So you feel like it was a positive thing, even though they were dumping on you.
Because
they did way worse than what side scrollers did.
We have to go back in time and just go, Quartering treated you like a normal person. That was a perfectly normal, exactly what you wanted. Yeah, taxes suck, don't they? Talk about that. Yeah, gout sucks. Talk about your history. Hey, when did you move? All these normal, boring questions. And you got nothing from it. You had that beforehand.
What never happened is we did the interview. You want to know what happened? Public opinion has changed, Craig. You may not realize.
Hey, Craig hasn't gotten a chance to really speak for like 4 minutes.
Wait.
Right now, people like me.
This
For the
is
first
like
time in
the
ages.
redemption arc, right?
People like me. Things have changed. This is the redemption arc. People like when the rug comes under them and Kino can either just let it fade away and they just stop talking to him and answering to him, or they just pull the rug and just go, you dumb and lol cow muff and horse, and just unload on them. And then he has to again just slowly erase the cage, slowly take down the crowd, all this stuff, and just be a sad boy.
That's right. Because they gave me a chance. Because they didn't rag on me. They didn't bully me. They did
rag on you. They did bully you.
They're bullying me.
I do not like you, Phil. No one does.
Nicely, and say, hey, just have me as a guest. Whoa, what the hell? So everything they say about you is actually isn't true? Well, not
is that what they said? Everything they said about you isn't true? Well, not everything. Okay, so you put words in their mouths, and then you retracted those words that you put into their mouth because you know that some things they said was true because you admitted it.
But the thing is that being treated kindly instead of being bullied and being monetized.
Public opinion equals money. Absolutely.
To a redemption arc where now I'm finally fessing up to all the stuff I've done wrong, and it's all changing for the better, right?
No, Craig got no reason.
It could have happened with your interview, but that's not what you did.
We gave you an opportunity to fess up during the interview, Phil.
Which I couldn't do because I couldn't prove it during the interview.
You didn't prove it now! You lied during the interview!
Phil, what have you proved?
You didn't say, hey, yo, I can prove this later. No, you opened the lie and then defended that lie for 30 minutes.
You should have said, yes, that was me. I can prove that I no longer play on that account because I sold it, but that account absolutely was mine.
But you didn't say that. You said, no, I am not down from the Raptors or whatever, or whatever.
I had to get the information together, and I was going to do that.
You didn't say that.
And where's the information now, Phil? All you've done is say, yes, that was me. So we're in the same position. If you would have just said, yes, that was me, but you said, no, that's not me. That wasn't me. You lied.
That's what it all comes back to.
Didn't give me the opportunity.
Well, no. Did you have any of that information available when you talked about this yesterday? All you did was you just talked. That's it. So all you needed to do 18 months ago was just talk, just like you did yesterday on your show.
No,
right?
whoa.
What? What could you possibly say that is?
You're coping, bro.
Hey,
Set phasers to cope.
You could have said, yes, that was me 18 months ago. Whoa, no, I couldn't.
You didn't prove anything last night and people believed you. So you could have just said the same thing 18 months ago and people would have believed you.
Absolutely, he said he was 50-50, but now it's just, you would have had it. You would have absolutely 100% had
So
it.
you weren't 50-50. Either you weren't 50-50 or you were. Either way, you're lying either then or now.
18 months ago was just talk, just like you did yesterday on your show.
No,
right?
whoa. Now you're moving the goalpost. So first it was, the only way anyone was going to believe you is if you sent me all...
Go back. Look at Craig.
Now you're moving the goalpost. So first it was the only way anyone was going to believe.
What a double take! Like, is this mother?
You is if you sent me all the documentation during the show.
Well,
now you're saying I could have
give
just
you
said
this.
whatever.
I'll give you this. But I will give you that, right? Documentation would have helped your case 100%. With that said, Phil, like just you saying, yeah, I played WWE Champions. Yeah. My name was this, whatever it was, right? You know, and just saying those things, yeah, absolutely. That would have gone so far, right? And I feel like we extended the olive branch many times during that interview, right? And once again, you left that interview feeling good. Your point of contention is that after the show, we spoke honestly about our frustrations. Once again, why were we frustrated, Phil? Because we felt lied to, which was validated yesterday, literally yesterday. Later on, did I do a monetize the hater stream? 100%. Why? Because you were talking shit about me, right?
No,
and we've never gone out of our way to go off and say, hey, it's time to dump on Phil because it's fun to dump on Phil, right? We dumped because we were pissed at the time. The result of the interview, we felt lied to. Once again, validated.
He's
and
waiting
we were talking
to
shit.
talk.
So naturally, it was like, hey, and the idea of going live there was let's go on Phil's show and hash it out like we're doing now. So look, I'm Phil. I mean this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you were hurt. I'm sorry that your community was hurt. And I'm sorry that you felt that way for a long time. That's why I'm on this show. I want to help you close the door with this chapter, right? I'm not your enemy. In fact, I've been your biggest champion. I've gone out of your way, as in that email. I want to help you get to level 2, whatever that looks like, right?
Whatever that
I
looks
said that
like.
continuously in every single email correspondence we've had. I've said, hey, I want to let you know, let's get together, let's hash this out, let's move forward, right? Every single time, even when it comes to inviting you on the show, our 1-year anniversary. Hey, Phil, come on the show. Nothing serious. Let's just come on. It'd be fun. People would have it on. Hey, Phil, do you want Street Fighter 6 is coming out? You want to help hash this out? Let's just hash it out. Let's talk it out. It'd be a great way to build a bridge, which once again, that's something that you want to do. Listen, if we're going to go with the build a bridge metaphor, I put down lots of wood over the last 18 months trying to build a bridge. And every single time the email wasn't responded to, or maybe you didn't check your email. I don't know, right?
I did check the email. It's just there's no way I'm going to be playing Street Fighter.
But you ignored him.
Yes, you ignored him, and that's fine.
But he's saying right now, Phil, I've reached out to you multiple times, and you said, I'm not going to play Street Fighter. You don't play, bro. But the point was the building of the bridge.
And he doesn't understand that. All he saw was Street Fighter. Like, I get no benefits from beating you at Street Fighter.
But the guy who doesn't play Street Fighter, where I'm not going to benefit from it whatsoever,
I'm not gonna benefit from it whatsoever.
Why doesn't LTG want to fight me in Street Fighter?
He would have got a lot of money from people.
Will, because you're going to get another boost for my appearance on your show playing Street Fighter. I'm not going to get a boost from that.
Phil, we could have done it on your channel. That's the thing. You didn't even respond. But isn't that the fun of it? The idea that you play Street Fighter 6, you lay into me for fucking 9 matches. You destroy me. You're the definitive champ. And all of a sudden, the king is back.
Nobody cares about that, Craig. No one cares about you playing Street
You
Fighter.
are not the arbiter of somebody caring or not about something.
Why do people care about you playing LTG?
What is it? Why do people care about that?
What are you talking about?
But they care about us getting together, and Street Fighter is the conduit to do that. That's what I'm getting at. Move past the idea.
Look at him. Look at him.
Pisses me off, dude.
Legit.
He's literally going, the conduit is Street Fighter 6 for us to get together.
It's not about playing the game. It's about us talking about stuff. And this is a way to do that.
And Phil is just, oh my God, this is so ridiculous.
This is disrespectful.
You are disrespectful AF right now.
Idea of Street Fighter 6.
Look at this.
It's bigger than Street Fighter 6. The idea was just get together.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, here's the thing.
Moving on. No answer to that. This is what he said with LTG. LTG doesn't have an answer, so he just laughed. Phil does not have an answer to. It's not about Street Fighter. It's about us talking, and this is a way for us to talk.
Apologize to me because I was hurt.
Moving on. Did not respond to that. This is unbelievable.
All right.
Like,
Well, here's the thing. You just apologized to me because I was hurt. I want you to apologize to me because you did it.
No. You need to apologize in the correct way.
Unbelievable.
For the correct things.
This is crazy. The apology wasn't good enough. It wasn't. No, the apology wasn't specific enough for what I want.
You need to say these exact words, and then we can move on. As you just go, I'm sorry for lying.
You know it was wrong.
Because you know it was wrong.
Phil, was you monetizing and talking about review tech wrong?
What's the difference between that and this?
Is the poker chip wrong?
What's the problem here? What's going on? Why is that cool?
What? Where? What's wrong? What's wrong, Phil? What's wrong? What's right?
I don't think it was wrong because like I said, you yesterday, as you said yesterday, you lied to us. You lied to us. We felt that lie. We knew it was a lie. Look, was it reactionary? 100%. I'll say yes. It was wrong in that it was reactionary with the monetize the hate stream, right? That was a reactionary thing. Am I proud of it? No, right? And you know what, Phil? I'm going to do you one better. Give me a charity.
Oh my God, this part.
Oh yeah. This is where it really goes downhill.
I got so mad at this part, y'all.
I'm proud of it? No, right? And you know what, Phil? I'm going to do you one better. Give me a charity of your choice. Give me a charity of your choice. I will donate that day on that stream. We made $633.08. I will donate $633.08 to a charity of your choice.
Pause. So what this is simply you have a problem with us making money. Now that we take money out of the equation because we've made nothing. I'm not taking into account the people that need to pay for the editors, the other people on this show. I'm not taking into account the cut that YouTube takes. No. I am donating exactly what it says right here, and this is what the money says. Give me a charity. Now the money is off the table. Now we can just go, you monetize the hater, because that was a big point of contention for you. That's off the table. We're complete squaresies. I did not make anything off of that anymore. I did not gain any more fans, as you've already established. Nobody stuck around. So I've gotten nothing out of that other than hurting you, and I've already apologized for that. We're moving on now. Easy peasy.
That will help close the book.
If you actually cared about anything that you're saying right now, you already would have donated that money.
And that's what he's thinking.
Craig didn't think he did anything wrong, so he had that money. But now he's like, okay, Phil, you know what? That was wrong.
So hung up on this, and he's not gonna get over this until I do something. Money's the problem. Money's not the problem anymore.
He literally doesn't understand the concept of a good gesture.
No, because that's what this is. This is a gesture. I apologize for doing this to you. I didn't make anything from it.
This is very important to note because Phil spun it as Craig wanting to donate to a detractors charity. What? He said, give me a charity of your choice. I know Piece of Peach does the Jasper's Angels thing, but I don't get why Phil is against donating to charity. I know he said I had something to do with religion and all that.
No, it's the optics. He's just going, I don't care about you donating it because you're doing it for you. You don't actually feel bad. You just want to do it to make yourself look good. You're not doing it for a selfless reason. You're doing it to be like, oh, I donated to charity, so you can't show me anymore.
So you can do with it however you want. But the fact is, you have done absolutely nothing in this appearance to show any kind of responsibility or remorse for the things that you did.
He's literally apologized like 3 times.
You lied to them. You're not looking at that.
You're not taking responsibility for that.
Everything that happened was a result of you lying.
Regarding me, my community, or my reputation after the interview.
He said, I'm sorry you were hurt. You felt hurt. I'm sorry you're a community got hurt.
I'm not sorry that I did that because I did it in reaction to you lying.
And you've publicly admitted.
And look at Craig. Craig is just like, this guy is off the rails.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. This is probably when he was just like, all right, this is it. I'm gonna just say, go for yourself.
Because this dude is he's outrageous.
Check the avenue that you could have gotten actual
evidence. Oh, look at that now. He's charging his super.
Of what I was going to tell you about the truth. So
I did not check the email.
So I don't really know I can help you anymore at this point.
How can I help you?
This is crazy.
You need help. You need to be absolved of your sins. And I don't know how to do that. I've given you every avenue to apologize like a man, and you've
done
not
it.
taken it.
No, you've done it, but just not the correct way.
I don't know how to help you, Craig,
Here.
Side Scrollers.
I will give away all the money that I earned that day to a charity.
No,
of your
I don't know
choice.
how to help you.
Phil, Craig, if you really felt that way, you would have been done that.
I don't feel that way. It's just you feel this way, and it's the only way that we can get past this. I've already apologized, but I haven't apologized in the right way. And then Craig is just like, I'm not going to apologize for something I'm not sorry for. That's what this is. He's trying to force an apology because Phil already said, you know that was wrong, so apologize. And Craig's like, I don't know that was wrong, so I'm not going to apologize. And it's just going to be empty words and Phil getting a one-up. And if you're not getting a one-up on me, I'm not apologizing for nothing.
You know, it's like I've been saying to everyone recently. What's happened in the last month and a half is pretty remarkable, all right? Basically, everyone for the last, 10 years who really, messed with me and hated on me, it's kind of all coming back. Karma, you know? Now, in
Karma's
your case,
coming back on duty. Wow, what? How is Karma coming back on Keem? What karma did he get as he was on you?
What karma is going on with Noel?
All he has is duty and RTU.
you're definitely not egregious, okay? I want you to understand something. After today, I have no grudge against you whatsoever, all right? I'm going to act like none of this ever happened. Really, I mean it too. I'm going to act like none of this ever happened.
Pause.
We're just going to...
I'm going to
Why
be
did he bring up the
magnanimous.
karma thing?
Yeah.
move on with our life. You're going in one direction. I'm going in another direction. All right.
Craig is not having it. He's finished.
not having it.
Yeah, this was he has already decided this is a go yourself.
But you have to understand that, when you have a platform, you have a responsibility to be responsible with that platform.
Pause. Review Tech USA. Always
Derek.
have to remember that.
Derek.
You always have to remember that. He did these things. He let Derek knowingly be in his community.
He actively ignored the things that were sent to him about him. Other people saying, "Why is Derek here?"
There's a quote. If you're making fun of any stream chatter, Derek or otherwise, you're a piece of
If you were going to have the big definitive DarksydePhil interview, and even if you thought I had lied the entire interview,
I did.
Not thought, knew that you lied. Not thought, knew it.
which I did about WWE champions. That's what I lied about, okay?
Honka honka.
You still have a responsibility after the fact to follow up. That's what you did.
No, you don't have a responsibility to follow up.
No.
I'm not gonna interview EDP and just be like, that was an upstanding citizen, and we're not gonna talk about anything else. I'm not gonna be just some Eagles fan or whatever he is and interview him and then get all this super chat and stuff like, this dude's a pedophile. Cupcakes is just like, no.
Fair and impartial.
He likes the Eagles, and that's all I'm here to talk about. No, we need to talk about these things. Shut the up about
and
this.
get them out of here.
Man, just this. You need to be impartial for what?
You actually didn't do the most important part. What you did was the equivalent of if, let's say, Barbara Walters was going to interview a big prominent person. I don't know. We're going to make this up. Barbara Walters was interviewing Donald Trump.
I hate this so much.
Why is Trump the first celebrity he could think of?
You know why.
DS politics.
You know.
Coming up.
That man's voting for Trump.
Okay? And she does an interview with Donald Trump, and she hits him with all the hard-hitting questions, and he answers with bluster and everything. And a lot of people don't believe Donald Trump or whatever. The next day, she goes on a public appearance where she literally says, I don't believe a word Donald Trump said. He's an asshole. He's a piece of shit. I don't like his hair. I don't like this.
And this is
you're
the
allowed
point.
to.
This is the point where Craig should have just, but he's on his own track. Just like,
Yeah.
What did we say about you, Phil? Did we say any of those things about you, Phil?
And then as she was doing it, all the sponsors of Democratic causes are sending money to the show. Because
That's not
this is
how
great.
much. That's not how anything works,
No.
Phil.
No, it's really not.
They're sending money to the show. How do I send money to Good Morning America? How do I send money to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Phil?
But yes, she can go on another show on that network and go, hey, he lied. He was a piece of shit.
No, you have to hold your tongue. And again, we're coming back to money when money was offered to be off the table, but it can't be off the table because this is a huge sticking point for
How
them.
is Phil going to talk about DS politics if he's not registered to vote and not voting?
The same way that he has been.
Do
the
better.
people in politics are wrong. Get people that are good.
Turn head, do better.
Yes. Point camera, do better.
Great, she's ragging on Donald Trump, who we don't like. That's literally what you did.
Okay. What would be the problem of that?
What would be the avenue for Barbara Walters to stop people from giving money? She's not like give me the money in that case. She's just accepting, she's just passively giving her thoughts and money is coming in. This dude is such a baby.
It's not integrity. That's bullying.
How is it not integrity to go, I'm going to give you a fair and impartial interview. There's going to be hard-hitting questions during this, but I'm not going to attack you. I'm just going to interview. And then after the fact going, nah, he was a piece of I agreed to give him this interview by saying I'm going to be as impartial as I possibly could be as fair and charitable
During
as
the
I
interview.
During the interview.
And they said the interview was fair and impartial as possible.
But after the fact, I have no agreement with him to go, hey, I'm never gonna give my opinion on what happened and say I think that mother was lying to me.
Which he was.
And then for him to go, yes, I was factually lying, but you shouldn't have said I was lying. And then the worst part was people gave you money for correctly asserting that I was lying. That's the real issue here.
That's what the problem
He
is.
stinks.
Profits, all right?
Profits! Money is still on the table when it was offered to be off the table.
And the fact that you can't admit that you did this, you say you're sorry it hurt me, but you're not sorry you did it, that just, it speaks to your character.
You are a
There
bad
he is.
person.
There he
He was
is.
finished there. You are a bad person for not saying you were wrong and decompressing and talking about what was happening and saying, I think Phil was lying. Ha ha ha.
When Phil was lying.
I didn't talk about his gouty foot or his misshapen head. He lied to us.
I didn't have to do anything. You literally just did it to yourself on the show.
You felt it, Craig.
Yourself. You've done it.
And that's the thing. I didn't have to monetize hate against you at all. You did it to yourself. And I'm not going to monetize hate against you ever. It's not going to happen.
You took super chats right after this.
Yes, you did.
There's not going to be a decompression stream after this where we shit on you at all. Because I don't have anything else to say once you're off this show. It's done. You did it. You did it yourself, my friend.
Three times he had to assert that Craig did it to him. He is so fixated on that. I don't have to lift a finger. He's so fixated.
Yeah, he's been doing that so recently. I don't have to do anything. They're just, once you see what they are, they
super crazy review tech is all just it's all just coming back to bite them.
This particular one is on Snort Hogan's channel, but the whole entire thing is on Phil's channel. Yes. Oh yeah. He's not gonna monetize a hate campaign after the fact on Craig when he does his decompression. Is what he's saying.
Be clear. So when Barbara Walters, who's dead, interviews Donald Trump, I think she's whatever.
That took me out. Barbara Walters, who is dead. Because he can't think of a single other interviewer.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about integrity or well-known interviewers or anything. He's not talking about like Nardwar.
So she has this interview with Donald Trump. Is she not allowed to talk about it afterwards?
Oh, she could talk about it, but she's not. Oh, she's not allowed to monetize hatred toward.
If she goes on a program, it is already monetized because there's commercials. She's already getting paid for her appearance.
And why is she not allowed to monetize it? What makes her not allowed to be?
You can offer your opinion, but you're not allowed to make money.
You cannot make money on this.
So would Phil have been completely okay if they made $0 on that? If that was the exact same thing and they were a bunch of TTSs instead of super chats.
But again, the money is offered to be off the table, but he's not taking it.
For the person she just interviewed, and here's why. Here's why. No, let me clarify why. Because if you're the interviewer, you're supposed to be fair and impartial.
And he was during the interview.
And you said that he was, and you had no problems with it.
But after the fact, you don't have to always just be completely in the middle talking about these people.
You can give your thoughts monetized. The fact that they're on YouTube on their channel, where they're supposed to turn off ads on their channel for that day, come on with this.
Correct. During the interview. You were during the interview. Okay. But then, if that interviewer immediately discredits the person they just interviewed, there's now...
That was factually lying?
That was lying.
That was doing fact checking because Donald Trump got fact checked during the debate. It wasn't even after the fact.
They're not eating pets.
So, yes, even though it's a moderator who's supposed to be in the middle, they're supposed to fact check when people say things that are egregiously wrong. And he kept doing it, and they kept saying, you're wrong.
You have a plan? I have outlines of a plan. I'm not the president yet.
So is that not integrity? Are they not, because it is on their platform, those moderators are being paid, are they not allowed to do that? Is that moderator now not allowed to go on Instagram and go, yeah, I think Trump was lying about this, and then that's why we fact checked him. Here's statistics of what he was lying about, and they throw that person money. Are they not allowed to do that?
They are
Phil, you're egregiously idiotic.
They are not allowed to do that.
One fucking person who's going to go back and watch the interview with a fair take and a subjective glance at it.
No, because it's all on the table. You said these words, no matter what their opinion of it is. You said these things. If they go, we think that he's lying, how is that going to influence them? You said these words. These people can think for themselves. They're not just some monolith of the interviewer thinks this, so we now have to think this. We heard the same things that the interviewer said. We can formulate our own opinion. Oh, I guess we can never disagree with what the interviewer says. That's not how this works at all.
Okay, so I will judge for myself if he told the truth, okay? No one who watched the interview gave me that shot because you literally after the interview said, he's a bold-faced piece of shit liar. Let's laugh at him with his detractors. Ha ha.
No, you lied to us. We felt you lied to us. And you went, yes, I lied.
Ha ha ha, ack.
That's all he has.
Your interview originally was meant to be fair and balanced, and it became a hit piece because of what you did after. And I don't think you've ever really consciously known that, but it is. It's a giant hit piece against me, and it always will be.
Phil, you did it to yourself, man. You had an opportunity with all this. If it's a hit piece, it's your words. Your words.
I was going to send you everything you asked.
But you lied to us with your words. You could have said, yes, that was me. I'll send you the proof after. That is no longer me.
But that's not what you said. The side scroller interview has 228,000 views. The next day has 78,000 views. So apparently, there is a good chunk of people that did not watch that second thing that can formulate their own opinion.
Ask for.
You had a chance to talk.
Okay, go ahead. All
right. You said with your own words, you thought it was a very fair interview, right?
Yes.
If people look back on that interview, right? And they are upset about the interview, it's because of the response that you gave. Nobody's going back and watching the monetize the hate stream, or no one's going back and watching the decompression stream. What they're watching is the DSP interview. And if they're upset about something that happened, or if they have if they think a certain way about you or me or Adam because of that stream, it's based off of the conversation that we had then, and not based around anything that happened afterwards. Right? That's the main point of contact that people are watching. So look, you can try to put the noose around my neck all you want, right? And that's fine. Go ahead. If that's what makes you feel better, that's fine. But ultimately, Phil, it's your words. It was your lies that you told that led to the ultimate distrust with this stuff, Phil. And look, I'm sorry, man. Like, I hope that you can move past this. I hope that we have an opportunity to work together again in the future. I do. I genuinely do. Because I do think at your core, I do think that you are a good guy who just wants to play games and make positive content, right? And you know what? I think that's extremely admirable. But you can't be upset when we talk about something and somebody super chats about it, right? I'm sorry that happened. And I'm sorry that your detractors gave us money, right? But you know what? It's going to happen again. It happened today. Somebody super chatted $2, saying, hey, did you hear about this? Should I get that $1.40 back? Right? Like, I don't know how to handle that, Phil. And I'm not going to apologize for people who gave us money because they felt we either did a good job or we felt like we missed something, or did you hear about this? I'm not going to apologize for that. I told you, I will gladly give that money to a charity, right? And I'll give it to a charity in your name, right? But if you don't want that, that's fine, and that's totally okay.
I'm speechless. You actually think that giving that money to a charity a year and a half later is going to somehow make you look good or something?
And that's what it's pure optics.
Yeah.
It's not
Craig's
the fact that you're so hung up on this.
Craig is not trying to make himself look good. He's trying to appease you because you felt you were personally hurt. And your main sticking point is you made money from this. So Craig's going, I'll give all the money back, but not to the people that gave it to me because you feel those people are trying to hurt you. I'll give it to a charity in your name. So at least something positive can come out of me monetizing the haters and the detractors giving me money. But you, the only thing in your mind is, oh, Craig's just trying to make himself look good.
That's the only thing in his mind, because he thinks that Craig looks bad, so he can only have to make himself look good. He needs to crawl up.
Sorry, Craig, but if someone told me to flush myself down the toilet, I wouldn't think they're a good guy. But Craig is just like...
Craig is a good guy. Craig sees potential in DSP on his show making money. That is also a factor of this. And Craig probably just wants to give him a second chance because he sees how lonely and obsessed this is. This is very sad that he is fishing so hard for an apology. This dude turned down money for a charity. Twice! Charity then.
What are you talking about?
No. I hope that I could care less. What I care about is helping you move on.
And that's what this is. You need to move on from this. I'm not sorry for this bullshit. I am not.
But if this helps you get closure, I will gladly do this thing.
And he's not convincing Craig to be sorry.
This would have been a great win for Phil. You know what, Craig? That's a great gesture. I will take that. Let's do it to St. Jude's or something.
I will take that and I will match it in your name. Hey, whatever money I get once you get off of this stream, I'm going to donate that.
Yes, in your name. Any super chat I get will go to this charity.
Now we're on completely even grounds. This is breaking bread. We're all cool now.
And the charity gets a little bit of money. But instead, you're trying to turn this around so you look positive.
Crazy.
Smug smile. I would love to see DSP just do a boxing match. He needs his face punched.
He needs a good one.
In a legal,
in Minecraft,
contracted fight that he agrees and consents to.
And he is not forced into it, and he's not backed into a corner with money or health problems or anything.
Some charity of him just boxing some other person, and they wallop him one time real good. Because this smug DSP is crazy. When, again... 7 weeks ago, he was on hands and knees begging.
I'm sick of asking for it. You guys need to give me... You guys wanted Bison!
Because you clearly are clinging on to this, right? And like I said, I'm sorry that this happened.
No, me, because this is a crazy thing. He's about... you're just about to hear what Craig says in regards to giving Phil the money and what happens then.
Right? but I'm not sorry for the words that you said. Right?
I'm not sorry for the words that you said is the hardest in this interview. You need to apologize. It's your words that's the issue. I'm not sorry for what you said.
Question. I'm not sorry for the words you said, or you can't say that's not what happened.
Oh, I'm not sorry.
There you go. Big ups up on the ladder.
Somebody feels a certain way about you. It's based off your actions, right? I'm live 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. People see me, they know me by now, right? I've been doing this for almost 20 years. So people have a pretty good idea of me and my character. And for you to attack my character, I mean this with all due respect, Phil. Go fuck yourself, because you don't know. I've gone out of my way, Phil, to treat you with respect via email the entire time. I've gone out of my way to treat you with respect and be courteous to you continuously. And I'm sorry that you're upset that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. I'm sorry for that. And I'm sorry that I was pissed that you were talking shit about me, right? But I hope we can move past this. I really do. And I hope that this helps you turn the page. Will it do it? Probably not. But one thing that I
what a cat! Will it do it? Probably not.
do really hope.
Yeah, as soon as he said that, he gets super weird. He just goes for a drink because I don't know what to do with my hands. He laughs. And now he's acting all of it. He told me to go F myself.
And he's getting ready for the big ups.
Hope that people don't send you super chats.
No, I can't your sister. That is over. Because Noah was laughing. He's just like, you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
I'm sorry, but that concept, hello. Yeah, but Phil, I can't your sister. Taking it down doesn't our sister is crazy part.
In regards to me. But no.
Look, he's fishing for it now.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out how to do it. He's
already got his felt in his mind. Right here, he's fishing for it.
Oh, he's
just
me
like,
that?
how do I disconnect? I know I'm going to say go yourself and disconnect. How do I do that? Just got to make sure.
Lots of money.
He's so lame.
I really wish, because this was a mile away, you could see this coming. I really wish Craig would have been like, Phil, I know you're going to say no and tell me to go myself. Just do the bit.
Just do it.
Yes,
whatever,
I would
man.
love to, Phil, but I know you're setting up for a bit where you're going to tell me
I can be on your show, right? Yes, you can be on my show. Go myself. Okay, come on.
Disconnect. Yes, I know, Phil. Let's do the bit. I wish, because we both knew. Everybody knew what was about to happen.
People, I'll be the first one talking about myself, and I'll send you a super chat momentarily here in just a few minutes.
I don't want you to send me any super chat.
There you go. I don't want you to send me any super chat, Craig.
The life has gone out of him.
Yeah, no, he's done.
That is a cadence I've never heard from Phil.
I don't want you to send me any super chat, Craig.
Myself, and I'll send you a super chat momentarily here in just a few minutes.
I don't want you to send me any super chat, Craig.
But I want to.
Any super chat.
I don't want you to send me any super chat, Greg.
Because you're about to be felted. Smile.
Comes.
I want to.
Well, I can't stop you. If you really have to do it, I mean, I can't stop you from doing it. I don't want any money from you. I don't want anything from you. Really.
I don't want anything from you. Has he ever spoke like that? I don't want any money from you. I don't want anything from you. What is this stuff? He's just so uncomfortable right now. He's just so mind blown. Because after he goes, this is not at all how I expected this to go. He expected, just like Noel, just like Keem, for the groveling to happen. And like, yep, I am sorry, just so he can move on and just have another notch on his belt.
Craig wants nothing else from Phil. Noel secretly likes Phil. Whatever he says, he secretly likes Phil. Keem clearly wants a thing, and that's Phil on Log High Live. Craig wants
got nothing.
Craig wants Phil to be better. And he's saying it's just not gonna happen. So go yourself.
Like, you literally, in a situation here where we were being completely cordial, you just told me to go fuck myself.
Oh, Phil. a week ago you said flush side scrollers down
Yep.
the toilet, you pieces of...
He told side scrollers to go yourselves.
Oh, but now that we're face to face, it's no different than that trigger thing where he had that whole stream about us, deleted it, and then came in
The next day.
the next day, like, let's bury the hatchet. No!
Publicly.
And then, on my terms, let's bury it. Same thing as Phil. Crazy bar.
Oh my goodness.
Hear ye, oh pathetic commenter Craig. Such a lowly, pathetic apology will not appease your dark side Phil.
The first.
You
First
must,
of his name, long may he reign.
you must renounce your will while licking the end of my boots for all to see.
Public apology time.
On the stream. You realize that,
The
right?
apology
Why?
must be
I
as
didn't do
public
it.
as
You
the
did.
disrespect.
Because
You did.
you attacked my
No,
character.
not
You
why.
attacked
You-
my character. No. It doesn't matter. You told me to go f myself. You attacked my character when I've been nothing but gracious to you, and you lied to me. No. You did a naughty.
Did it. We were being cordial. I just had an entire show with Keem last week.
No, it doesn't matter what happened with
Notch
Keem.
on his
You
belt.
said this just speaks to who you are as a person.
Because you won't apologize for me when I lied to you.
Week, and I have way more gripes with Keem than I have with you,
No.
and that never happened.
Did you attack Keem's character?
Oh,
I wish you
yeah.
would have said, did you attack Keem's character to his face?
Of course I did. And he went back
Pause.
at me.
Of course I did. Of course you attacked his character? You don't, that's not a normal thing to do.
And we went back and forth and we hashed it out. Yeah.
Listen, then Keem should have told you to go fuck yourself.
All right. So there you go. Folks, there you have it. There you have it. Night and day. I mean, you can't, that's all. I mean, really, honestly. But we're over. I'm sorry. I'll apologize for two things. I'll apologize, number one, that I did lie to you during the interview.
Which
that was
ultimately led
wrong.
to everything we're talking about.
That was wrong. And number two,
Did not listen whatsoever. This
yeah.
led to everything else.
to the public that I lied for so many years, but I already did that last night on my own show, so they already know about that. All right, and I'll apologize to you now because we're taking too much of your time, and I know you got to get going. All right,
So let me close with this.
You close, and then I'll close, and we'll be good.
Okay.
You close first.
Yeah, because I got a thing I want to do.
Yeah, I've got to play.
I want you to really think about your actions here, right? Think about this logically. Please do. Why were we pissed the next day?
He's not listening.
Why?
He's not
I'm
listening.
asking you. Why were we?
He's asking him a question and he is not listening whatsoever.
He's already on the track.
He's gone. I'm asking you, Phil.
Oh, you want me to answer?
I don't want you to answer, Phil, when I'm asking you a question 4 different times.
Well, it sounds to me like you wanted me to come clean on your show and get a really great piece of content out of it.
Absolutely crazy.
Pizza Steak says, Phil, I am not saying you have to give me a super chat. Boot, if you do make 100, Papa Phil need his WWE champion.
Just send a little bit my way.
Me to come clean on your show and get a really great piece of content out of it because it was going to be the definitive time when DSP admits to everything that everyone's been saying that he's been doing for so long. And when I didn't do that, you basically had a nothing burger of an interview.
It's crazy that that's his mindset.
Craig
He thinks
has
that
said-
there's nothing from that interview for 5 hours of seeing how Phil interacts with people, seeing how he covers up his lies, seeing how he his jokes, how he perceives his jokes, seeing how he covers up that doxing thing of just like, okay, first of all, no, it's not.
Craig has said for roughly an hour, this has been about you lying to us. And Phil, the very first time he's asked, Phil, why do you think we did that after the fact? Phil goes, because you didn't get what you wanted in terms of content.
Because you couldn't benefit more from me.
5 hours of a nothing burger of an interview. But it was good for my detractors. They wanted to crap on me, so it was a good piece for them, but you didn't have anything for anyone else. So it didn't give you what you were looking for in the product. That was the problem. You were really hoping you were going to get the...
Crazy! Craig has said so.
He is nuts.
Phil is absolutely out of his mind crazy.
And it's this ego boost that this is. So it's just like, He can't just go. Why did they do that? Well, it has to be because they didn't get enough money. They didn't get the big publicity of being the ones that broke the story, so they had to get it in another way. Not that they were just slighted because you lied to them.
How long ago was this? Like 10 days ago?
Yep, it says right there, the 5th.
Yeah. Oh, exactly 10 days ago.
Big confession. That's why you kept putting me on the spot about send me the screenshot, send me the screenshot.
Why did you have to hold his phone like that? We understand what screenshots mean.
Never discussed.
He never said it. He acted like he was like, but Phil, the screenshots, Phil?
Where's that?
Phil, that was like 40 minutes in a 5-hour interview.
But it was a big contention of whatever line. Go back a little bit.
You kept putting me on the spot about send me the screenshot, send me the screenshot, when we had never discussed that before the interview.
We never discussed that before the interview. This was the hard-hitting stuff. Did they discuss, hey, we're going to talk about your racism? Did they discuss any of that? Did they discuss, you said everything was fine in the interview, so you can't complain about what they talked about before or after. It doesn't matter. You said that you were cool with the interview.
Didn't get it. So you got upset about it. And that's why you didn't check your email, because you couldn't get the moment anymore in the interview. You thought you had wasted 5 hours of your time, and what you said was, well, now I'm going to get
But then, no, Phil, if that was the case, then the day after, he could have looked at it and gone, oh, okay, I'm going to get this. Cool. And he would have been like, all right, I'm checking my email, Phil, send it.
back for that tomorrow. I'll make that money in this nice destruction show that we'll do on Friday. That's actually what happened.
You're wrong about all that.
Okay,
right?
fair enough. But you asked me for my opinion, so that's there you go.
Sure. And that also tells me where your head's at. We were mad because we were lied to. Had you not lied, none of this would have happened.
Pause.
And
did you hear all that Phil
Stuttering
said?
Semite loses again? This is in your chat, Phil. Get them out of there.
But this
Craig, Phil,
go back.
This shows me where your head's at.
And that also tells me where your head's at. We were mad.
Oh yeah. Did you hear all the stuff that Phil said?
Oh yeah.
He said like a paragraph of this is why you're blah blah blah. And Craig goes, no, we're mad because we were lied to. Like 6 words. That's all it boils down to. Not that we couldn't get the scoop. I misspoke.
Because we were lied to. Had you not lied, none of this would have happened. If you were just clear and honest with us, like you've been with like you were yesterday, everything, nothing.
He's charging his super. Here it comes.
We could have moved on. It would have been like, yeah.
What was he?
What?
Trump again? No. What? That's crazy. I don't want to look too far into this because the FBI declared that the shooting. What? Hey, we can't talk about this. We're streaming right now.
Yeah,
we'll do the feel thing.
I think it's
that's
bullshit.
crazy.
That's and would the Friday stream have happened the way it did? Probably not. Right? Would the monetize the hater stream have happened? Probably not. Because if you just were honest from the start.
Okay, it's a shooting near Trump's golf course. Trump's not involved, or Trump's uninjured at the moment.
None of this would have happened. So you can point the finger at me all day long. But at the end of the day, Phil, what's the old saying?
2 people exchanged gunfire outside Trump golf course in Florida. Former president was not in danger. Okay. So it seems like a dispute that has nothing to do with Trump. He just happened to be in the area, and it just so happened to be at his golf course.
So you can point the finger at me all day long. But at the end of the day, Phil, what's the old saying? You still got 3 more pointed back, right? Back at you. So look, I'll take my responsibility. I hope you look within yourself and you take some responsibility in this as well, right? And that's fine. I do hope that we can eventually work together in the future in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you come on Side Scrollers and we do a regular show. If you don't want to do with a politics-driven show that isn't...
Yep, here it is. He's charging it.
Right. You were extremely,
Raging
you were extremely
demon,
nice with your
Misatsu.
words, and by nice, I'm being sarcastic right now. And when you told us to go fuck ourselves and all that stuff, so
Hashtag not listening.
Yeah, no, because he just said that. Hey, you told us.
I'm being sarcastic right now, and that isn't.
Look at him, he's
whatever you
hovering
said, right?
over it.
You were extremely.
He's so lame.
Isn't whatever you said, right?
Right.
You were extremely nice with your words, and by nice I'm being sarcastic right now. And when you told us to go fuck ourselves and all that stuff, so
Like he's saying, you literally said this to us, but now it's a problem.
I would like to give you a fair shake someday on Side Scrollers if you're open to it. Like I said, I want to make sure that you and everybody else knows that I am open to working with you in some way, shape, or form. But I hope more than anything, I hope you're honest, not just with your audience, but with yourself about the situation. I appreciate your time today, Phil. I got some dad duties I got to get done. Thank you guys very much for your time.
All right.
And,
Now hold on. Before you go, let me say my piece too. All right.
Sure.
It'll be quick. I promise.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the end. There's no more feud between you and me. Do you agree? That's it. We're done. We can stop going at each other's throats.
Phil, I haven't had a feud with you for 18 months, man.
That's fine. Okay, whatever you say, monetize the haters, but you don't have a feud with me. You want me to play Street Fighter with you. You don't have a feud with me. You want me back as a guest on your anniversary show because you know it's going to bring you hype.
How is any of that a feud? He's not listening. He thinks that there's a feud here.
Yep.
When he constantly talks about the side scrollers and they don't talk about him. He's so in his brain.
Have a feud with me. Okay. But okay, fair enough. You don't have a feud, but we're agreeing to this now. It's over, right? We're done.
Yeah,
We're good.
It's over. Yeah.
Okay. So, and you
look at this. Look at him.
He's so lame, y'all.
Good.
It's over. Yeah.
Okay. So, and you were asking me.
I'm just hovering over like, am I still okay, cool. My goodness.
Will I be a guest on your show? Which was what originally was agreed to. Correct. Like that's what you're saying. It was originally, that was the agreement. We were going to do the interview. And then after that, I was going to have the opportunity to be a regular guest on your show like everyone else had been. Correct.
Right.
That was the agreement.
And after the interview, I sent you that email saying like, we were just disappointed. Right. And the offer wasn't there anymore after the interview because we felt lied to.
Okay. So now
that said, I hope we can move past it.
That's what I'm saying. Now that we've hashed it all out, right? We're all good. You're
Look
saying
at him.
you're extending that olive branch and you're saying,
oh my god, he's checked like 8 different times. He's not listening.
He is not a cool dude. He is just lame.
that opportunity is there again, possibly. Not a lock-in, but it's possible that I could be on your show.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not interested. Go fuck yourself. Okay. All
He
right, guys.
interrupted what Craig was saying, not listening, and he go, I'm not click.
Go yourself.
No, it was just, I'm not
No, that's what Craig heard.
Yeah.
I would say after the click is where you had to go yourself.
Feud equals playing games with me, ? I live and can still be on the show.
It's been almost 5 hours, by the way.
Yes, it has. It truly does not feel like it. Feel is a time warp. All right, random number generator. How many episodes?
We really should write this down.
Should absolutely.
171.
We got number 68.
179 actually. Cause over here.
But then there's hidden ones and stuff like that.
So, should we go 68 over here or episode 68?
We'll go 68 over there.
68 would be Jalapeno double.
4 minutes, pretty short.
Yeah, perfect.
DSP Tries It.
Buster says, the condo tour is funny and pathetic. Phil, that interview was tortuous.
Dude, the condo tour is unfortunately probably the best thing that we will ever do in terms of field content.
Until he presents something new where, dude, could you imagine if Keno convinced him to do a tour of his house these days?
It would be sanitized though.
And that'd be great.
Yeah, it's just like, you got nothing in your fridge, Phil?
I would love it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
Why?
Why is it half unwrapped?
Why is it upside down, half open?
There's no part of this frame that's correct.
To a new edition of DSP Tries It. Today we're going to try something that isn't necessarily anything like groundbreakingly new, but it's something that McDonald's is trying, apparently in an effort to add more spicy foods to their menu. I actually know because one of my
What do you mean apparently? They added spicy stuff. You're just like, I guess this is an effort to add spicy stuff.
Yeah, it was jalapeno crisp and jalapenos on it.
Told me about this. That he
And
works
white
at
cheddar.
McDonald's
I
and he has a
love
big training
that
thing
burger.
about this burger. This is the jalapeno double cheeseburger. Okay. So
Oh my! Why? Why?
There's so much wrong with this opening.
this big training thing about this burger. This is the jalapeno.
He had the double clasp the ends because he
Anything
couldn't
about this
grab
burger.
it.
This is the jalapeno double cheeseburger. Okay, so already you can see what happened. A jalapeno.
Oh, Fago just flew out of it.
Pepper flew off the sandwich. You've got some kind of like jalapeno chips in there.
Yep.
Along with
Crisp.
big slices of jalapeno. What appears to be, I don't know if that's ranch or mayo
Why?
sauce.
What did
And it
he?
looks-
When you go to a fast food restaurant, they have the thing there.
Yep.
They'll show what's on it.
Yep.
So why is he just like,
Especially
it's
if
some
it's a-
sort of sauce?
especially
the
if
new
it's a new thing, they
I
will
mean, it's like
absolutely.
some sauce and some kind of jalapeno chips.
And this is episode 59 for him. You think he'd have it down pat where it's just like, this is what comes in it.
Looks like that's a Jack cheese, not a pepper jack, but just a Jack or Monterey Jack cheese, possibly.
It's a white cheddar.
This is $2, by the way, which I find funny because you can get a normal double cheeseburger for $1, or I'm sorry, they call it the McDouble. And so this one is actually $1 more. The question is, flavor-wise, is it worth $1 more? Now, it is important
It
to
has
note.
it has a different type of cheese. It has a different type of sauce and 2 jalapeno based ingredients. I think that is worth $1, even if you're going 25 cents per added thing.
Yeah.
If you want bacon on that bit, that's 60 cents. So yes, I do think that it's worth it.
I am not, like, in love with
Is that Panda?
jalapeno.
The lighting
I
is.
like-
Was that Panda's hand just slightly trying to
I'm
push
not,
it
like,
down?
in love
Oh my, bless
with
you, Panda.
jalapenos. I like them when they're mild. If they're really spicy, I don't like them. So we're going to actually have to see here if they're
Then
spicy
don't eat jalapenos, you cuck. The
jalapenos or
lighting is
not.
off.
Okay.
Those are the world's thinnest patties.
Yeah, well, it's McDonald's.
That's true.
What? What
He
is this?
did not go out in this outfit. I
What
refuse.
is this Ghostbuster shirt?
This shirt is horrendous.
What? This is.
This is one of the
Thinnest
worst
patties.
merchandise shirts
Yeah,
I've
well, it's
ever
McDonald's.
seen.
That's true.
This is horrible. It's a shirt within a shirt that looks like a smiling face, and then you got all
Buster
this.
says, the worst shirt of all time.
It's awful.
It's a terrible shirt.
I can only hope that he got one of those from the whatever box,
Loot boxes,
loot boxes and
crates.
stuff like that.
All right, here we go. I'm going to try to get a bite that has everything. The chip, the
Dude, his beard was so full. It's
His
crazy.
hair is slicked back. It's not all poofy.
jalapeno, the cheese, everything. Jalapeno fell right off my sandwich.
Again?
Great start.
How can I hear him this far away? His leg is going crazy. Look at the paper.
Oh my goodness, what are you doing? Delectable.
It's basically already mush. What are you
Nothing.
It's swallowed. Like, what are you doing?
It's like one of those tuxedo shirts. The man walked out of the house like this. Yeah, why wasn't Panda holding the camera from the outset?
Okay, I'm getting a little bit of a spicy kick now.
No, you got two different jalapenos and a cheese and a sauce that might be spicy.
Fact. The white sauce is ranch. So the coolness of the ranch.
Pizza State says
contrast
he looks like a drug dealer.
High key.
Yes.
with the spiciness of the jalapeno and the actual saltiness of that chip actually was pretty good.
What is this
leg
doing?
Jalapenos are not very spicy. It's a little bit spicy. I can feel a little bit on my tongue, but it's not like overpowering like I thought it might be.
That's why I need
Probably
a drink.
cater to the largest market.
I'm gonna take one more bite. I'll give you my verdict here.
Not addressing what she said.
Yeah, I nodded my head.
Eyebrow up when you eating, as is custom. Pardon me?
While you eat that, we can see that, where is it? In 1967,
Panda, this is not information that...
the Big Mac was created by Jim, whatever his last name is, a local McDonald's owner. Look at that. Now they give you facts with your bag.
All right. So I did get...
All right, whatever, bit. What the ever, okay?
He did not acknowledge she had spoken a word. Even when she was like, and while you're eating that, we can look at the bag.
He goes,
A little bit more heat with that bite. I think it's as you eat more and more
Legs
jalapenos,
still going
progressively more
crazy.
heat's going to accumulate as you eat it.
What?
Is it good? If you like jalapenos, you'll probably like it. However, keep in mind, it's literally the same amount of meat that you're going to get with the McDouble, which is $1. So is it worth
Yes,
it?
but you're getting a lot more with that. You get more stuff, so you pay more.
If you ate a McDouble and then you ate a bacon McDouble, are you not gonna have to pay like 60 cents to $1 more for the bacon McDouble? Yes, you're getting other things on top of the McDouble.
Does he think that this should be 50 cents more? That seems like it's way too little. $1 is perfect.
3.5.
Extra. You just toss a couple jalapenos on your sandwich and have a little bit of ranch sauce. That's going to be at your discretion. Personally, compared to the regular McDouble, I prefer the regular McDouble to this. But then again, I'm not a spice lover. If you're a spice lover, you may love it. I think that it's
Don't
not
bring
enough
none of them
added to it to create
spices
an extra
home.
dollar. So
It just looks lame.
for me, I'm going to give the jalapeno. I'm sorry, they call it the double jalapeno burger. I think. I'm going to give it a 3 out of 5. It's not bad.
Get in there.
But it's also nothing great to write home about. If it was like $1 or even $1.50 maybe, I would say okay. For $2, doubling the price.
If it was $1, the exact same price as the other thing when it's added more ingredients. This month really said $1.50 is what it should be. 50 cents is a big difference?
Of the McDouble, I think it's too much just to add jalapenos and ranch. But if you like this,
And the chips and the different cheese.
We have
Now, guys,
we haven't hit the chips goal of the sandwich. I'm only seeing 2 jalapenos. I know we can hit 5.
meaning you like the spice, you'll probably like the burger. So there you have it. That is the double jalapeno burger from McDonald's.
Pinkies
See you
up,
next time on
chaps.
DSP Tries It.
All right.
Perfect. All right.
Almost 5 hours is crazy. I missed a whole afternoon of football for y'all. For Phil.
Man.
Yeah. So regular next time. We're about 6 weeks away from the next Phil thing, y'all. That's unfortunate.
Maybe
with the
Because
way things have been going with us.
The arc is still ongoing.
Do you think the arc lasts till the end of the year?
No.
What's
Absolutely
a rough time frame you think it ends?
I was thinking October.
I was thinking early November.
It's getting harder and harder to hit the tips goal.
Oh,
but
yeah.
we'll see what happens when the resurgence of the Kino guy.
Oh, where is he right now with the tips goal?
He hit it at the very last minute.
Of course.
He was struggling there for quite some time.
When does Kino come back?
Late this month.
Okay, so like another week and a half, maybe?
He also said at the end of the month he has a big interview that you guys, there's no way that you can guess it. It's going to be huge. It's not drama related.
Mudahar?
That's a safe bet. And he said nobody could guess it, which means people will guess it and see he's gonna obfuscate it in some way.
It's not a new interview. It's not gonna lie, I didn't really get Phil, but with this stream, everything clicked.
Yeah, he sucks, and that's all you need to know.
You think they turn on him or it peters out? I think they turn.
I think they turn because that gets the biggest laugh instead of just because it's all about entertainment for them.
Mm-hmm.
So that gets the biggest laugh of this dude, and then they send. Because the chat that's giving them money, that's all the Kino guys. So all they need to do is just go stop giving them money, start trolling them, and then all this positive stuff just turns on a dime.
I think it goes until they feel it's starting to peter out, and then they hard turn on them.
I think they got most of what they wanted.
Yes.
They got a hard acknowledgement of I was down from the Raptors. Not that fake one that they wanted.
Yeah.
They've gotten multiple interviews. They've gotten him to interact with people. They've gotten him to get a big head. I don't know what more they want from him in terms of entertainment. They could continue down this path of just seeing him flounder and talk to people and keep the king stick going, but it will become unfunny. And then what can we do to make it funny? We can turn on it. So all this love becomes hate, and so all the love that he's getting just becomes hate, as furious as it has been. And then he has to slowly put away the crown.
I think as Phil interacts with them more, he goes on their stream. If you start noticing them poking him harder or poking him more, they're starting the turn. Mm-hmm. They're starting to contemplate the turn at that point. If they bring up like Cat or something like her past, there's gonna be some turns.
I'm leaning towards a turn. And I'm leaning towards within October at the latest.
Yeah, he's the worst. All right. Yep. Enjoy the rest of your Sundays. We are here later this week. We will not be here next weekend. We are going out of town.
Yes. The last weekend of the year.
Yep. Of the month.
Of the year. Yeah. I said it.
Yeah, because we're all dying. Bye.
Keep coming to these because always come back to the field stuff because it's so enjoyable.
Yep.
Buy a DSP shirt.
Don't buy a DSP. I would not even burn it. I wouldn't buy that.
They're just ugly as well.
Hideous. All right. See y'all regular revisited, hopefully. So see y'all Thursday or Friday for that, and then Saturday for the next live stream.